did people pay?
Follow the rich way, man.
Consequences.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Come on!
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
When I go into the dry cleaner, that dry cleaning place becomes holy.
Jesus, I say that. Jesus, I say that.
So I just want to address something. I was wrong.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Oh, level good. Interest. It's just crazy enough to work, yeah.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
science.
Break, now.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
I see that you know your judo.
Help, I'm being repressed.
A what now?
Oh, girl, baby girl. Don't even play.
Aren't I a good guy?
Mm-hmm.
Welcome to the Resistance.
Winter is coming.
Precision of language. Please.
Don't worry about it, little Margot.
Gentlemen. Awful. Weak.
Immediately, if not sooner.
China? China. I have to have my China.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Don't be creepy.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
You supercalifragilisticexpialidocious bitch.
Your name, please?
Do you know what we're here for?
Equal parts.
Oh my gosh.
Facebook, book. Zuckerbucks.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
That's hot.
So hot right now.
I do not hesitate.
Well, here we are again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space. It's been an entire day since we've seen each other last, which means we've got quite a bit to talk about, as always. Don't forget to buckle up those seatbelts, space fams. These space flights often become dangerous, filled with terrors. Well, good to see you all. Who do we got in chat? Moa Shakespeare and Charlie Janmir, 123 in the YouTube chat. The reference frame, a close fourth. I also see Del Sol Verde, Sisyphean Task, Jet, Bob Carmody. Iraq 121. Mozart. Kirkenstein's Monster. Orb Frumer. Alright, I think that might be it. Good to see you all. Sorry we're starting so late tonight. Unintended. But my sleep schedule has not been improving. Not gonna lie, it's been a bit crazy over here. Struggling, but still attempting to maintain the galactic schedule, if you will. Either way, I hope you're all having a great evening and or morning, day, perhaps? I don't know where you are. But hopefully good. Hopefully good. Good and also great. Well, I suppose, we better get right to it here, space fams. What do we got on the docket today? All sorts of stuff. Donald Trump committing crimes? Openly. Yeah. Budget, Republicans trying to pass a budget. Canada still trying to get a new prime minister elected. This will start in the United States. Let's talk about Mahmoud Khalil.
A Louisiana immigration judge is calling on the U.S. government to provide evidence that detained activist Mahmoud Khalil should be deported. Khalil served as a spokesperson for pro-Palestinian protests at Columbia University, but has not been charged with a crime. Judge Jamie Comans says the Department of Homeland Security has until 5 p.m. tonight to provide evidence, or the case will be dropped. CBS News legal reporter Katrina Kaufman joins us here in Studio 57 with more on this case. Katrina, good morning to you. Great to have you here. What more did we learn from yesterday's hearing, and why hasn't the government provided evidence that it needs to deport Khalil?
I mean, that's a great question.
It is a great question.
Something that Khalil's lawyer said during this hearing, that he hasn't been given a single document of evidence since his client has been taken. But the big takeaway is that the government...
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Trump administration doesn't have any evidence. File not found. Maybe those DOGE boys can figure that out.
Ordered to produce evidence by 5 p.m. tonight, or the judge says on Friday she's going to terminate the case if that evidence has not been produced. She also set a removability hearing for Friday. But what was interesting about this hearing, too, Errol, is I had planned to watch.
What are we doing?
Watch it remotely, and the judge decided not to allow people to. She said it was highly unusual. There were over 600 people trying to watch this hearing, and one of the only moments that Mahmoud Khalil spoke in court was to ask if his wife would be allowed to view it, and his attorneys as well. But, you know, the bar here is that the government essentially has to show that he maybe committed fraud or misrepresented himself on his green card application, or that he's linked to terrorism. But we should find out more, you know, later today. We see if the government actually does produce this evidence that they've been waiting for.
And hundreds of people wanting to watch remotely because there's so much interest in this case. He's also not the only protester from a university who has been deported. So if this case is dropped, that would be significant. What would it mean for the other cases that we've seen?
You know, Errol, I think it's unclear if it would actually impact the other cases because these are individualized situations. You know, they all have different immigration status. Mahmoud Khalil is a green card holder. Some of them are here under visas. But the way that this judge applies the law the government's trying to use, this rarely used provision saying that his presence in the U.S. is adverse to U.S. policy interests, that could potentially impact the way other immigration judges also decide to interpret these cases.
And speaking of other high-profile cases, what's the latest in the case of Kilmer Abrego Garcia? This is the man deported due to what the government admits was an administrative error. What's happening there?
So Abrego Garcia had...
Okay, we're not going to cover that right now. We're going to get to Abrego Garcia in a bit. But yeah, as of 7.5 hours ago, the Trump administration was supposed to have had that evidence presented in court of law. Otherwise, Mahmoud Khalil was supposed to be released.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Okay, I did start a goal. Mono, thank you for reminding me on the goal. We don't have quite as much content as we did yesterday at 150 videos on Hump Day midweek stream. Closer to 100 today. Still, quite a few. Quite a few to go through. Holy shit, Kirkenstein's monster coming in with 5 sweet galactic gifted memberships. Kirkenstein, who's getting one? Bloodstone by Stars. FG. BCat. One of the mods getting one. Fresh Out the Asylum. And Snix Abaya. Let's go. Yes, it worked. Yes, it did. Unfortunately, a number of gifted memberships have fallen off. You know, so we're not even close to getting a new emote. It's making me very sad. And I've shirked my responsibility, and I still haven't yelled at YouTube yet over this fiasco. Because we should have 18 emotes right now. It's a given. We should have them. We don't. And now we're back on. We're down. God, how many? I'm trying to remember. Last night I checked it. Too many. I'm upset. Let's just say I'm upset. I wish we. But maybe there'll be a way for me to convince YouTube to do that. I don't know how they'll make that happen, but I assume it's not that hard. But yeah, right now we're still working our way back up. Thankfully, we don't lose emotes when we lose members, but we lose progress on our journey to more emotes. Either way, Kirkenstein's monster getting us closer. Incredibly generous, it's true. All right, now let's go to democracy. Now, talk more about this Mahmoud Khalil case. This was from earlier in the day on Thursday, about 12 hours ago.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
There's a nip in the air. It's the chill of fear and despair that is all too familiar to me. The recent Columbia graduate student Mahmoud Khalil's detention by Immigration and Customs Enforcement on Saturday has brought back my most tormenting childhood nightmares as a child of Holocaust survivors in communist Romania in the 1950s. Those are the words of our next guest, Mariana Hirsch, Professor Emerita at Columbia University. In her recent article headlined, "I grew up under a terrifying authoritarian regime. Mahmoud Khalil's arrest is right out of their playbook." The article was published.
By the way, I forgot to mention it, but thanks to Kirkenstein getting here immediately, if not sooner, we are now only 2 super chats or super stickers away from completing our goal. That was fast. How long have we been streaming? 20 minutes. Jesus Christ. That was fast.
Newspaper, The Forward.
Mariana Hirsch joins us today in studio. She's the author of several books, including The Generation of Post-Memory, Writing in Visual Culture After the Holocaust. Professor Hirsch, welcome to Democracy Now! It's great to have you with us. You said the conditions for Mahmoud Khalil's arrest were created by Colombia, and then put that into the larger context, you having come out of authoritarian Romania.
Well, I grew up in Romania until the age of 12. My parents were survivors of the Romanian Holocaust. And when Mahmoud Khalil was abducted, when Rumeza Öztürk was abducted, and I watched those videos, it brought back these feelings of terror that I grew up with as a child, the helplessness in front of seemingly all-powerful forces that couldn't be stopped, that were arbitrary, and that had only the barest rationale for, or no rationale for, these arrests. I think the condition for these arrests have been created by our universities. Unfortunately, Colombia, where I teach and where I've taught for 20 years, was the model for this. And the way they've been created is, first of all, by accepting and then promoting the big lie that anti-Semitism is driving protests against the brutal genocidal war in Gaza, of Israel on Gaza, that these are anti-Semitic protests of excluding and suspending student groups, of draconian measures of punishment, but also of casting protesters as terrorists, which is now expanding. And what I'm seeing is spread is the kind of helplessness that I felt as a child and that I picked up from my surroundings, the fear of speaking, the suspicion that one can be denounced, that there are lists out there, that we don't know who's on the lists, that that there's nothing that can be done to help. And I'm seeing my students silence themselves, being afraid to speak, wondering who might be denouncing them, who might be making lists. And let's be real. I mean, Mahmoud Khalil was chosen by Colombia to be a mediator between the administration and the student protesters. And then he was denounced by, unfortunately, I have to say, people at Columbia. There's an Intercept report that I'm sure you're aware of, that there's a group of parents, alumni, and even some faculty who are making lists of students who could be deported or who are aliens, enemies of the state, of the university. And this idea of denunciation is something that I've carried from my childhood, because my father would often come home saying that he was asked by his superiors at work whether he would name the names of people who, whatever. I mean, there was always a reason for this, and how he refused, and how, you know, he gave up some possibilities of advancement by refusing to name those names. So this is something I was carrying. But there is a difference. You know, we have laws. This is illegal, and there are possibilities of appeal. And there are also ways in which this narrative, this big lie of rampant anti-Semitism that universities have accepted and even promoted by forming task forces on anti-Semitism. I think there are people who are now seeing, Jerry Nadler is a great example, that this might not have been such a good idea, because it's brought upon us this terrible repression under the guise of fighting anti-Semitism. And I think people are now saying that this is not just morally completely wrong and corrupt, but that it's also not good for Jews, certainly. No, that it's not good for anybody.
Exactly. Because it hides the ball. It's been hiding the ball on what is anti-Semitism and what is not, right? And it's been used as a cudgel against student protesters and activists. And like I've been saying since the beginning of this, is that you got a bunch of kids growing up in this atmosphere where the actuality of anti-Semitism is being obfuscated for those kids growing up. I feel like we're doing a disservice. And it is horrifying. It is truly horrifying that it has gone as long as it has. and that has been used in these ways. But the fact is America is waking up right now to this fact, to some degree, at least. Certainly, people are becoming more and more anti-Israel, but we do have to worry. I mean, I heard a caller on the Majority Report earlier this week who suggested that their brother had gone from being very pro-Israel to being very anti-Israel, but there being some sort of element to him essentially having, and this is of course completely anecdotal, but I don't think this is a fringe case where, you know, people they're not able to parse for themselves the difference because you know, leaders in our country are playing this game, and it's dangerous. But you know, people are confused, and if we continue to conflate criticism of a nation state with hatred for Jews, in a way, we are leading people down a path of sorts. And it's very troubling. Should be troubling to everyone, honestly. When it's going to stop, I don't know. But I did see, not only did I hear about, I'm sorry, I don't even finish up my thought just now, but that example I was talking about from the Majority Report caller said that their brother had gone from being pro-Israel to anti-Israel, but also espousing now a bunch of very anti-Semitic stuff, actual genuine anti-Semitism, hatred of Jews, right? Sort of going down the Candace Owens route, if you will, right? And if we let people like Candace Owens be the voice of this kind of stuff, you know, without pushing back in just the mainstream media on this narrative, there's going to be a problem. There is going to be a problem. It's going to get worse and worse. But like I was saying earlier, I've seen polls, people moving, both Republicans and Democrats, all moving more towards being anti-Israel, which I think in some ways is very, what's the word? I don't know if it's, comforting is the wrong word, but it is, I think it's good to see somewhat. Like for me, I'm just like, I don't know if it's catharsis or whatever to see people moving over to the right side on this issue. Whatever, I cannot think of, because it's hard for me to use that. First of all, because of how long it's been taking. But I don't know. It's the tides are shifting on this.
And that the reason for this was never to fight anti-Semitism, but it was to decimate academia.
And if you could talk, you've also written a piece on the extent to which and the speed with which Colombia completely capitulated or submitted to the Trump administration's demands. You wrote a piece headlined, "There's a bleak historical explanation for why Colombia's capitulation to Trump is so concerning," in which you write, quote, "We are not living in early Nazi Germany, but although as a student of fascism and the Holocaust, I've learned to be careful with such comparisons. Some resonances are too obvious to ignore." What are those resonances?
Well, the resonances are that autocratic regimes go after education. I mean, certainly higher education. Why? Well, academic freedom, self-governance, inquiry, open inquiry, the possibility that we might promote a narrative of history that is true, but that doesn't conform to the vision of the autocrat. All of those things are extremely threatening, and we've seen it not just in early Nazi Germany, but certainly in Hungary, in Turkey, in India, the crackdown on universities. But what's more concerning to me is the response of universities and how they not just anticipatory obedience, but really anticipatory capitulation, first through these task forces and accepting the anti-Semitism narrative, but then agreeing agreeing to the demands, which are completely illegal and unreasonable demands, in the hope of pacifying the autocrat, which I think everybody already should know that is not how you can deal. So what?
Yeah, seriously. The fact that the universities have done the opposite of resistance politics and have done kowtowification of their institutions. You know, the preemptive pacification, as she said, of Donald Trump, as if that's going to solve it. It's going to embolden him. He's going to think, oh, great. Look, as long as, you know, I threaten universities and they do what I want, you know, and that is not where we need to be in all of this. All right, now let's go on to this next. I actually haven't even seen this. Some of these stories I haven't seen because of how late I woke up today, but I tried to watch the ones I thought that I didn't have a grasp on. But this one I added like right before we started because I did not catch it before. But the lawyers of Mahmoud Khalil held a live stream conference around 4 o'clock in the afternoon on Thursday, ahead of the 5 o'clock deadline with which the administration was supposed to provide evidence. Otherwise, he was to be released. Let's see some of this together. By the way, how are we doing on likes right now? Anybody?
Mark?
Thank you, Ari, and good afternoon, everybody. After a month, really, of hiding the ball in this case and refusing to produce any evidence to support the charges they have that Mr. Khalil's presence in the United States has potentially serious adverse foreign policy consequences, which is what the charge is in this case. The government submitted, as you all have seen now, a 2-page document. 2 pages. That's it. And in that, Secretary of State Rubio says that Mahmoud's presence here would create adverse foreign policy.
His presence.
But what does he talk about?
That's a great question. What is he talking about?
What you talking about?
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen.
Oh my God. What is he talking about? His presence. Oh no, the presence. This is so idiotic. That's not evidence. That's not evidence. Oh, we believe the presence of this man. Oh my God. Wow. Unbelievable. Okay, we got 30 likes. Thank you, Mona, for letting me know. It's a 7, 15, 2. 7, 15, 2. We've seen some people we haven't seen around here lately. Rude Interplanet Janet. Showing her face in the chat. Good to see you. Working hard. Yeah, I get it. Working hard. Times is tough out there.
He talks about First Amendment activity in the United States and the effect on people in the United States. His determination, quote unquote, has absolutely nothing to do with foreign policy. This provision of law is something that has been rarely used. It was supposed to be introduced for the purpose of like saying to the Shah of Iran shouldn't stay in the United States. Really, like public figures like that, it has nothing to do. This law was not to be used.
Seriously, Mahmoud Khalil, same thing as the Shah of Iran. Nobody knew that man's name until they arrested him. Okay, if anything, they're the ones who have created something of a spotlight for Mahmoud. Okay, I mean, maybe, I'm not saying nobody, I'm just saying like the broad public did not know who the fuck Mahmoud Khalil was until he was illegally detained for no good reason. And they are the ones who created this atmosphere around this situation.
After people for First Amendment protected activity. What the Rubio letter talks about is they're trying to protect, they say, Jewish students in the United States, Jewish people in the United States from anti-Semitism. But what is the anti-Semitism? It is criticizing Israel and the United States for the slaughtering that is going on in Gaza and Palestine. That's what this case is about. And that's what this case is really centered on. The rights of people in this country, citizens and immigrants alike, who are all protected by the Constitution, by the First Amendment, to be able to speak out, whatever their views may be, popular or not. That's what this country is about. Yet, this administration wants to silence Mahmoud, wants to silence people speaking out against the government of Israel or government of the United States. And where would this lead? Are we going to now throw people in jail for speaking out about against the Social Security cuts in this country? This is a dangerous slope, and we are taking a stand on behalf of Mahmoud, and he is taking a stand. He's decided to stay in jail and fight this case to the bitter end while we try to establish that people like Mahmoud have a constitutional right to speak out in this country, and they should not be, the government should not be using this really bogus statute saying it's against U.S. foreign policy interests. Let me pass this on to Johnny now, I guess, to talk about what's going to go on in immigration court.
Thanks, Mark. And I just wanted to jump in very quickly before I hand it over to Johnny, sorry, Johnny, to say exactly what Aaron just put in the chat. If you have questions for our Q&A section, please drop them in the chat and we will get to as many of them as we can. Please note who you are and what outlet you're coming from when you put in your question. And with that, I will now pass along to Johnny.
Yeah, thanks a lot. And thanks, Mark, for setting that up. Tomorrow in immigration hearing, we're in immigration court. We're set for a hearing where the government will attempt to establish that it's met its burden to show that it can deport Mahmoud for lawful conduct that's protected by the free speech clause of the First Amendment. Now, the immigration judge has already put on the record during our last hearing that we are not, in fact, in federal court tomorrow. And that's a nod to the government's position that immigration judges can't rule on the constitutionality of immigration laws. But in order to comply with due process and ensure that Mahmoud's right to a full and fair hearing is fulfilled, tomorrow should be a full-blown evidentiary hearing and not just a rubber stamp on the government's baseless belief that it can take away Mahmoud's green card and set.
I just realized I think I was wrong about the timing of this. I just realized for some reason, because I started the stream at like midnight and the date changed, but today is Friday. My brain is broken. I
made a huge tiny mistake.
So I misspoke. If I'm not mistaken again, it's Friday at 5 o'clock that we are supposed to get the evidence in court from the administration on this, not Thursday at 5 o'clock. I have nothing to defend myself.
Him from his pregnant
How did
US
I do that?
wife and their soon-to-be-born U.S. citizen child. Now, the immigration judge has also told us that tomorrow she will make a finding as to whether Mahmoud is removable. But we are far from the end of the road if that happens. If the immigration judge determines that he is in fact removable for lawful conduct that is protected by the First Amendment of our Constitution, the case will move on to what's called the relief stage of removal proceedings, where Mahmoud and our legal team will be able to litigate his right to remain in the United States, even though the immigration judge has found him deportable. This process plays out in immigration court, and it will most certainly require several more hearings before a final decision can be made in the immigration case. But regardless of that fact, I think the bigger picture here that we all need to keep focus on is that tomorrow's hearing has momentous implications. Whether the government can act in violation of the Constitution to deport someone is front and center, and our position is that it cannot. And now I'll move on to Bahar.
Yeah, they're not supposed to violate the Constitution. I thought Republicans loved the Constitution. What happened? What happened to that? What happened to all of that exactly? Okay, we're not going to watch the whole thing. I just figured we'd watch a quick clip of it. But yeah, as you can see, these lawyers are doing everything they can to prevent the government from illegally deporting a man who did nothing wrong. Just existing in the country and disagreeing with the government is not justification for removing someone. That's insane. That's fascism. I was told our Constitution is supposed to protect against that. I'm starting to think it's being used in real fucked up ways. Okay, let's go to this fantastic story. And by fantastic, I mean shitty. Let's go to New York, where this is actually a story we covered yesterday, but this is an update to that story. Eyewitness News, ABC 7, from 16 hours ago, a rally was held at City Hall protesting Eric Adams and Mayor, what's that dick's name? Mayor Marto? I cannot remember this guy's name right now. My brain is broken. But the mayor and Eric Adams both got together. Wait, actually, my brain is broken. Why is my brain so broken today? There are two people involved in the reopening of Rikers Island, not as a prison. Well, it might be turned into a prison. It's hard to say. I don't have any clarity on what ICE is going to be given the ability to do. But like we were talking about yesterday, ICE is going to be reopening Rikers Island as an ICE headquarters in New York. Eric Adams is completely complicit in all of this. I think it's insane that we would reopen Rikers for pretty much anything, you know? And for this, it's beyond the pale.
Later this morning, city leaders, including some running for mayor and immigration advocates, are going to rally at City Hall against the opening of an ICE office at Rikers Island. This comes after Deputy Mayor Randy Mastro signed an executive order letting ICE operate at the jail for the first time since...
There we go. We have 40 likes? Okay. All right, before we get back to the... We'll get to the story. 2 seconds. Let me just get you another sport character. That's another 2. But yeah, that's what I was confused about. I forgot. He's the deputy mayor, Mastro. Could not remember that dude's job.
Later this morning, city leaders, including some running for mayor and immigration advocates, are going to rally at City Hall against the opening of an ICE office at Rikers Island. This comes after Deputy Mayor Randy Mastro signed an executive order letting ICE operate at the jail for the first time since 2014. Eyewitness News reporter Crystal Cranmore live from City Hall with the details for us. Crystal.
Good morning. Well, city leaders also plan on taking their fight from the streets to the court. City council is expected to vote on a resolution that will allow City Council Speaker Adrian Adams to sue the mayor for sanctuary law violations.
Illegal.
New York City Mayor Eric Adams' administration announced the opening of an ICE office on Rikers Island earlier this week. The agents will coordinate with the Corrections Department's Criminal Intelligence Bureau on violent criminals and gangs, crimes committed by people in DOC custody, and drug trafficking. ICE has not operated at Rikers Island in about a decade when New York became a sanctuary city. Now, the executive order comes 2 months after Mayor Adams met with Trump administration border czar Tom Homan and
Tom Buttstuff Homan. Watch out, Eric. Your butt is in danger. I suppose that's why you're opening up Rikers Island again. Like the piece of shit you are. Donald James X, member for 3 months. Fantastic. Haha, I was waiting for the milestone to kick in. Well, there it is. There it is. And Narwhal. Narwhal with a $5 super chat. Don't forget to stay hydrated, chat. Also, glad to hear you sounding better. Am I sounding better? That's good. I'm glad to hear that I'm sounding better as well. I have no way of hearing what I sound like. Appreciate you. Yeah, if you don't recall, Tom Homan basically threatened Eric Adams live on Fox News with sexual assault in his butt. At least it certainly didn't sound consensual to me.
Promised to reinstate access to prisoners in Rikers Island. Civil rights advocates are outraged, saying ICE and Rikers have a long history of abuse and violence. But first, Deputy Mayor Randy Mastro, who signed the executive order that opened the door for ICE to return to Rikers, says that any cooperation will be strictly limited. He says the order does not violate New York's sanctuary city laws.
This is only about advancing criminal investigations and bringing criminal charges against these heinous, violent, transnational criminal gang members and associates. It's what we should have been doing all along.
We need to get Eric Adams the fuck out of here. I'm pretty sure if we vote out Eric Adams, this guy's gone too, because he's deputy mayor. He's, if I'm not mistaken, he's an appointee by Eric Adams, Mr. Mastro. This shit is insane. I mean, did they threaten his butt too? What is going on? We have so much evidence now that the people who are being deported don't have criminal histories. The majority, the vast majority of those people. I heard a number as high as 90%, but I've only found, I have not been looking too hard for the statistics, but I saw one statistic for sure that at least 75% of people, which is 3/4 of the people being deported to El Salvador right now, haven't committed any crimes. And yet, you got this piece of shit here. Suggesting that they're all a bunch of violent criminals, transnationals. Like, these people are fucking fear-mongering for no good reason. New York City is supposed to be a goddamn sanctuary city. Now they're turning it into playground for ICE and Tom Homan. Next, we're going to see Dr. Phil walking the streets. Watch out, Dr. Phil. Watch out. I wouldn't recommend it. Not in New York. Oh, God. New York needs to do everything they can to stop this shit. Yeah, there was a protest outside of City Hall over this recent decision to reopen Rikers Island. Which I find to be utterly distasteful. Not the protest, the decision. All right, it sounded like I did it. I don't know what that means. I don't know what you're referring to. Oh God! All right, now let's go down south to Maryland. Talk about Abrego Garcia. There has been some developments in this as well, which actually gives me like a tiny bit of hope, like the most tiny. It's like a Higgs boson of hope. Megastar is third. Wait, didn't somebody get third? Wait, second. Didn't somebody already get third? I could have sworn I saw Green New Deal get third. Weird. Okay, throwing me off. Okay. What's up with you? What's up with you guys doing the Twitch stuff out of order? Oh right, I remember why this happened. This is long. This is old school lore. Okay, whatever. But great job everyone on Twitch for your achievements. I think Moanope was first, Megastar technically second, and Green New Deal third. Okay, yeah, let's go listen to what the wife of this Maryland man who was deported, Abrego Garcia, had to say. This is Associated Press from yesterday.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Congressman Adriano Espaillat, Chair. This is someone that has not...
This poor woman. I mean, they were just living their lives, raising a family, working, being positive members of society, you might say. And this man didn't commit a single crime, wasn't an illegal immigrant, an undocumented immigrant, excuse me. God damn it, I keep hearing illegal immigrant so goddamn much that I'm saying it. Undocumented immigrant. He was none of those things. And yet he's sitting in an El Salvadorian prison right now.
Broken any laws whatsoever, has been legally here in the United States of America, and was, in my opinion, kidnapped and sent back to El Salvador to a Salvadorian prison. And so we are concerned and we're demanding that he's brought back to his family.
On March 12th, my husband Kilmer was abducted and disappeared by the Trump administration. It's been 28 days
Jesus Christ.
since I lost my husband. Since his children's...
Oh my God. How is this woman is suddenly a single mother, not by the choice of her or her husband, but because the government decided to just illegally remove Kilmer from the United States. Suddenly, I mean, I hope that she's getting assistance somewhere from someone. God. It's upsetting. It is really upsetting to me.
hugged him, since his mother kissed him, since his brother has talked to him. Court ruled that indeed this should have never happened. So-called administration error has destroyed my family's happiness, my children's innocence.
Oh, God.
Kilmer, if you can hear me.
Oh, jeez.
I'm still fighting for you. Your brother, your mother, our children are still fighting for you. We're not going to give up hope.
Oh, that's a painful one to watch. Unbelievable. That poor woman.
Breaking news right now. The Supreme Court...
Please hold, sir. Oh, God. I cannot imagine. I genuinely can't imagine. And the fact is, for part of my life, I grew up with a single mom. Not the whole time. I'm not going to get into too many details, but, before some things happened. And that happened because of the choices of my parents, not because the government just suddenly grabbed one of them and threw them in a fucking labor camp somewhere. And it is fucking horrifying to see this woman struggling, crying in public over the sudden disappearance of her husband, who seemed like a good man. Seems like a good man. I should not be using the past tense. Why? And I see somebody in chat. I saw someone in chat say something about administrative error my ass. It's a totally fair point, because what's the error? What's the error? If there was an error, why? When you err, right, you try and solve that error, right? You make a mistake.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
And you try to fix it. What is the Trump administration trying to do? They're trying to fight it in court. They're trying to fight bringing back someone that they illegally sent out of this country. Yep. But maybe the buck stops at the Supreme Court. I don't know. Because, we have some good news. ABC, 4 hours ago, fingers crossed if this does anything, Supreme Court rules. Maryland man deported in error, quote unquote, must be sent back to the United States.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Breaking news right now, the Supreme Court will require the Trump administration to facilitate the return of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. That's the Maryland man who was sent to El Salvador by mistake, despite having protected legal status, preventing his deportation to El Salvador, where he escaped political violence back in 2011. Abrego Garcia was sent last month to that country's notorious mega prison, following what the government said was an administrative error. Our Devin Dwyer joins us now with more on all of this. Devin, what is the Supreme Court exactly ordering the Trump administration to do to remedy this?
Phil, this was a unanimous decision by the Supreme Court upholding a lower court order that it facilitate the return of Mr. Garcia. As you said, he was wrongly sent to El Salvador, to that prison that we've heard so much about with a history of human rights abuses. He was detained in this country. He is an alleged gang member. He denies those affiliations. Those facts aren't in dispute. But an immigration court here in the United States had explicitly said he was not to be returned to El Salvador for fears of threats to his.
Allegations aren't evidence. Just going to point that out. That's really, it's a whole different thing, right? The government alleging something doesn't make it so. So it doesn't make it a fact.
Life. That, of course, has now happened, and the Supreme Court, in no uncertain terms, Phil, said that action was illegal on the part of the Trump administration, and that while it shows
I cannot believe
and its ability and timing
Oopsies, that's
to
the wrong
bring him
sound check.
back, it does need to be done in compliance with due process of law, Phil, and that's a very significant development tonight.
You talk about law, Devin. I'm wondering if there's any chance of more legal back and forth on this issue, or will this effectively start the process?
What else is there to be
of
done?
Bringing Abrego Garcia home.
Well, we'll have to see how the Trump administration responds. They had said they didn't have the power to return him. The Supreme Court apparently wasn't having any of that. They said that the district court order was proper, that this can be done. They expect the government to comply and correct its mistakes. So we'll see if there's further litigation here. We do know his family, his attorneys have said they expect him to come back to the United States. Remember, he is not going to be just let loose in the United States. This is someone that was under a withholding order. But again, this was about righting a wrong, a legal wrong, a moral.
I'm just going to point this out. Now, of course, everyone who has been sent to El Salvador did not get due process. And if we're not giving people due process, and we're not capable, quote unquote, of bringing them back, if the Trump administration is not capable of bringing them back, well, then there should be, how do I phrase this? Oh God, I'm trying to think of how to say this without getting myself in trouble here. But I mean, this right here, if they cannot retrieve, of course they can. They have a contract with El Salvador. They paid El Salvador to take this man, and they should be able to get him back, no problem. But if they're going to allege that they can't take anybody back, then they shouldn't be allowed to send a single person out of this country to El Salvador. There's already no justification for what's being done. But these deportations on those grounds, and the grounds I'm saying are their assertion that they cannot bring people back from this prison. I don't know how to finish this sentence right now. I think the Supreme Court should have gone further on this, honestly, and suggested that if they can't bring anybody back, if they cannot bring people back from El Salvador, then not a single person should be sent there. And there needs to be genuine consequences for the illegal activity that is being conducted by the Trump administration. And if our courts and our legislators will not do what is necessary, American citizens are going to have to. Full stop. All right, let's go over to Michigan in Dearborn, where one attorney who we talked about earlier this week did an interview on Click on Detroit, Local 4, WDIV, talking about being targeted after returning home from vacation over just being a lawyer.
Detained at DTW, a local attorney says he was held for nearly 2 hours at Detroit Metro Airport by Customs and Border Protection agents. He claims he was targeted because of the high-profile cases he's taken on.
Illegal.
Thanks for being here with us. I'm Kimberly Gill.
And I'm Ty Steele. The attorney Amir McLeod represents activists who were facing criminal charges related to pro-Palestine protests at the University of Michigan last year. Jacqueline Francis joining us live at the airport tonight with how the border agents are responding to this as well. Jacqueline.
This all happened here on Sunday at Detroit Metro Airport. The attorney was stopped coming back into the country, and he says it appeared that the agents were expecting him. Touchdown at DTW, Amir McLeod was on his way home from spring break with his family when the agent asked for a TTRT.
And at that point, I realized it meant Tactical Terrorism Response Team, which really scared me.
At first, he thought it could be racial profiling. Then he realized it was something else. He was taken in for interrogation.
He led with, we know that you're an attorney and we know that you have some high-profile cases that you're litigating. And the only high-profile case I'm litigating right now is the case of Samantha Lewis. Samantha is a...
Oh, God. Just insane. This is, I mean... This man is a lawyer, and they're going after lawyers for doing lawyer stuff, which is, of course, constitutionally protected activity, which comes with a whole bunch of other things, which the government cannot compel a lawyer to do. But they're trying. They are certainly trying.
Activist.
How does one address Mr. GNN? Okay, my name is not Mr. GNN, but I kind of like that. It's GalacticStreamLord, of course, the one and only GalacticStreamLord. At least in the Milky Way galaxy, that's about as far as I can say. I don't know about the far reaches of the universe, but at least in this galaxy, the Milky Way.
In Ann Arbor for protesting against the war in Gaza.
He says the agents demanded his phone. He said no because of privileged information on his device. They ultimately landed on searching his contact list only. Nearly 2 hours later, he was released, phone in hand, telling us...
Okay, chat, you are killing me today. You are killing me today. I thought Mr. GNN would be your father. No, my father was not a newscaster. But that is a hilarious comment. Goddamn. Wow. Chat is on fire today.
This was targeted.
I think it's an attempt to dissuade attorneys from taking on these causes. It's really an attempt to intimidate lawyers from standing up for people who are engaged in political speech.
U.S. Customs and Border Protection are pushing back on those allegations, releasing a statement saying in part, quote, "This lawyer's accusations are blatantly false and sensationalized. During the approximately 90-minute screening, officers worked to ensure attorney-client privilege."
This lawyer's accusations are blatantly false and sensationalized. The officers work to ensure attorney-client privilege. They asked to download his entire phone. They asked to download this man's entire phone. They wanted access to his entire... That is the opposite of respecting attorney-client privilege. Holy shit. Where's my sound?
Give me a joke. Give me a joke.
Mr. GNN is fine. That's true. I think it's hilarious. You're not comfortable with the Lord? It's not a religious thing. I'm not calling myself a god. It's really an homage to, I don't know if you're familiar with the British, the politicians, quote unquote, Count Binface, Lord Buckethead. It's really it's referential to that rather than to some sort of religious thing. I rule over this galaxy. But yeah, we talked about this story yesterday, and a day has not made this any better in my mind. It is utterly insane that the government attempted to violate the rights of this lawyer and his clients. This man's duties. I mean, if you violate attorney-client privilege, you lose your license to practice law. And yet they were pressuring him to do just that. Okay, let's move on from immigration. Talk about some other things, like what our elected representatives have been up to lately, Democrats and Republicans. Let's start with Democrats, with a guy who I've literally never heard of. Mr. Magaziner. I think he's a representative from Delaware, I want to say. Hold on. I'll look this up. I'll look it up. Rhode Island. I was close-ish. I was close-ish. Go. I was close. I call you all space peons. That's a term. That's a term of endearment, of love. What was I doing? Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. So this representative from Rhode Island, Mr. Magaziner, Seth Michael Magaziner. What kind of name is that? Here in Congress, doing this, I found this to be not so productive at all, especially considering the current climate of everything.
Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 2139, the Strengthening State and Local Efforts to Counter Transnational Repression Act. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 2139, offered by Mr. Magaziner, to amend the Homeland Security Act of 2002 to require the Secretary of Homeland Security to prioritize strengthening of state and local law enforcement capabilities to combat transnational repression and terrorism threats related to transnational repression and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with and it's considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magaziner, is recognized for 5 minutes on his measure.
Thank you, Chairman. Repressive foreign governments are increasingly reaching beyond their own borders to target those exercising their free speech in our country. Journalists, activists, and political dissidents in the United States should not fear for their lives while on U.S. soil. These individuals are targeted in person or online for their bravery to speak out against repressive governments and their abuses. Targeted individuals are often subject to harassment, surveillance, and even violence. In March, last month, 2025, the Department of Justice convicted 2 agents of the Iranian government in a murder-for-hire plot. Last October, we also learned of a foiled plot by an Indian government employee to assassinate a U.S. citizen and outspoken critic of the Iranian government in New York City.
Okay.
Last January, at our subcommittee, we heard from witnesses like Bob Fu and Enes Kanter Freedom about their firsthand experiences and how they were targeted in the United States by foreign governments attempting to silence them.
China!
Now, do I have a problem with foreign governments attempting to act within the United States and commit illegal acts. Yes, I do. Do I think Democrats should be focused on this sort of shit right now? Absolutely not. Why? Because we're already dealing with a federal government, a executive branch, which is attempting to, wield nationalist sentiment to their advantage to do illegal shit, to bully our friends, and this is not the time for this. This is not what we should be spending our goddamn time on. Okay, that is my assessment. Okay, while Donald Trump's administration is trying to deport people without due process, while they try and get rid of Muslim American, Arab American, visa holders, and whatever else. Like, it's insane. It is fucking insane that we're playing this game right now, while the Donald Trump administration is fear-mongering about all sorts of different people across the country and in our own country right now. This is not the time to play this fucking game, okay? And this guy is the one who's introducing this fucking bill, so you can go to hell, all right? Focus on something else, like trying to stop the Trump administration from doing what it's doing. How about that? How about that? GSL is going to have a space peon uprising on this? I hope so. I mean, I certainly hope so. I mean, the peons are going to be the ones to save us. All right? And the fact is, down maybe in space I'm a lord, but down on Earth I'm very much a peon. And, we're going to be the ones to solve this. And every single day I'm met with more evidence that it's not going to be our system to solve it. Not much I can say for sure. All right. Let's go on now. Talk about couple different Democrats who are in the spotlight as of late. One, Chucky Schumer and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. And there's some polls that have been coming out. Chuck Schumer's up for re-election soon, in like a year and a half, I think. And, let's check out these polls. Let's go here to Secular Talk from a couple days ago.
All right, guys. It brings me much joy and pleasure to report to you the following fact. Data for Progress decided we're going to commission a poll on a Democratic primary for the U.S. Senate in the state of New York. Namely, if Chuck Schumer were to have a primary opponent, let's see how that would go. And they said, well, AOC is making quite a name for herself. She's either, building up to a presidential run in 2028 or maybe building up to run for the U.S. Senate against Chuck Schumer. And so they asked, AOC versus Chuck Schumer, Democratic primary for the U.S. Senate in New York. Heads up, who wins? Ready?
Tell me.
AOC, 55%. Chuck Schumer, 36. She is Draxing his dusty ass by nearly 20 points, y'all. 20 points, y'all. 20.
Look at that. We might have Senator AOC of New York in the future. Oh, my God. That is so good and so great. Truly.
20. For those of you who don't know, typically the way it works is if you're that high of a position in leadership in the House or the Senate, you don't lose your primary.
Nope.
Usually in a scenario like this, you would have a challenger maybe get to...
And part of that has to do with name recognition. But in this moment, I mean, as it relates to these two people, AOC has as much name recognition, if not more, than Chuck Schumer, and certainly nationally. But I mean, even in New York too. And so the dynamics of that are definitely shifted. But also, Chuck Schumer has become incredibly unpopular for working with the Trump administration to gut the government. Being a complete coward.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
12%, right? Maybe 16, something like that. It's very rare, certainly on the Democratic side. On the Republican side, every now and then, like Eric Cantor lost his position when he was in leadership in the Republican Party during the Tea Party wave, by David Bratt, I think was the guy who beat him.
Yeah.
But on the Democratic,
I mean, he makes a great point there. I would point this out though. Right now, it feels to me like the Democrats are finally having their own Tea Party moment. As Kyle here had referenced, back in the day with Republicans, it seems to find the chickens have finally come home to roost in the Democratic Party. I mean, you look at these Bernie AOC rallies, the Oligarchy tour, you look at the town halls, you look at all this stuff. I mean, it's almost one for one. If not more people seem to be showing up for these ones. I remember the Tea Party rallies back in the day. They weren't quite as big. They were not quite as big as the ones that we're seeing now.
I mean, there's been attempts, right? Primary Pelosi and shit.
Sure. And that's happening right now.
This moment is different.
This is Chakrabarty. He's the one who's challenging Pelosi right now. Write that name down if you're in California and vote. Vote, Chakrabarty.
This moment is different, y'all. It is not the same. This is not the same old Democratic Party. This is not the same old Democratic voter. Mm-hmm. What's happened right in front of our eyes is Democratic voters have become radicalized. And I mean that in the best possible way. Because what happened in 2016, the resistance, after Trump won, the resistance was all built around Trump is a unique evil. He's a threat to democracy. He's authoritarian. He's horrible. Illegal. And wall-to-wall all day long on MSNBC, it would be anti-Trump coverage, right? And I had some criticisms of the resistance in Trump's first term. Namely, I think they went all in on some of the wrong arguments, like Russiagate, when it came to, impeachment. I felt like there were other things you could have got him on, like the emoluments clause, where he's obviously super corrupt and there's so much evidence, but they leaned into Russiagate stuff and the Ukraine phone call. So, I had criticisms of it, but the core of it was anti-Trump. Then you get this Trump second term, and you guys remember what happened, right? You had Morning Joe and Mika went to Mar-a-Lago, decided to have some sushi with Donald Trump.
Absolutely
some shits
did.
and giggles with Donald Trump. So, we need to press.
Now, you know what I have noticed in the wake of that? And we're done with this video from Kyle. That's enough on this. But, oh, shit, I just forgot what it said. My brain just broke.
Mar-a-Lago decided to have some sushi with.
Right. Do you know what I have noticed from MSNBC? I've noticed a lot less Morning Joe clips going through my feed lately. And I don't think they've lost their jobs at MSNBC. I think MSNBC is realizing that clipping those is not helping their brand, putting them on YouTube. Because, they're all doing it, on cable. Then they're transporting that stuff over to YouTube. And it would seem that MSNBC is almost making the decision to not clip Morning Joe stuff anymore. And I find that to be a fascinating and very much deserved, perhaps too long have we waited for this moment. But I'm hoping that means that those two are going to be out. Go back home to you. Oh, right. You don't even have to go back home to your wife or husband because you two are married. It's fine. You can have solidarity with each other after you lose your jobs. And I really hope they do. I've always thought George Scarborough was garbage. And Mika was just... I don't even know what Mika's there for, honestly. But yeah, no, I gotta say, it's good to see the shift. It really is. Now let's see what Republicans have been focused on in the House. They've been very focused on not focusing on what Donald Trump is doing. So they've been talking about one incredibly important issue to the country at this moment. What issue is that? Oh, let's find out. I'm sure it's incredibly pressing and serious.
Good morning and welcome. It's my privilege to call this hearing to order. I would like to thank our witnesses.
I keep saying House for this goddamn hearing because this is so unimportant in my mind that there's no way the Senate would be taking this up. No, this is in the Senate. I'm sorry. Pitchforks with a super chat. This is the best damn show on YouTube, and I want my fellow leftists to, all caps, recognize a real G. StreamLord does it for real. Appreciate you, Pitchforks. I appreciate you very, very much. Incredibly complimentary super chat. But yeah, no, this is a very serious, unserious hearing in the Senate.
Good morning and welcome. It's my privilege to call this hearing to order. I would like to thank our witnesses
I just realized.
for taking the time out of their busy schedules to...
Yeah, taking their time out of their busy schedules of pretending Donald Trump is doing nothing wrong to talk about this very unimportant issue. I'm going to remove this goal because we have finished it thanks to Pitchforks. We already had 5 gifted memberships and another super chat. That gets us to 5, if I'm doing my math right. Hopefully I am.
Share your expertise and perspectives on the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act.
Jesus Christ.
S222. This bill, which would permit schools to offer students whole, reduced, low-fat, and fat-free, flavored and unflavored milk.
Flavored and unflavored milk?
Strong bipartisan support.
So we need to be giving kids more chocolate milk. Is that what you're saying? That's the plan? Yeah, okay.
Both the House and the Senate, including from many members on this committee. Last Congress, the House passed this legislation by an impressive vote of 330 to 99. I look forward to working with my colleagues on this committee to make progress on this important bill in the Senate.
So rather than, ensuring all children receive lunch at school, they're focused on making sure that they get chocolate milk and whole milk. That's the most important pressing thing that they can think of right now. And so they're holding a multi-day hearing on it. This one's in the different, this isn't completely, it's unbelievable that they're spending multiple days on this and then just completely ignoring everything Donald Trump is doing. I mean, John Boozman, the man talking right now, he's a Republican senator. He, along with all the Republicans, have been facilitating everything Donald Trump wants to do without any real pushback on a single illegal act or any time that he, I guess it's illegal to subvert the Constitution, take away the power of the Senate. They just continue to twiddle their thumbs and look up, I guess, to God or something, hoping God manages to maintain their power in the Senate. I don't know. And so since they're not doing anything with that, they're focused on this. And I find it to be utterly pathetic, but certainly representative of the Republican agenda. Because the fact is basically the entire Republican agenda has been enacted, right, over the last, number of years, honestly. Whether the Supreme Court, mostly the Supreme Court decisions recently, like the Chevron doctrine being undone, or abortion now being, Roe v. Wade being undone. They've run out of things, and they don't want to be seen as going against Donald Trump, so they're just fucking around. They're just using your tax dollars to just do fuck all, and it's disgusting. Focus on something else. I don't know, just an idea. Maybe stop Donald Trump from violating the Constitution. There's an idea. There's an idea. Just came up with it just now. Maybe RFK Jr. will get the raw milk in there, yeah. Yeah, good point, Sasha. Here's something that maybe Republicans should be focused on. The fact that measles cases are ticking up across the goddamn nation. Because all of their constituents don't believe in vaccines because they've done nothing to ensure people understand the importance of vaccines and have rather propagated misinformation and disinformation on the topic of vaccines. And now our nation is in trouble. Here's Denver 7 from 23 hours ago. CDPHE recognizes challenging reporting delays.
Well, tonight we are working to get you answers about the delays in reporting measles.
You son of a bitch, I was talking.
How rude.
What was I even saying? Oh, I was reading it. CDPHE, which I believe is some sort of Denver-based health organization, recognizes the challenge of reporting delays as measles cases tick up. That's right. That's right, Amanda. Maha.
Well, tonight we are working to get you answers about the delays in reporting measles cases in Colorado. 2 southern Colorado clinics each took more than a week to report cases to the state. The state wants to report in 4 hours. We talked to state epidemiologist Dr. Rachel Hurley about it today.
We look at the symptoms that the patient has and talk to the clinician about those symptoms. We talk about the exposure history. Did this patient travel internationally, travel out of state? And then is this patient vaccinated or unvaccinated? And so with all of that information, a risk assessment is done. And we categorize these potential cases as low, moderate, or high risk.
There are 3 confirmed cases in Colorado. CDPHE says now it's worried about community transmission because the most recent case, an adult who had not traveled outside Colorado. The 2 other cases were people who visited parts of Mexico that are experiencing an outbreak.
That seems good. This is troubling.
Executive order.
Excuse
here.
me. Sorry, Abby. I'm done talking. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. So if these measles cases continue to tick up, well, the federal government is dismantling the HHS. 30,000, I think, is the number of people who have now lost their jobs at the HHS. While we defund all the things that would help protect us, help with the reporting, which was just mentioned, things like that are now sort of left unprepared to deal with all of this as it gets worse and worse. While we have an increasingly unvaccinated public due to all the misinformation that was pushed around by Republicans over the last 5 years. All right, let's go to this discussion, if you can call it that. CNN from 16 hours ago, the Abby Phillips Round Table. Let's see what was going on over here.
The executive order here, here's what it says about Chris Krebs. Krebs, through CISA, falsely and baselessly denied that the 2020 election was rigged and stolen. That is in a presidential executive order, almost as if Bigfoot was real. What is going on?
Yeah, well, I'm glad to be with you. I think this is probably one of the most dangerous things that we've seen from him. And we've seen a lot of craziness, but this is now taking the department and completely weaponizing against 2 people who just disagreed with him. One who told the truth and was involved as a witness in the congressional inquiry, and then somebody else who has said some things about him. The problem is we're back to now what he complained about throughout the campaign and his presidency, and that was that the Justice Department had somehow been weaponized.
Yeah, it's almost like it wasn't a matter of ideology whatsoever, or an understanding of the law, the understanding of the government, that the president isn't supposed to direct the DOJ to do shit. They're an independent agency which he appoints people to, who then make legal decisions based upon expertise and evidence, whatever else, right? But it was not that. It had nothing to do with ideology or an understanding of the system. It was just, he felt like he was being personally attacked.
Help, I'm being repressed.
And so now that he's in office, he's going to attack everyone who he feels has ever wronged him. And, I don't approve of this kind of thinking, but I've been thinking it more and more lately, which I'm honestly concerned about me. But the more and more I hear about the Donald Trump administration doing all of these illegal things, doing all of these things that they complained about previously, the more I think that I'm not even going to say it. But I am thinking it right now. 51 likes. Okay, hold on. Hold the phone. Okay, everything's fine.
Now you see him essentially given a mandate and a directive by way of this presidential order to the department to move forward.
He signed 2 executive orders ordering investigations, weaponizing his Justice Department against people who just disagree with him. How do you justify that?
I mean, look, politically, you know, my advice to the president on this one would be continue to focus on strengthening the economy. You got to figure out a way to bring down cost. Keep doing what you're doing as it pertains to immigration. We need to increase chip manguefacturing within the United States.
What is Shermichael talking about right now?
What
the fuck is Shermichael talking about right now, dude?
All right, hold on. Okay.
Dude, Shermichael has lost it. He has lost the plot, dude. I swear to God. Oh my God. I mean, it's been getting worse and worse over the recent months as he continues to cling for higher and higher strings to grasp at. You know, but it really has. I think it's reached peak. It's just peak patheticness here from Shermichael. He's like, yeah, we can talk about Donald Trump weaponizing the DOJ, but let's talk about, instead of mentioning that at all during my response, let's talk about the economy. It's like, dude, that is not the conversation we're having right now, man. Wake up.
I don't want reality.
Sure, Michael, I get it. Yes, he should focus on the economy.
Yeah, he should.
But what do you think about the fact that he's targeting his political enemies, using executive orders and telling his justice?
I just wouldn't focus on this.
Can I answer?
Just let him do it. You know, like I'm doing right now. I'm just not going to focus on it. That's the Shermichael Singleton way. Republican strategist of bullshit. Oh God.
Wait a minute.
But you have not answered.
My man has lost the plot.
But respectfully, sir,
It's not. I love it, Shermichael. I love it, my man. Oh my God. Yeah. Oh no. Why are you interrupting me right now? When I'm just answering a different question. Not the one that you're talking about. Why are you trying to interrupt my non-answer? I don't understand. It's incredibly rude.
How rude.
Oh my God. Steve. Oh God. Really impressive stuff, man. You know, I hate to say it, but I don't think that Shermichael's initials are a coincidence. You know, S?
Not directed to the issue. The very question that she asked. And furthermore, the focus should be on this set, the last segment that talks about this not being in the third
Tiffany, 1 second.
Go ahead, Tiffany. Go ahead.
I mean, listen, Shermichael, you're a friend of the show. You're my friend. Please answer the question.
I answer the question the way I want.
No one's
going to dictate the way I answer questions on this show. You may not like the way I answered the question, but I gave an answer. No, I don't like that.
You did not give an answer. Jesus Christ. And for the next 4 minutes is just a shouting match after that. We're gonna pass on it. It really devolves incredibly quickly after Shermichael just refuses to answer the question. Pitchforks Dragon with another super chat. At GNN, these is more money there. You see it. DS, same as me. I'd it worth the pain, suffering, and to consequences? No. This is why you're my favorite. This is why you're my favorite, Pitchforks. Sometimes you don't say things that make any sense, but I still love you. Thank you for the super chat, man. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not sure what you're saying in that. I'm trying to interpret it, but it's a little rough. Maybe one too many typos in there. Okay, let's go on now talking about some of the things that have been going on in the United States as it relates to tariffs, as well as to the other things the Trump administration has been up to. PB not here tonight. I think it's probably because I started the stream so late. I feel like PB goes to bed kind of early. She usually show. Whoa, PB. Just, I take it all back. Take it all back. Take it all back. Spoke too soon.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Still awake. Just lurking. Totally fine. All right, let's go here. To PBS SoCal. 13 hours ago. USDA freeze. Hits California food banks. Yeah. Who could have guessed? Who could have guessed that cutting funds to the USDA and other organizations would cause Americans any problems? It's not like they were all relying on these funds. Oh, they were. Okay.
Food aid is one of numerous competing priorities California lawmakers will have to juggle in the face of steep potential federal cuts. The U.S. Department of Agriculture has suspended a total of 330 truckloads bound for food banks across the state, according to the California Association of Food Banks, with no indication of when or if they'll be delivered. The biggest potential hit is to the Los Angeles Regional Food Bank, where 90 expected truckloads are in limbo. The orders were bonus orders promised during the Biden administration, on top of deliveries the USDA normally makes to food banks. The freeze of the bonus orders came as food banks brace for other cuts, both from a new Trump administration intent on reducing federal spending and from California's own state budget deficit after several flush budget years in the pandemic. In Washington, Congress is also considering cuts to the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, which sends about $1 billion a month to low-income Californians to buy groceries. California receives more than $314 billion in federal funds for food benefits, health coverage, and other social services each year, while federal grants to nonprofits and private contracts total more than $81 billion. Department of Finance.
I wonder if you take away $81 billion worth of food
nonprofits and private contracts
from Americans. You think that causes any problems? I mean, for fuck's sake. It is disgusting just how little regard the Trump administration seems to have for people, just Americans in general. You know, a lot of people depend on different government services, and they are just getting rid of any and all that just don't benefit them or don't help them give themselves a tax cut. At some point, this is going to stop. I don't know what it's going to take. I have some ideas, but I'm going to hold off on opining on that for now. But we got a lot of work to do to undo all of this garbage. All right. Let's go to talking about... actually, I meant to do this one in the... Oh, God damn it. This is what happens. This is what happens when I don't wake up early enough. When I stay awake to watch the Majority Report. It gives me no time to sleep and prepare in between streams. Okay, let's go here now to the Bay Area. Talk about this.
Well, it's known for donation drop-offs, secondhand goods, and for many, a place to gain valuable skills in the workforce. Tonight, though, we are learning that the Goodwill will be slashing dozens of jobs here in the Bay Area. Here's NBC's Alyssa Gord.
Goodwill of the San Francisco Bay Area says it's laying off dozens of employees by June. The warn notice filed with the state says the jobs of 72 employees at the warehouse on 30th Avenue in Oakland and 18 at the Career Center on Post Street in San Francisco will be eliminated.
That's a shame. But you got people who maybe didn't have an opportunity, and now they're losing what little hope they might have had.
Goodwill serves lots of communities in the Bay Area. It's known for helping people with criminal records, severely low incomes, or disabilities to find work.
Employs a lot of people, which is important in a city that has extremely high rents, food costs, and everything else.
In a statement, Goodwill tells us a few stores and donation centers will close in the coming weeks. Then a number of career service locations will be consolidated. They say it's part of an effort to run more efficiently and that laid off employees are welcome and encouraged to apply for jobs at other locations.
Woof. But this isn't shocking to me at all, you know. If I'm not mistaken, I think Goodwill, at least at one point, was receiving federal funds, but also in the midst of all this, who's getting hurt the most, right? Poor people. Everything that Donald Trump is doing is hurting poor people the most. And those people are not necessarily the only people that shop at Goodwill. There's plenty of, middle-income people who may shop at Goodwill as well. But people have a lot less money to spend. And so suddenly, I'm fairly certain that that's at least got something to do with why these locations are shuttering. And it is just fucked. The story after story we are seeing, time and time again, just more examples of ways in which people in American society who are already who have it the worst are now going to have it even worse, have even less opportunity, less of everything, honestly. And it is a horrifying reality that we are living with right now. All right, let's go north now to Seattle. Before we go to Seattle, Narwhal by Nature with another super chat. Has anyone seen it discussed how negatively this bullshit is affecting people on probation? They're losing jobs that they're not allowed to lose, or they go back into the system. I actually hadn't heard that. Oh, but that makes perfect sense now that you're saying it, considering what we were just talking about. I feel like that directly relates to what you're saying right now. Oh, good. How great. And what's so great about that? I hope you're picking up on my sarcasm right now. What's so great about that is that those people might get deported once they go to prison. Why? Well, if you haven't heard, Donald Trump recently suggested on multiple occasions that the United States start deporting its American citizens who happen to be in prison also to El Salvador because of how much we're spending on prisoners. And, it's a real steal because, that El Salvadoran labor camp, they make money off the prisoners, so. Oh. Wow. Unbelievable. Believable, but just disgusting. All right, to the north, to Washington State, where Washington State, in the midst of Donald Trump's tariffs, is now in the center of a U.S.-China trade war.
China! As the U.S. and China face off over tariffs, Washington State will be at the center of this trade war. China is a major partner with our state, doing more than $23 billion in trade last year, with most of that being exports from the state to China. Washington goods sent across the Pacific totaled more than $12 billion last year, making it the third largest exporter to China among U.S. states. It comes as no surprise that almost $6 billion of those exports are Washington agricultural products. That's apples, cherries, dairy products, and more, grown right here in Washington and then shipped out to our ports to China.
Woof.
I have to have my China.
Many of the fishermen we spoke with today say that they
do
not.
Oopsies. All right, we're going to stay in Washington. Because, multiple industries do a great deal of exports in Washington to China. Whether it be agricultural or the fishing industry, they're all going to be affected. And that's bad. That's bad. Let's talk about
Many
that
of the
fishing
fishermen we
industry.
spoke with today say that they do not know how this tariff will impact their bottom line, but at the end of the day, they fear that it'll make it just harder to make a living. At the Seattle Fishermen's Terminal.
Well, I fish for a co-op.
Some people like Andrew Halverson were hopeful this season's catch would bring in some money.
I'm just trying to get the boat ready to go fishing, and as far as I know, we're going to get A little better price than last year.
Halverson adds it still feels like profits are recovering from the economic impacts of the pandemic. But now Halverson and other fishermen here wondering, will a trade war between China and the U.S.
That's an unfortunate situation for this fisherman, and I assume all fishermen. I mean, as he mentioned, it seems like the price of fish has gone up, and so people like that are probably excited when they see that. But then, if you're exporting all that to China, and China is no longer going to buy that fish from you because they have an 84% tariff on U.S. goods, and there's been talk about China adding in sector-specific tariffs on top of the 84% recently, which would almost definitely include things like fish. You got a serious problem, because regardless of the price, if you can't sell it, well, it's just going to sit there and rot, and you'll have no money for it. So that's probably bad.
Send profits down the drain.
I hope our blackout isn't going to China.
On Wednesday, President Trump increased the tariff rate on China to 104%. China retaliating, upping their tariff on U.S. imports from 34% to 86%.
Yeah, it's scary for sure.
China is Washington's biggest trading partner and is the number 4 export market when it comes to Washington's agriculture and seafood, amounting to nearly $700 million in 2024.
Yeah, PB, this is a great point. And this is something I said yesterday that I've been thinking for a few days now, is that Donald Trump seems to be literally just targeting blue states. These cuts, some of the cuts that they're making are being done not by executive order, but within the within the agencies that he is essentially directing, even though they're independent, like FEMA. All of the cuts seem to be going to blue states that voted for Kamala rather than him, which seems incredibly illegal and also self-interested, even though, it is disgusting. It is genuinely disgusting to me. I think we could have probably guessed that would happen, but I guess, if you go back, there wasn't quite as much. There was plenty of garbage that happened during Trump's first term. But there was more pushback within his own administration and within the Republican Party, and now seemingly everything that he thinks of on the toilet, tweets out, or whatever else, just happening, regardless of legality.
Well, at this point, I think everybody is really holding their breath.
Well,
did you hear? I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm focusing in on this comment so much. We're not even in the environmental app right now. But did you listen to the stream yesterday, PB? I think it was yesterday we talked about this, if I'm not mistaken. But literally, in Washington State, funds were cut from FEMA. Funds were cut from a project which was being done for levees in Washington State, and aid that was supposed to pay back money which states had already spent on fire prevention. I think we saw one in Oregon too, or was it California? Might have been California, but either way, all the blue states are in trouble right now. The whole nation's in trouble, but it would seem that he is genuinely targeting blue states.
Sailor Jim Parsons says he expects profits to go down for seafood like gooey duck.
The last time there was tariffs like this, we did see the price drop to the point for that particular product.
And a gooey duck, disregard what it looks like, it is a big import in China. China buys the majority of gooey duck from the United States. It's basically almost not eaten in the United States. There's some communities that do eat it, but there's no way that the United States is suddenly going to be able to make up for this loss. It's just physically impossible unless the U.S. government starts buying all the gooey duck.
expects profits to go down for seafood like gooey duck.
The last time there was tariffs like this, we did see the price drop to the point for that particular product that we decided simply not to harvest it. We just left it in the ground.
As for Halver, he doesn't think tariffs were top of mind until now. He can't help but wonder what that means for smaller fishing operations like his.
They're muscling out the smaller guys, as well as other factors, but that's probably what I'm mostly worried about, getting pushed out.
And that local wholesaler and the fishermen that you heard from both say that while they wait for the dust to settle, they're going to focus on their domestic sales and hope that...
Yeah, good luck. Good luck selling gooey duck to the American people. So far, has not worked. Industries all across the United States are going to be hit by these tariffs. Let's talk about Souses. NBC Bay Area, 23 hours ago. Tariff uncertainty places pressure and brings on insecurity and uncertainty to Hayward Sauce Company. The sauce.
NBC's Jocelyn Moran is here now with the story of a local business that's caught in the middle. Jocelyn.
Yeah, Raj, it's a business that sells fish sauce. Their sauce can be found at our local grocery stores. It's something we may not think about when we're walking down the aisles, but everything from the sauce to the bottle it comes in is made outside of the U.S. Like many other businesses, they're facing some tough decisions that could trickle down to you and me.
All of our fish sauce that's been bottled, packaged, ready to go out to our customers, it's all here.
Tracy Pham and her family.
Okay, people are talking a lot about gooey duck right now, which is in fact spelled Geoduck, as someone in the chat mentioned. It is not a potato or root vegetable. It is a mollusk. Look it up. It's, I believe, a bivalve of some sort. Basically a clam with a super long... I can barely say it. Please just look it up. It's basically a clam, all right? But not a clam. It doesn't look at all. I mean, we're not going back to that last video. Oh my god. Here, I'll Google it for you. I feel nice right now. I'm breaking from the fish sauce to talk gooey duck. Let's look at some gooey duck images. So yeah, this is the clam part, you know? You see what I'm talking about now? And then this is the interior that basically shoots out from inside the clam to, I believe it, does it breathe? I can't, I actually cannot remember whether or not it breathes through that hole or what. I'm not a geoduck, now I'm calling it a geoduck. I'm not a gooey duck expert. It does look rather sexual.
Go out to our customers. It's all here.
Tracy Pham and her family run Red Boat Fish Sauce from Hayward, distributing their sauce to about 10,000 grocery stores nationwide, including Whole Foods and Safeway. But the sauce is made in Vietnam for a reason.
An island called Phu Quoc. It's in the southern part of Vietnam, and the climate there is just super conducive to good fermentation. And the anchovies that we source is also in the Gulf of Thailand.
The last week for them has been filled with a bit of anxiety. President Trump's sweeping tariffs included Vietnam at 46%. Some of that anxiety eased today with the president announcing a 90-day pause on tariffs for more than 75 trading partners that did not retaliate. That doesn't include China. Tariffs on Chinese goods will now rise to 125%.
So where does your packaging come from? So the bottles we source from China. The caps we source from Japan, and our label we get made in Vietnam.
They do have a main.
And that is, that is the thing. The multilateral trade system has allowed is for businesses to source from different countries without tariffs, and now suddenly those decisions have been upended amidst all of this tariff uncertainty of where they're going to get this or that thing from now. Will tariffs on Vietnam go back on? Will the tariffs on Japan go back on? Where, you know, where are they going to happen? I don't know. I'll roll by nature with more gooey duck information. It eats with the longer part. Okay, that was my second guess. They either breathed or ate with that plankton specifically. It's the throat goat that Laura Loomer says she is. Thank you, Narwhal. Thank you for that fantastic super chat. Really great. Little explanation, little scientific knowledge. Those of us not in the know on the gooey duck science.
It's science.
Oh my god. So yeah, sauces are under threat. Everything is under threat amidst this uncertainty, this Donald Trump trade war. Let's go along now to New York, the other side of the country, where similar concerns are being felt amongst different industries vis-a-vis these Trump tariffs. Eyewitness ABC 7 from yesterday.
Earlier tonight on Eyewitness News at 5, we took an in-depth look at today's dramatic news when it came to tariffs and what all this means for us. Well, new at 11 tonight, a closer look at the impact all of this is having on small businesses. And the impact on some, crushing. Eyewitness News reporter Safan Kim takes a look.
On Madison Avenue on Manhattan's Upper East Side, where luxury boutique clothing stores line the street, black cars still double park, drivers still hold doors,
They certainly
consumers still consume. But behind the scenes in the fashion industry, there is uncertainty causing
panic.
Gary Wassner is the CEO of Hilldun Corporation, which factors and finances fashion brands. He supports bringing manufacturing back to the U.S., but he says it would take 5 to 6 years to revive fabric mills, train skilled workers, and source materials. Doing it through tariffs, he says, will be too disruptive and will cause retail prices to skyrocket.
The fashion industry runs on a very strict calendar. You show in February, you show in September. You've sold it to the retailers in February, and you're not delivering it until August. So your prices are fixed.
Yep.
You can't go back now and tell your retailer you need to charge more because of
And here we have it. Here we have it. And this is something that exists across many industries, right? Almost all industries, aside from certain things, I think more like commodities, often less like this. But as it relates to business, you know, you make decisions, you work with suppliers, and you work with, retailers. You come to an agreement on contracts at one part of the year, and then you're supposed to fulfill those contracts later in the year. But if in the middle of, if you're in between the finalizing of the contract and the actual, what do you call it? The, God damn it, like, not the comeuppance, the, why can't I think of words? The fulfillment of the contract, someone in your country, like a psychotic dictator, perhaps, decides to increase tariffs suddenly, well, you're in trouble because you have to fulfill that contract somehow. Because for multiple reasons, not just your relationship with whatever retailer, but also potentially legal action. You know, if you don't fulfill a contract, that's the thing about contracts. You can be, if I'm not mistaken, you can be pursued for damages. So it puts a lot of people in a bind, not knowing what the fuck is going to happen, what they're going to do to solve these tariffs. And if you add into it uncertainty about where the tariffs are going to be placed on, right? Because right now we have no idea. Right, we know there's a 10% across the board tariff right now on all countries, aside from like 2, right? Israel and just Israel. And wait, right? Because Israel no longer, I don't think they have the tariff at all, right? Well, I should look it up. But I mean, that's not the most important detail of this. The fact is if you like the reciprocal tariffs being rescinded, in fact, in my estimation, injects even more uncertainty in all of this, because no one knows for sure who's going to be able to come to a deal or not. Like, it just, how can you know? You have to be inside the mind of Donald Trump. Essentially, was he going to accept to drop tariffs? It's not clear at all. No certainty there. Okay, we got to take a break. Perfect timing because we got more stuff to talk about here in the future. More tariff stuff. We're going to get away from talking on the local level, talk about what's been happening on the federal level more. In the second half, I can't believe we're going to start the second half this time, but hey, that's what happens when I start the stream so late. But we must take a short galactic intermission. Well, I do hope everyone has been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Maybe even hit the little bell icon as well so you get the latest galactic notifications, ensuring that you don't miss a single galactic spacecast. While you're doing all that, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we depend on people such as yourself to keep this spacecast going. So many great ways for you, of course, to show your support. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, and memberships. Twitch has got the bits, the subscriptions, the on-screen celebrations, Cash App and PayPal if you prefer. Every single penny of your money goes directly to funding this stream, rather than going to the pockets of Jeffy Bezos and the YouTube folks. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to become a galactic patron on Patreon. A myriad sweet, sweet bennies awaits you. Stuff like an avatar and a shout-out on stream. Much, much more. Just go onto the website and find out. But people have seemingly been confused about the avatar situation, so I'm going to explain it again. You can be on this stream, or maybe one of your favorite characters from film or TV or something like that. Maybe your pets, or something random that just makes you smile. Anything within reasonable bounds can be added to screens like this right in front of you. So, make your decision. Get out there and show your support. And enjoy this short space break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right. I think you all know what that sound means. It means it's time for us to get back to the stream. Okay, we are going to get back to the action. Yeah, it started off the second half with clips from the Majority Report. Let's go to CNBC. Well, technically, the Majority Report's going to go to CNBC to watch. Well, you'll see. You'll see. It's good. It's going to be good.
This is prior to Donald Trump, I believe, stopping the tariffs, right? And putting a 90-day pause. And the majority of them, although, as I outlined earlier, the damage is kind of done. The level of insecurity and anxiety about the United States Treasury bonds is going to result in some level of economic contraction. It could be a recession in 30 days, 60 days. It could be a short recession. It could be a longer one. It could be just a little bit of a downturn, but we're going to see some effects, right? Like, especially because Trump has said, but no, not China. They're still escalating with China. And
there's still 10% tariffs around the world. Like, there's still a lot of tariffs.
At minimum, guaranteed inflationary.
And you're not, if there's a 90-day period, well, I guess you're not going to, like, Felix Peterman just had the point, like, oh, this is kind of embarrassing because I just took out 7.
Has anybody seen the price of bacon lately? That's why we need the tariffs. For higher prices. It's too low.
$100 billion to make factories, and now you've got rid of the tariffs I was expecting to be in place for that.
Yeah, right. It's the trust is broken, and the United States already was experiencing an economic contraction prior to this because of the insanity of Donald Trump. Like, the people trusted the United States government less, and that was reflecting in some forecasts out of the Atlanta Fed and other indicators that we've been seeing, right? But part of the problem that we're in right now, the pickle, is the ultra wealthy concentrating wealth at the very top. And the Great Recession exacerbated this. The rich got richer after the Great Recession. The COVID pandemic exacerbated this. The rich got richer after that recession. And income inequality keeps getting worse. And particularly during COVID, as we've outlined many times, there was naturally occurring inflation because of supply chain bottlenecks during the once-in-a-lifetime pandemic. And once those eased, corporations kept prices high and in some instances increased them and continued to blame inflation, despite the fact that we see their returns and saw that they were taking home record profits, right? So they were skimming off the top. With all of that context, Elizabeth Warren went on CNBC to talk about this dynamic and got into it in the back half of this clip with the Republican about this very issue and how Trump could be incentivizing more price gouging with these tariffs.
Our trade and tariffs reporter points out this morning that there's an on-the-water clause that comes with this in the customs release that basically says this tariff isn't enacted until 12:01 a.m. on items that are then leaving the ports from those countries. So anything already on the water is not going to come in with a tariff. Those items will be coming in to the end of May without having a tariff on them. You said you've been hearing from businesses that are already raising prices on this. Are they gouging by raising prices before their own prices go up?
Look, if they simply are passing along increased costs, that very much is a tax on the American people when they do that. But there are businesses that are already saying quite publicly, yep, they're worried, and so they're raising prices now. And this is actually one of my most serious concerns about the tariffs. Once everyone starts talking about price increases, and remember, this started last Friday with Jerome Powell saying that he's very concerned that we're going to see inflation. That is, costs are going to go up across the board for everything that consumers buy. That creates the environment for businesses to be able to say, oh, well, we'll just go ahead and increase our prices now. We will increase our prices more than the cost of the tariffs. And so you get the 1-2 punch of passing along costs from the tariffs, but also price gouging.
You always say that's been, remember our last conversation. This is almost like part 2.
That's just part of what was funny about that extended clip, because she's in the middle of her explanation, and this guy who's the Republican.
I mean, he's not the only Republican on CNBC, I'll tell you that much. But Joe Kiernan is genuinely one of the most just despicable people like on CNBC, and I think you all know, considering those of you who watch this stream a lot. I have a lot of criticism for CNBC, so I think it should speak volumes that I would suggest Joe Kiernan is the worst guy on that channel. As I've always called it, CNBC, otherwise known as the worst NBC.
On this particular show, Joe Kiernan starts to interrupt her, and then he does it a second time in just a second.
You always say that's been, you remember our last conversation. This is almost like part 2. Remember our last conversation about price gouging. So now you got another way to say that corporations are doing that. Well, but egg prices came down, inflation came down. It seems like the corporations only gouge when you say they're gouging, and then they're unable to.
The gouging came after even the Trump administration talked about maybe we're going to look into this.
Yeah, it's just you're being a little hysterical, Lizzie. I mean, everything's gouging apparently.
Well, he brought up the eggs too, right? The reason egg prices went down is because the Trump administration is importing eggs in from outside the U.S. It wasn't that companies lowered their prices.
No, and they also just hit record highs this morning.
The FT also had a.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, and the fact is like inflation coming down it's technically happening, but in my estimation, it's due to people pulling back on buying. It has to do with people not buying as much stuff. So in some places, prices are coming down slightly because they can't sell goods at the prices they're trying to sell them at, or have been trying to sell them at. And so I think that has a lot to do with it. It's just reduced spending from basically everyone in the United States.
It said like they started talking about looking into price gouging, the Trump administration, and like days after, like the price plummeted.
know you don't want to listen to me on this, but listen to Jerome Powell on this. The example he gave on Friday was from the last time that Trump's tariffs went into effect. And he said there was a tariff on washing machines. No surprise, the price of washing machines went up. But the shocking part is the price of dryers went up as well, even though there was no imposition of tariffs on those. You tell me what that is except for price gouging.
Trying to figure that out. Unless you have a clothesline out back, you need the dryer though, Senator.
You need the dryer though.
The price doesn't go up on dryers.
Yeah, you need the dryer, but what a fucking piece. This guy is such a piece of shit. Like I am fairly certain that Joe is trying to audition every single morning to be part of the Trump administration. Like this dude loves Donald Trump. Like I'm fairly certain if he could, get into some sort of romantic entanglement with Donald Trump, he would check yes on that box. That's how much he loves Donald Trump. As much as a man can love another man. Who said that again? I'm trying to remember. I can't remember. Was it Donald or was it Elon? As much as one man can love another man.
The cost of dryers didn't go up.
Growing up.
Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
How
I love
washer dryer.
I love his
washer dryer combination.
I love his little anecdote. He's like, I grew up with oh, Jesus Christ. What an idiot. What an idiot. But people like Joe, he's actually one of the biggest holdouts now, because it's been fascinating is to watch the shift on CNBC, of which I've been watching too much of recently in the midst of all this market turmoil. But there's been so many people on CNBC just thrilled over the last like 3 months or something, we've been all like incredibly thrilled about Donald Trump coming into office. And now all of a sudden, they're all out here, many of them are like, oh, actually, Donald Trump might be doing some stuff that's bad for us and for the markets and stock prices. And that's probably bad. But Joe, he's like, can we just talk about anything else other than businesses doing bad stuff and Trump's tariffs being bad or any of that, even though I'm a supposed journalist? Can we just not do journalism today? Please, Elizabeth. It's very rude.
How rude.
All right. Speaking of CNBC, let's go to CNN and have like a CNBC reunion. Hear what most famous New York Stock Exchange's traders' reaction to the recent tumultuousness in the markets. Now, if not aware, Erin Burnett used to be a CNBC host. This lady right here.
And out front now, longtime tech stocks analyst Dan Ives, as I promised, Peter Tuchman.
So you see what I mean? We got former CNBC anchor Erin Burnett. We got Dan Ives, and then we got this idiot. It truly is. It's a CNBC reunion on CNN. It's special.
One of the most recognizable traders on Wall Street. And you're seeing his reaction today as the markets moved. I think that's a fair encapsulation of the moment. And noted economic analyst Jim Bianco is also here with me. So, Dan, you call all of this an epic debacle, which is far from over.
It is.
Welcome to the Twilight Zone. I think if you actually think about how this is playing out is, look, China continues to be front and center because the reality is when it comes to Apple, tech, food chain, most consumers, electronics, that's
Amazon.com.
I mean, that's coming to the shores. That's coming to the U.S. consumer. But ultimately, there's one thing, and there's one, ultimately financial instrument you can't bully. It's the bond market, as Jim knows well. And once that 10-year, 4.5, it became really shown this is a dark cloud that Trump couldn't talk his way out of. Need to back off the cliff. Definitely huge good news. What I say good news today. But to China, that's really going to be the issue front and center in terms of how this plays out.
We showed your reaction today, and here we are.
I mean, it was an odd day. Let's look back for a couple of days. We did see it, what I'm calling a little bit of a test run, when they released that news 2 days ago about what Bill Ackman had said, that what is it going to take for people to start buying stocks again? We talked about it.
Right, would there be a 90-day pause? White House called it fake news, but you had a temporary.
Why is this guy wearing two of the same, what do you call these things? Zip-ups. It's such a weird vibe. Why do you need two?
But you saw the market react, and that was the test, the test run for what happened today. Can you imagine if he had actually done that and the market did not react that way? So he needed to know that if he in fact did that the market would react the way it did. And it was with the ban. I mean, the rally, that was trillions of dollars, right? Yep. We saw that. There was the initial little note that Bessent had changed his decision to go meet with some Congress people and was called to the White House. The next thing you see is Trump on Truth Social announcing the 90-day pause in the exact same words that had happened 2 days ago, and the market's reaction was incredible. I mean, you're talking, 500 points in the S&P, never seen before. 2,000 points up. We closed up on the Dow. I mean, the amount of money that came into that market, it was a number of things. It was probably a major short cover. It was a lot of real buying, allocation of dollars into the marketplace.
So, but an incredibly unprecedented moment, Jim, that you say all of this, that is still unfolding, right? Still unfolding. But as you're watching.
Hold on, I just want to go to see. I don't mean to listen to this guy. He's an idiot. I just have pictures I want to show you. Where is it? Where did they put them up? God damn you. Where are the pictures of this idiot? Was it before? I could have sworn there was a montage. Where's the montage? It's just hilarious. This guy was thrilled. A little weird double jacket guy. Oh, where did it go? Am I losing my mind?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Whatever. Yeah, it's been incredibly tumultuous on Wall Street. There's also potentially been some amount of criminality that's happened here, but before we get to any of that, hold on, I just realized I gotta do something here. Let's go here. Forbes breaking news from 16 hours ago. This is more footage of the Jameson Greer testimony in the, I believe it was the Senate. U.S. Trade Representative of Donald Trump getting grilled by Congress people.
Thank you. I now recognize Mr. Snyder from Illinois for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm not going to make it any easier on you, Ambassador, but I will pick up on what Ms. Fischbach and Schweikert before said. Ambassador Greer, yes or no, didn't Israel zero out all tariffs on U.S. products before President Trump announced his across-the-board tariffs on April 2nd?
They indicate they're willing.
Just yes or no?
They did not do it yet. They announced they wanted to.
They announced it, but yet President still imposed 17% tariffs on Israel. Ambassador Greer, what's our trade balance with the elephant and fur seals, petrels, albatrosses, and penguins living unhurt in McDonald Islands?
They're part of Australia's customs union.
But they're separate, and I'm going to reclaim my time. The President has imposed specific tariffs on herd and McDonald's Islands while not taking any action against Russia, Belarus, North Korea, or Cuba. And I don't want to... I don't want to disappoint my mom and my wife or have them yell at me, but Mr. Greer, I'm going to say what I think almost everyone is thinking. WTF? What's the president thinking? What did he and you think was going to happen after unilaterally declaring a global trade war? Did you expect the so-called Liberation Day to become Liquidation Week, destroying more than $10 trillion of value and moving us from an extended bull market into a self-induced bear? Did you intentionally plan to decimate Americans' retirement accounts and 529 accounts for their kids' education? Did you and the president anticipate raising prices for American families already struggling to make ends meet? Did you mean to make American businesses less, not more competitive in global markets? Was the intention, with the largest tax increase in U.S. history, to put the United States and maybe the entire global economy into a recession because of what Wall Street Journal editorial board, let me repeat this, it was the Wall Street Journal editorial board said is the dumbest trade war in history. Already, Diane Swank, the chief economist at KPMG, is saying that her baseline forecast is a recession starting this quarter. Jamie Dimon and JP Morgan have raised their probability of recession to 79%. The Wall Street Journal reports the betting markets have it at 70%.
Wow, it's up to 79% now? That was at 60% like 3 days ago, 4 days ago. Jesus Christ. Yep, we've been saying it here since before this happened, that a lot of the stuff Donald Trump was doing was almost surely going to cause a recession before the insanity of Liberation Day. And it seems it's all coming to fruition. Another thing I wish I wasn't right about.
Goldman Sachs recently again raised their likelihood, the second time since this trade war started, to 45%, and I expect that will rise again. Indeed, by the time you have finished this hearing, I wouldn't be surprised if we already were in a recession. Less than a week after President Trump's declaration of, again, the largest sales tax in U.S. history, global markets can...
By the way, I just want to bring something up, because we're talking about recession and all this other stuff. I just want to go to the numbers that came out today, the economic numbers. Yeah, you think we should double the penguin tariffs? Fuck you. Okay. Oh my God, America.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
We are really falling apart here. But initial jobless claims rose from the previous month's numbers. These were released at 8:30 this morning. You can see here. You can see initial jobless claims were raised by about 4,000. Consumer Price Index, for the first time in quite some time, had a negative reading. And I think that this has to do with people's drastic reduction in spending and businesses' drastic reduction. Because I mean, I think a lot of them, have, there was a moment where they all started piling on goods. But at one point, I think they definitely pulled back on that. But you're seeing actual deflationary pressure here for the first time in quite some time. A negative 0.1 is not a lot. No one's going to notice it in the supermarket, but this is big. Same thing for CPI year over year, not deflationary, but down. This is the month on month. This is the year over year number, which is down from last month and also lower than the expectations. The middle number is expectations. The right side is previous month, and the left column is the actual. Core CPI was 0.1, lower again than expectations. Same thing for core CPI year over year, also lower than expectations in last month. And it's all technically bad news for the economy, although some of that may be good news for Americans technically. Inflation coming down, although minus 0.1% is so negligible. I'm going to say not good for everyone. Columbia Rican, hello, with the super chat. We have indeed been liberated from our money. Yes, indeed. Good old MAPA, make America poor again.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Continue to roil as a result of tariff-based recession fears. The president's newly imposed.
Maybe if you allow your wife to spend some quality time with Donald Trump, you can get some sort of exemption, like some sort of loophole, like a prima nocta type thing.
Tariffs have real-world impacts on every one of my constituents, who will see higher prices at the grocery store, shortages of critical products, and less money in their retirement accounts and the accounts for their kids' education. American families deserve relief, but instead, thanks to President Trump and you, they're heading to the store to panic buy essentials before retailers raise their prices. I've heard from literally thousands of constituents about the pain that President Trump has said this country will suffer as a result of these tariffs. They have written to me sharing that they have lost as much as 20% of their 401k and 529 accounts in the last week alone due to market fluctuations that are responding in real time to the president's announcements of arbitrary and capricious tariffs. Seniors who recently retired are worried about having to return to work to make sure they can make ends meet, and today wonder if they will now outlive their retirement savings. Small business.
Yeah, and that reality is becoming more and more at the forefront right now. Thursday's market went, there was we talked yesterday about the massive upswing after Donald Trump announced the pause in the tariffs. The very next day, yesterday, Thursday, markets went back down. At one point, they were down almost 7%, came up slightly from there, but almost having that huge explosion to the upside yesterday. Wednesday on deliberation. Were we deliberated? It's unclear. It's unclear what we're calling Wednesday. Yeah, let's go back to the majority report. How's that sound? Sounds crazy.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
We're gonna do it. Did Trump blink? Let's find out. I think we already did kind of come to that conclusion yesterday. It was the name of the stream, after all.
The administration doesn't even seem to have a unified message as to why they're doing this.
And what success would look like.
They don't have a
There's
unified message
no
why they're doing
there's
it,
no metric.
or what it's supposed to. What's supposed to.
Yeah, Matt made a great point. What is success? They can't even define what success is in this moment. Oh my God. They've received absolutely nothing for pausing the tariffs.
Happened. Like, it's one thing to say, we think it's 2 + 5 = 8. And this is why we think it's the case, because secretly 5 is 6, or secretly 2 is 3. But in this analogy, we don't even know what the 8 is. Like, they don't even have an equals. Some members of the administration say this is a way to get down their tariffs. Some members of the administration have said this is a way to raise money. Some members of the administration have said this is going to bring back robot jobs to America. There's no even agreement over what the goal of this is, never mind how it's supposed to achieve a certain goal. So there is no idea. There is no idea that is too crazy, I think, to try and assess why Trump is doing this. It could be just crazy. It could be he's crazy and he thinks he's figured out a way to profit off of it. But just to give you a taste of like, and listen, and you know this because the only people who are now defending this are total Trump dead enders.
I like that.
And they have no, we played a clip earlier at the beginning of the show from Dave Rubin where he's saying like, well, if tariffs were bad, why would other countries have tariffs? I mean, this is just nonsensical gibberish. But let's play Steve Doocy on Fox and Friends going over a story, and you'll just notice the rest of them are just sitting there like literally like their dog just died because they don't know what to say in light of what is so obviously what was going to happen here. Good.
There's an item in the New York Post that we all have in front of us. It's an exclusive story.
I just also want to say, the New York Post.
Oh my God. What is that guy's name again? I always forget this guy's name. He's the least memorable of all of them. Oh, what is this dude on the far right? Look at his face right now. He's staring directly into the camera. Oh my God, look at this man. He does look like his dog just died. Why, God, why did you kill my dog?
We all have in front of us. It's an exclusive story.
I just also want to say, the New York Post, incidentally, if you're not familiar with New York newspapers, is a right-wing...
Kilmeade, thank you.
Rupert Murdoch, like...
Kilmeade, Brian Kilmeade with the kill me look.
Wing... Rupert Murdoch, like, just dog cleaning utensil. So this is not coming from the Times. This is not coming from, the
Wall Street Journal.
The woke.
Or the New Republic.
The
wokeness.
wokeness.
The Post.
The wokeness of Wall Street.
There's an item in the New York Post that we all have in front of us. It's an exclusive story, and it talks about how, with these 104% tariffs that went into effect, we think that China is going to have to pay for it, but it tells a story of a special needs.
I'm sorry, I got to watch that again. The way that Brian Kilmeade looks down at his cheat sheet, like, is there anything here that can save us?
Tariffs that went into effect, we think that China is going to have to pay for it, but it tells a story of a special needs toy importer. And when the tariffs went into effect at midnight, his tariff, he's been paying a tariff because he gets stuff from China, $26,000 a year. His tariff bill went from $26,000 at midnight to $346,000. And that's money he's going to have to come out of his pocket. It sounds like he's going to have to go ahead.
Oh my God. Oh my God. 10 times the cost in tariffs? More than 10 times, technically. What did you say, 23,000 to 300 something thousand? Oh my God. That's like almost 15 times the cost. Just in tariffs, not in the actual cost of the goods. This is going to bankrupt America. Whether it's the bonds still going up or just the tariffs just blasting everyone's wallets.
And closed down part of his business. He tried to make the toys in the United States, but the tariff on that, his most popular item, went from $0 to $17 at midnight. And what he told the New York Post is people don't understand the tariff situation. They think just foreign countries are paying for the tariffs. That's not true. Half of the tariffs are being paid for by U.S.-based companies. Yeah. So when you look at the big numbers and they look good, just remember that according to this guy, half of the small businesses and half of the tariffs are being paid by Americans.
Well, they all look so sad. Oh my God.
I'm still holding back judgment on this. I feel like we may be missing something here.
Oh, yeah, we might.
The way I look at it is I have two groups of friends. I have my more wealthy friends, the ones that are on Wall Street and all that. And then I have my friends that are in the farming community, middle class. They're cheering it on. Yeah. Meanwhile, my friends that are more rich and wealthy are ticked off. Huh. And so look, I watched the president yesterday.
Let me just tell you about his friends in the farms. If his buddies in the farms have anything to do with soybeans, they're a little bit upset today because their product just got hit with an 84% tariff.
If it was 20,000, wouldn't it 100% be 20,000? No, wouldn't it be 40,000 instead? It's a good question, Sola. I mean, that is how math works, but I don't know. I don't know. I'm not an importer, so I don't quite know exactly how that math works out. How that 20,000, 25,000, whatever it was, turned into 300,000. But if the numbers are right, that's fucking insane. I have no idea. I have no clue.
China. If you're working in aircrafts or engines or integrated circuits or pharmaceuticals or petroleum or any products that's exporting. Now, that's today. But tomorrow, when whatever they got to buy starts to shoot up, it's going to be a different story. This is not just Wall Street that's they're complaining because there's people on Wall Street who are like over leveraged, and they're worried.
This guy is a Idaho-based toy maker. I may sound calm on the phone, but I'm really not, Ames told the Post. I'm afraid my employees won't make it through real jobs on the line and at risk. We have tried domestic production. Getting an ad here. Can't pivot that quickly. We've explored domestic production in the past and are again right now, and every time it's not feasible, the unit prices have been higher than retail.
See if this link works. This is from the South China Morning Post. It is based in Hong Kong.
China.
Chinese exporters said to be ditching shipments mid-voyage to avoid crushing Trump tariffs.
Wow. Wow. Wow. That says so much.
I'll read from this.
That says so much. Oh my God. I mean, it costs money to load a cargo ship, to fuel it up, and then send it to the middle of the Pacific, and then in the middle. Oh my God! They're just like, fuck it, not worth it. So just bring it back. Oh my God! Oh America! Oh, we are fucked. It belongs to the ocean now. That's a good one, blowing up. I like that. That's funny. It does. It belongs. Poseidon will buy all those trinkets that are going to go to Amazon. 60 likes. Thank you, Jerry, for keeping me honest with the likes and the emotional support. That's a 2. Need a different number. 18. That's Sam Seder. Wow, while we're watching a Majority Report video, we're getting a Sam, an emotional support Sam.
Does that open it up for you? Okay.
Yep,
industry insiders have dubbed the move preparing for the long march, a grim metaphor for what might be seen as prolonged and punishing downturn in cross-Pacific trade. It's a staff member at a China-listed export company who requested anonymity said its U.S.-bound container volume had plummeted from 40 to 50 containers a day to just 3 to 6 as a result of the new tariffs on Chinese imports. We've halted all shipping plans from the Philippines, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia. Every factory order is halted. Anything that hasn't been loaded will be scrapped. The cargo already at sea is being recosted. One client told the company it was abandoning goods already on the water and giving them to the shipping company as no one will buy them after the tariffs are imposed.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Now, presumably, these products were actually being used in the United States, and they're not going to be available. So on top of what we're going to see in terms of inflation, we may also see like a period of time where there's no products to fill certain niches. You know, we went through that with toilet paper because of just the shifting usage of toilet paper.
Except the reason we couldn't get toilet paper had nothing to do with tariffs back then, if I recall correctly. It had everything to do with supply chains. And now we're creating our own supply chain problem. Completely self-inflicted wound. That's where we're at right now. We're hurting ourselves. Well, not we. Donald Trump is hurting us. He's the one who's in charge of all these tariffs. I mean, technically Congress is, but they've usurped themselves and given all the power to Donald Trump. Laid there like dead fish.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
And they're letting Donald Trump hurt America. I thought they loved America. What happened? All right. Let's get to some more discussions around these tariffs. Forbes breaking news from yesterday. Donald Trump made a statement outside the White House. Had some things to say about the bond market. Wonder what he had to say about it.
Believe me. Was it the bond markets that persuaded you to reverse course?
I was watching the bond market. The bond market is very tricky. I was watching it, but if you look at it now, it's beautiful. The bond market right now is beautiful. But yeah, I saw last
big
night
and beautiful.
People were getting a little queasy. I think everything.
Some people were getting a little queasy, like Howard Lutnick, who I believe is very long on bonds. Some other people, like, you know, some of my friends who are like, hey, I bought a lot of bonds and now you're fucking with me. And I'm like, hey, it's going to be big and beautiful. Don't worry. Don't worry. Hint, hint, I'm going to change the tariffs. Don't tell anyone I told you.
Well, the big move wasn't what I did today. The big move was what I did on Liberation Day.
Oh, it was the big, greatest day.
We're liberated from
everyone's liberated from their money and their savings,
trade deals that were made, and
their
I
investments.
By people just like this, senator, congressman, and friends, right? And we had great help in the Senate. Our Republican senators have been amazing. They stood tall. And likewise in the House. And John Thune has done an amazing job. Barrasso has done an amazing job.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, I can't think of a senator, really. We had tremendous support. We got a bill
Everyone loved it
the other day with almost unanimous support in the Senate. And I think we're going to get that in the House.
Everyone loved it. Everyone loved Liberation Day. People keep telling me it was great. It was super good. No one's been complaining. That bond market moving bigly and beautifully. Best bond market anyone's ever seen. Even though suddenly rates are higher than they were last week. It's totally fine. Not a big deal. People who are crying about it. Very stupid. Even though we deficit finance the government with bonds, and we'll now have to pay more money on those bonds. It's actually fine and great. Both fine and great. Let's go to CBS.
We asked our CBS News community journalists across the country to find out what people want to know about tariffs. Lana Zach is in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Karen Hua is in Houston. Ian Lee is in Kansas City. Nicole Valdez is in Nashville, and Katie Weiss is in New Orleans, talking to you folks out there about your questions. And here is some of what they heard.
This is obviously going to be a big shift in our economy, and I'd ask, what should I avoid and what should we be investing in?
They're going to hurt more American people than help. Then what are we going to?
You got to go back to this woman. What should you be investing in? Great question. Not a lot of good options in this particular moment. Really, almost no good options. That's just a fact. I mean, there is negative certainty right now in this market. And so, what do you invest in? You invest in, I guess, yourself and your kids. I know that's a complete platitude. It means nothing. Because I assume what this woman is asking, where do I put my money for these two little ladies' future college costs and things like that? My retirement, whatever else she's probably thinking about. What do I put that money? My 529 or whatever else, my IRA. And I mean, I don't give investment advice around here. I don't really have the expertise to do it. But it would have been smart to go to all cash before Liberation Day. Of course, we're looking backwards right now, because going to all cash right now means that you take a massive loss in most cases. And yeah, there's not a lot of good places to put your money. And the fact is most investments also track the stock market, whether it's, art or real estate or whatever else. If the stock market goes down, those things go down too in value. Maybe Pokemon cards? I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Give me a joke.
But seriously, this is not the sort of environment where putting money into any sort of investment seems to be like a great plan with zero certainty. I mean, maybe it'll work out, but there's literally no way to say for sure in any way what the U.S. economy is going to do, what the global economy is going to do, because Donald Trump has just inserted even more uncertainty with, and I've been saying this since yesterday, because I've been thinking about it. And the fact is, sure, the tariffs, the reciprocal tariffs on Liberation Day were fucking horrible, right? They should never have happened. But the 90-day pause actually adds more uncertainty into the market than it takes away. Because now people can't even calculate what country is going to have the tariffs on it. I mean, we know China. That's the only one that we know for sure where this is going to continue on for an unforeseen amount of time. But for the next 90 days, how are you supposed to make the calculus on this situation? You have to literally be inside Donald Trump's mind to figure that out, right? I mean, sure, you could go down country by country and try and figure out what levers they have to pull in any sort of hypothetical negotiations with Donald Trump. But I mean, there's no way to say for sure that they're going to pull those levers, that Donald Trump is going to accept them as being good enough. I mean, he's not even basing this on tariffs. He's basing this on import-export trade deficits. None of it makes any sense. So I don't even know how you would calculate it and come to any clear decision on that. I'd go long volatility if it weren't already literally in the sky right now. How do you go long volatility when it's almost at a 5-year high? It can't do it. Can't do it.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
They're going to hurt more American people than help. Then what are we going to do about it? What can we tangibly do to improve or put pressure on our leadership to not do them?
What's the advice for people who are not in the immediate range for retiring, but are concerned about stock markets plummeting? Should we invest in, I don't know, bonds or any other things?
No, you should not.
That you can.
No, you should not.
If you have.
No, I can almost. This is not investment. This is not investment advice. I'm just responding to what this woman just said. No, don't do it. Don't do it.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this
Oh my
juncture.
God! Because if you invest in bonds right now, if the bond market continues to trend up like it is, oh my God, you could lose even more money over there. Columbia Rican with another super chat. The on and off of tariffs is the same uncertainty like driving cross country with the car that has the check engine light on. It's almost worse, but yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, let's take a quick cross country trip in the clunker. Yeah, it's a good analogy. I like that.
You can, if you have some liquidity.
I was just wondering if tariffs have always existed or if they have just started happening more now that Trump has introduced more policies.
Both can be true.
For the average American, what's the best thing to do with their money, right? Like 401.
She phrased that question very strangely because both of those things can be true. Tariffs have always technically existed. They've always been, at least for, in the modern economy, they've always been an option. Some people have them, some people don't. But yes, also, Donald Trump is, it's not an or, it's an and. Donald Trump is also just suddenly increasing tariffs everywhere.
These probably don't look like the best idea right now. What is the other option?
Mattress. No, I'm just kidding.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
I'm going to let you go first.
CBS News with the jokes today. Oh my God. Usually hate CBS, but they got jokes. They got jokes, and they got beyond the street journalism. Thank you, CBS, for that. But yeah, as you can see, regular folks, have no idea what to do in this moment, and for good reason. Because the President of the United States doesn't know what he's doing, and he's just haphazardly enacting different trade policies that usually would require bilateral discussions as well as congressional approval, and he's usurped both of those things. Let's go now to CNN from 19 hours ago. Start talking about the timing of those tariff pauses. Maybe talk about potential financial crime that may have been committed here. CNN, 19 hours ago, Trump tags his own stock in buy advice on Lie Social. I made that part of it up. Of course, it's technically Truth-Central. DJT. But yeah, he went on to Lie Social, and minutes before pausing the tariffs, recommended people buy his own stock.
Illegal.
That's a crime.
How concerned are you about the chain of events here? Donald Trump, Truth Socialing at 9:37 a.m. This is a great time to buy DJT, which is the ticker for his company. And then later in the afternoon, lifting the pause and everything skyrockets. There was a lot of other activity going on in the markets that people are concerned about. What do you think?
We know from what we've heard today that there was a meeting this morning between Bessent, Lutnick and the president. The president admitted this in the Oval Office when he said they talked about it. We wrote the statement. It was a beautiful thing. It came from the heart.
Big and beautiful.
And then you get this tweet or whatever you want to call it on social to tell people this is a good time to buy, whether it's DJT as a ticker or DJT as in his initials, which he doesn't use very often, by the way, in his posts. If to say this is a good time to buy and then take a decision that you pretty much know is going to rally the market, I'm not going to finish that sentence.
I mean,
he doesn't want to accuse the president of a crime.
I hope not. Allowing for insider, because anybody that was privy to that conversation or knew what was happening could have taken that information and done something with it.
Anybody who read that tweet, that social, and had an inkling of what he might do or anything like that, it's just, you don't do it. It's as simple as that. You don't tell people now is a good time to buy if you are the person who is about to take a decision that is going to make the market
Why is he doing things like this when most presidents know that they have the power to move markets? They tread carefully. Trump is not doing that.
Yeah, I mean, he is radically
Wow.
transparent. Everything that
Look at Scott Jennings trying to do some mental gymnastics here for all of us and defend the president. He is just a radically transparent guy, you know. He just tells everybody everything. I love that. I love that. That is a really good one, Scott. Radical indeed.
to either put out in front of the press in the Oval Office or out on his social media. I don't think today's commentary is any different than he operates on any other day, and I think it's been true for time immemorial that when a president speaks, however they speak.
So he's always enriching himself as best as he can. Yeah. No, I get that. I see what you're saying. Yeah, Donald Trump is always, committing financial crimes, it seems. Scott, wow, letting it all out. I mean, I know that's not what he's actually saying, but that's what it feels like.
Markets do move, and it's not the first time it's ever
I think it's appropriate for the President of the United States, knowing he's about to take a decision that is going to buoy the market, to actually put out a social posting saying, now is a good time to buy. And anybody who might know his thinking on these issues might say, hey, I hope he's going to do so. I don't know. I'm just saying.
Yeah, Tiffany?
But because he's doing something unethical and he's doing it before the American people, that doesn't make it right. He doesn't get to wear that as a badge of honor. I also get nervous, respectfully, when we talk about the economy in terms of the market, because I think about the average person at home who is going to the grocery.
Scott Jennings, we've talked about him so much. He's one of the smarmiest guys on the planet, but he seems to be struggling to actually get the smarm out right now. Even his face, his facial expression seems more worried than smarmy. You see all the lines in his forehead? It looks like he hasn't been sleeping. It's possible he's lost a lot of money on the stock market. And he's trying his best, but boy, oh boy, seems to be like a defeated man.
Awful. Weak.
Economy in terms of the market, because I think about the average person at home who is going to the grocery store, figuring out how to pay their mortgage every day, and the economy for them is not whether or not to buy a stock that day. It is how much can I afford to spend at the grocery store. And what this has done is not that these tariffs are going to eventually hit people. They already have. Like, prices have already taken a toll on a lot of people. I did a show today and we were talking about people were paying $60 and $70 more for items and products before these tariffs have come to be. That is...
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad for America. It's not a Beanie Baby. Is this because I said Pokemon cards? We're talking about Beanie Babies now. Wow. Okay. Hey, do what you're going to do over here. By the way, I just want to bring this up real quick while we're talking about all this. Before we have a lot more to go on this particular situation. But if you look at the chart of DJT, Lie Social, Trump Media and Technology Group Core, the company Donald Trump has a large stake in. Now, technically, he's put all of his shares, I think, 1 million. Million? I think it's more than 1 million. I can't remember the number. It's multiple millions of shares that Donald Trump owns of Truth Social stock, and it has been tumbling ever since it came out, right? There's been a couple instances where it's come back up. You'll notice here, going into to the election day, October 29th, it hit a high on the year, or at least at the time, not the year, sorry, because technically it was 2023. Yeah. But, at one point, the high of the stock at one point back in 2024 year was, 66. And heading into what has gone all the way from 66 down, this was the 7th. This was shortly after Liberation Day. I think think this was the Monday after Liberation Day, hit $15, meaning that he had lost 75% of the value of his holdings of this stock by a few days after Liberation Day. And then I believe around here, around here is where he started telling people to buy Truth Social, right? From there, it went up pretty big. Almost, how many points is that? 3 and 18. It's like, went up like 17% or something on Deliberation Day, all the way up to almost $21. Then the last day took a massive hit, all the way down 7.5% almost by the end of day yesterday, that being Thursday. Seems like people lost a lot of faith in the president when they found out that he was maybe manipulating his own stock from the White House. Shock of shocks. That something like that would cause investors to lose faith. The US dollar, yes, it's going down right now. I looked at that too. It's not good. Euro, Canadian dollar, and Great British Pound. I think most currencies are all going up against the dollar right now. All right, let's go here now from CNN to CBS, 17 hours ago. Behind Trump's timing on tariffs pause, as news emerges. Oh, well, that part, we're not going to watch that second part, so forget that second part.
Our Weijia Zhang is standing by at the White House with more on this for us. Weijia, good morning to you. What else do we know about this prisoner swap?
Oh, God damn it.
Well, we know this amateur.
God damn it. I thought this was first on the list, not second. I mean, second on the list. This is where they switch, I think.
We were discussing a certain level of panic in the U.S. and around the world over global tariffs. Now President Trump has pulled back on that with this 90-day pause, except for China, for which he increased the tariff amount. What's behind these decisions?
Well, President Trump says he made very clear to countries that they should not retaliate. And of course, we watched as China retaliated for those reciprocal tariffs, not once, but twice. And so Trump is saying that is why he is not giving them any relief from the tariffs. And he specifically talked about this idea that the other countries, the 75 or so, who are now getting some relief, the rate coming down to 10% from much more than that. He said, you know, they didn't retaliate whatsoever, and they came to me with a good faith effort to try to make a deal. At this point, it's hard to tell, Errol, who is going to blink first. Certainly the Chinese have made clear.
Is it unclear who blinked first? Donald Trump blinked. I mean, sure, it's only a 90-day blink. But he received literally nothing. You just said it yourself. You just said it yourself. Why would you suggest, why would you even ask the question? We know who blinked first. It's Donald Trump. That much is very, very, very, very, very clear. Because as you just said, people came to talk to him, and that's all that happened. 0 deals were reached before the pause. That is just the facts on the ground.
That they are going to fight until the very end. We also know that even though it's typical for Trump's top economic aides to have conversations ahead of a leader-to-leader conversation, the Commerce Secretary says that he is not engaging with the Chinese, and neither is anybody else, because Trump wants to directly negotiate with Xi Jinping. Even amid all these tensions, Errol, Trump said that Xi is one of the smartest people in the world, and he thinks
those eyebrows are a national security risk? You think? Eyebrows? Can eyebrows be a national security risk? I'm not a national security expert. I'm not even sure whose eyebrows you're talking about. Okay, let's go here. CTV News Canada, 16 hours ago. Questions arise as Trump posts cryptic statement on Truth Social before partial tariff pullback. Cryptic, you say?
A post by Trump made hours before his tariff reversal. He said now is a great time to buy. And that has some questioning if that was a tip-off to investors that the turbulence would soon be coming to an end. Joining me now with more on that is CTV News U.S. political analyst Eric Ham. Eric, good morning to you. A lot of people asking questions about that statement, implying, questioning whether there was some sort of insider trading going on. Was this market manipulation? What could the fallout be?
Well, we don't know the answers to those questions, but I do believe that it's certainly worth asking. And given the fact that we have seen the markets tumble as badly as they have for the last week or so, and now you have Donald Trump with that cryptic statement, it does beg the question, in fact, what was actually going on? Is Donald Trump purposely shorting the market in a way to benefit those surrounding him? Or is he attempting somehow to try to manipulate the markets with these tariffs? We don't know the answers to any of these questions. But again, this is...
Now, here's my estimation of this particular situation, at least a brief estimation of it. I'm less worried about whether or not people who are following Donald Trump's on Truth Social's posts or whatever, making money off of this. What I view this as is Donald Trump, who is the president of the United States, who has not divested himself from his stock. Instead, he has put that stock into a trust, right, managed by someone else, but it's just full of True Social stock. That's all that it is. He knows full well that trust is just, just a place for him to hide this stock. He benefits every time that his stock goes up. His own social media company, which also benefits every time he tweets, right? Every time he lies on Lie Social, he, technically people have to go on, especially journalists and whoever wants to know what the fuck the president is thinking, have to go on to Lie Social to know what it is that the president's thinking, right? Which increases traffic on his social media site, and the potential for him to sell ads and whatever else. But then he used his position in the White House and his ownership of this stock to enrich himself directly. He literally touted his own stock in this tweet, right? This is pure self-enrichment from the president, okay? Regardless of what sort of, whatever else people may have done outside of his orbit, it doesn't honestly matter what anybody else did. It matters that he directly benefits from his stock going up. And then basically tried to sell it to his followers on Lie Social.
Illegal.
And that's it. This is blatant self-enrichment from the president. It was done completely out in the open, and it's beyond the pale. It's honestly, it's worse than the used car sale on the White House lawn with Elon.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Mercurial. And I think right now what we're seeing play out is this is a president who is using his power, he's using his influence to, I think, shape markets, shape economies for bad, and as he sees it, as for good.
So his advisors are spinning this as the ultimate art of the deal play by Donald Trump. Does that make it any easier for Americans who have lost a lot of money to digest?
Not at all. And
no, of course not. Because just being told Just saying, oh, this is just the art of the deal, even though no deals were made. This was just great deal making done on the back of your retirement accounts and your kids' college tuition. Enjoy the great art of the deal. Super good. You love that, America, right? You love losing money so that Trump can play games with global trade. It's the very best. All right, now let's see one Democrat, not necessarily the biggest fan of, but is doing something I certainly am a fan of. Senator Adam Schiff has a plan. Let's see what Mr. Schiff's going to do. So it's his own YouTube channel. I love it that all senators now have their own YouTube channel. Adam Schiff from yesterday.
So today, Trump removed many of the tariffs he had imposed in this on-again, off-again, it must be Wednesday, tariffs are off again kind of policy. This has just wreaked havoc on the markets, of course, but there is another profound danger as well, and that is insider trading within the White House, within the administration. You may have seen early in the day Trump tweet this. Yeah, this is a good time to buy. So the question is, between that tweet and Donald Trump's announcement that he was reducing the tariffs on most other nations apart from China, the question is, who knew what the president was going to do? And did people around the president trade stock knowing the incredible gyration the market was about to go through? Because look, this is a president who is trading in his own meme coin even as he's president. His kids are trading in their own cryptocurrency. You've got people like Elon Musk who are doing their own conflicted self-dealing in the administration. In any administration this corrupt, it is more than necessary to ask, were people personally profiting from insider information while people's savings, their retirement accounts, were being torched?
I feel like, honestly, I'm going to say this. I feel like Senator Schiff is somehow missing the mark here. Like, he's focused on the thing that I'm saying that he should be, and maybe I'm just missing something myself. I'm not a legal expert. But I'm going to probably keep saying, for now, until I'm proven wrong, that it doesn't actually matter. I mean, it does. It does matter. But I think it matters less than the fact that Donald Trump is enriching himself and using the bully pulpit of the White House and of the Oval Office to be able to enrich himself, right? Sure, there's probably some other crimes that may have happened around all of this, right? With his, there very well may have been some people given a heads up. Howard Lutnick, maybe Scott Bessent. I can't say for sure. What I can say for sure is that Donald Trump, in that fucking post that we just looked at for a half a fucking second, where was it? Trump put the ticker symbol of his own stock in a tweet and said, this is a great time to buy my stock. That seems to me to just be just a blatant crime, and I don't understand why. Sure, we should investigate perhaps some of the people in his orbit, but this tweet, in my estimation, is good enough. It's good enough. He's an insider, and he's also in the White House, and he's selling stocks to people from the White House. I mean, what more do we need, Adam?
Retirement accounts were being torched. So we're writing to the White House to demand answers. Now, I am fully cognizant of the fact that the White House is probably the last place to be forthcoming about this or any other corruption in the administration. We in Congress need to do more than demand answers. We need to do the oversight necessary to get those answers. To date, Republicans have not been willing to do this. Not when it comes to insider trading, potentiality, not when it comes to anything. But we have been very fortunate in the minority that so many whistleblowers have come forward with information about corruption in the administration.
Yeah, now, I'm just going to point this out to you. Insider trading is a felony. Donald Trump's already been convicted of 34 felonies. So he's a repeat offender, essentially, in this case, if he, gets convicted of insider trading. And felony insider trading comes with a sentence of 20 years, as well as potential fines between $5 and $15 million per instance, depending on whether you are an individual or institution. I believe that's how it's worded. Yeah, so I guess Senator Adam Schiff here is planning on investigating Donald Trump and his cohorts. We'll see what happens there. I do feel like he is missing the obvious, and I don't know why. Maybe I just don't understand. Maybe I'm just too stupid. I don't know, but I'm fairly certain that single post was good enough. All right, let's go back in time. 5 years, long years ago. Trump supporter sentenced in insider trading case.
Illegal.
Get him in there. Get a run. Run from the cameras. We must.
Well, I mean, certainly the hearing today was a formality of a new arraignment.
What are you going to do for the rest of the day?
I'm going to have lunch with my daughter.
That look. That look from that guy. Oh, my God.
Also, the sushi truck there. I'm not a sushi guy. No. I don't know if I get sushi out of the car. Thank you for talking with us.
Yeah, my pleasure. Have a good day.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, thank you.
Now, that guy, I believe his name was Chris Collins, was sentenced to 2 years in jail. I wonder if Donald Trump will wind up spending as much time in jail for this. Good question. Well, that's not. I'm asking. I don't know. Why am I saying that's a good? I'm the one asking the question.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Okay. Just want to go here. Pam Bondi was making a little speech out here after a big drug bust that the FBI did, and she was, oh boy, was she was beaming and excited. Although she looked a little tired. Was there sound? There barely any sound. It was just people walking around and saying, not a whole lot. And it was very low. Okay, yeah, this is Forbes breaking news from yesterday. I just thought I need to get this sound shot, so hold on. I'm going to do it live. Get this new sound shot for the board. Well, I might have to replace something on here, which makes me sad. We really do need this for the future, I think. I'm just trying to think ahead, you know? You know what I'm saying? With everything going on, probably makes more sense to have this particular... Well, you don't know what I'm saying, actually, because you have no idea whether we're about to play. But we are going to need the sound shot later on. Most definitely. Just got to open up this program. I should... It's going to be too complicated. I don't have it set up right now. Do it this way. It's fine. Please... function. Don't do this. Don't play games.
How rude.
There we go. Okay, I've got my sampler ready. A lot of sushi talk in chat, making me very hungry right now. Let's see what Pam was talking about.
Of this incredible cooperation. We believe two cartels, CJ&G and Sinaloa,
CJ&G?
were heavily tied to
What
these
is CJ&G?
This is a major blow to their financial operations and their efforts to distribute drugs throughout our country.
Not the drugs.
It's an example of a prosecutor-led, intelligence-driven approach to stopping these criminal enterprises in their tracks.
Okay.
DOJ and all of the agencies involved will continue to dismantle this transnational criminal organization, lock these criminals up, and keep our...
There it is. Hold on. That's what I wanted. Yeah, so Pam Bondi wants to lock all the criminals up.
Will continue to dismantle this transnational criminal organization, lock these criminals up, and keep our country safe. The drugs that you have seen today...
There we go. That's all I needed. Lock these criminals up and keep our country safe. Yes, that's a good idea. And I'm not talking about the cartels. No, no, no. No, no, no, no, no. No, that's not what I mean. No, we need to lock these criminals in the White House and in Trump's administration up and keep this America safe from them. Because all they're doing is destroying this beautiful country. Very, very beautiful. Getting ruined by me and all of my buddies in the government. Okay, what just happened? Why is my sampler doing this? Don't. Come on. What is this? Oh, here we go. There. I think this starts here. Just test that theory.
Lock these criminals up and keep our country safe.
Exactly, Pam, you're right. All these criminals should be locked up. All these people who seem to don't give a single shit about the Constitution, separation of powers, self-enrichment, pretty much many of the laws seem to be just getting completely ignored. Even Pam, who is allowing Donald Trump to dictate DOJ policy, which he's not supposed to do. Sorry, I got to export this sound shot to my soundboard. Okay. I think I've properly exported that. Let me just add it to the board. I promise, this is going to come in handy later, I'm sure. Totally worth it. Come on, there it is.
Lock these criminals up and keep our country safe.
Yeah. All right. Let's go back to Donald Trump, see what he's been saying in the last day since all this happened. The pulling out of some of the, well, not the pulling out, the pausing of the reciprocal tariffs. Forbes breaking news from yesterday out of the White House. Trump was asked, can you tell us exactly what came into consideration for you to pause the tariffs? Oh, that's a good question.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Mr. President, it seems that Janice Tate made some...
Let her just do that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Thanks. For the past few days, we've heard from this administration no pause. Was this idea of
not
going
to do it? Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Can you tell us exactly what came into consideration for you and your advisors?
For a period of time, I wouldn't say this
period,
morning.
a
Over the last
transitional
few days,
period.
I've been thinking about it. I've been dealing with Scott, with Howard, with some other people that are very professional. And
Very professional.
I think it probably came together early this morning, fairly early this morning. Just wrote it up.
We didn't have the use of, we didn't have access to lawyers, or we just wrote it up from our hearts, right?
Why is he?
It was written from the.
I assume Howard Lutnick is over in this right hand, in this left, well, stage left hand corner over here. I found it strange that he was talking to the reporter, and then suddenly he just looks away. He's like, "We were right. We were doing this thing."
The lawyers, or we just wrote up.
No lawyers.
We wrote it up from our hearts.
You just made it up. Came out of
It was
nowhere.
written from the heart. And
Can't be a crime if it's from the heart.
But it was written from the heart. It was written as something that I think was very positive for the world and for us. And we don't want to hurt countries that don't need to be hurt. And they all want to negotiate. The only problem is, you know, you can only do so many at one time. It's like, we want to do it right. We want to get it right. We want to take care of them, but we have to take care of our country. So, but this was something certainly we've been talking about for a period of time. And we decided to pull the trigger. And we did it today, and we're happy about it. I didn't know it would have that kind of an impact, but it's, you know, I think they have the biggest increase in the history of the stock.
I didn't know it was going to have that impact. And that's why I tweeted to all my followers to buy Truth Social. Just happened to be a good time. In my mind, it was from the heart. I thought, hey, you know, I woke up this morning, I was like, hey, it might be a good time. Got nothing to do with the pause I'm about to do. It's just totally unrelated.
Lock these criminals up and keep our country safe.
Great point, Pam. Great point. We should. Let's see what Howard Lutnick had to say. Oh, wait, actually, no, I got ahead of myself. No, still Trump. Forbes breaking news. This was from outside the Oval Office. This presser we were looking at before. Donald Trump going to talk about some financial athleticism.
Would you consider exempting some U.S. companies, maybe some larger companies who have been hit hard in the markets the last few days during this 90 days?
As time goes by, we're going to take a look at it. There are some that have been hard. There are some that, by the nature of the company, get hit a little bit harder, and we'll take a look at that. Yeah.
Will you determine the next 90 days?
Just instinctively.
Instinctively.
More than anything else.
It was.
You almost can't take a pencil to paper.
You can't do
it's really
it.
More of an instinct, I think, than anything else.
That's merit for you. That is truly competence. We don't really like to put pencils to papers or ask lawyers questions about what the stuff we're going to do. We just shooting from the cuff, you know, shooting from the hip. Just going based upon intuition and not facts, figures, or anything like that.
I don't want reality.
What's your credibility like? Because you said that these tariffs would go into effect on Monday. You said no pause. And today there is a pause. So how can people believe your words today?
It's not a question of that. You have to have flexibility.
You have to have flexibility. No, it's not about that. You have to have flexibility. I might say something on Monday, and then Wednesday I'm like, hey, I said that on Monday, but now it's in the past, and you have to be flexible. Okay, you have to be limber. You're going to be doing a little financial yoga. Maybe a little Pilates. I don't know if you know a lot of the, a lot of people like that Pilates. It's quite good. Really opens you up to possibilities. Can't listen to what I'm saying on Monday. You have to think more broadly than that. Let's see some more of the things Donald Trump's been saying in the midst of it. Let's go back to the Oval Office again.
Incredible. So there's a lot of winning out there, and we're having
so
a
much
day in the
winning.
Stock market, as you can see, an all-time record day, and hopefully it continues. I think it should. Our country's stronger than it's ever been.
I'm so tired of winning.
Somebody had to do that. We had to take the.
Donald Trump, he did say that. I'll give him this much credit. No, I'm not going to claim that this is actually winning, but Donald Trump, I'm going to go based upon what Donald Trump believes to be winning, and he did say during the election. And in fact, I think in his last term and the election before that, the American people, there was going to be so much winning that we were all just going to get sick and tired of winning. And I got to say, based upon those metrics, Donald Trump's idea of what winning is, I think I am, in fact, a little sick and tired of all of the winning. Can we stop winning, please? Whatever you want to call winning.
We had to go through the operation, and that's what we've been through. And a lot of presidents would not have done it. No president would have done it, I think. I just want to thank my team, this team here, and lots of others, and Scott and Howard have been incredible. And for energy, there's nobody like this man. And for the roads and highways.
What's his name again? I can't remember. I know Howard, I know Scott. What's your name again? Bergie man? I can't remember you. Yeah. I've completely forgot. None of these guys. Can't remember your names. Unbelievable.
My team, this team here, and lots of others, and Scott and Howard have been incredible. And for energy, there's nobody like this man. And for the roads and highways, boy.
Oh, Dougie.
Well, Sean, so we appreciate it.
Do the Dougie.
Very much appreciate it. And if we could, well, let's see. We've sort
I almost want that clip too. Him saying no president would have done it. It's true. That is actually true. Trump's saying some true things here. He's right. I don't think any president would have ever done such a stupid thing. But Donald Trump, he's shooting from the hip, from the heart, and from the space between his cranial cavity. But yeah, we had to take the medicine. Had to do it. No president would have given America the medicine of losing trillions of dollars, but I did it. Unlike anyone else would have done. Some say no president, but even I say no president would have done it like me. Okay, now let's go to Howard. What's Howard been up to? Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick had some things to say about potential influencing of markets. I found this comment to be truly fascinating.
The reciprocal tariffs stay in place. They are 10% across the board on all the countries, right?
Okay, yeah.
Paused on any numbers that are above 10%. And except for China, of course, who retaliated.
Right. Oh.
And then, of course, you know what's going on with China because they've retaliated.
Oh,
and
how dare they?
It was very clear. If you retaliate,
you
will feel
lose,
what
right.
he thinks. And they feel what he thinks.
Can you say definitively that it wasn't the direction of the markets that turned Trump to make this 90-day pause?
It was not. I will happily say definitively it was not. Donald Trump is in charge of these policies in this direction. He is the greatest negotiator and the greatest person who understands.
Really?
These are his goals and his objectives, and he is executing them, and he did not bend. But what happened is the scale of those countries who want to...
He did not bend. I'm sorry, I just want to hear his answer again here. He was asked whether or not the tariff pause influenced the markets. What was his answer?
Is in charge of these policies in this direction. He is the greatest negotiator and the greatest person who understands.
90-day pause?
It was not. I will happily say definitively it was not.
The stock market that went up 12% in a day. It was unrelated to what Donald Trump did. It happens all the time, 12% in a day? Come on. Come on! What? Reversing the tariffs, influencing the markets? Who would even suggest such a thing? That's crazy.
Give me a joke.
There's no way. There's no way that happened. God. And yeah, I'm shocked to hear Howard Lutnick suggest such a thing. A guy who may very well have been one of the people to profit off of that. That didn't. What? No. Why would you even ask such a question? Couldn't possibly influence markets. It was unrelated. The gigantic explosion midday that only lined up exactly with the pause was, completely devolved from it. No relation. No further questions. Thank you, ma'am. Great job, Howard. Great job. Makes sense. I also have no further questions. All right, Guardian News, 23 hours ago. Donald Trump explains his decision to pause U.S. tariffs for 90 days. What was the reason? We still don't seem to know why. The only thing that seems to be at play here was the stock market.
Well, I thought that people were jumping a little bit out of line. They were getting yippy, you know? They were
Yippy.
getting a little bit yippy.
A little
bit
yippy.
afraid. Somebody had to do
Yippee.
what we did, and I did a 90-day pause for the people that didn't retaliate. And that's what I did with China, because they did retaliate. A deal's going to be made with China. A deal's going to be made with every one of them. And there'll be fair deals. I just want fair. They will be fair deals
Just want fairness.
for everybody.
Fairness. Well, for some people, maybe not everybody, but some people who I like, hopefully they'll enjoy this great deal. I love that. I love that. It was a great explanation for why we did it. It's just people are being yippy. I don't know. What does yippy mean? Can anybody give me a definition of yippy? And who were the people being yippy? Which people were being yippy and not yippy? And what is yippy? I have a lot of more questions than answers in this moment.
They weren't fair to the United States. They were sucking us dry, and you can't do that.
Can't do it.
I saw last night where people were getting a little queasy.
A little queasy.
I think
A little
everything
yippy.
Well, the big move was what I did today. The big move was what I did on Liberation Day.
Right. People a little queasy, a little yippy, a little uneasy. I don't know which people he's talking about. I'm assuming it's investors and rich people who are like, I'm losing millions, if not billions of dollars. What are you doing? He's like, oh, I'm very sorry for you to be so yippy. You're getting very yippy, and so I'm going to respond to the yippiness and pause the tariffs. 90 days. Maybe then you'll be better. Is that better for you? Do you like that? Oh shit, I forgot I didn't watch this next one. Let's go here, CNN. I'm pretty sure this is about the tariffs. CNN from 20 hours ago.
One of the things that's happened is that the United States has lost, like, what, is it $1 trillion or $11 trillion since this all began? Maybe regained a little bit of it, but has lost all of that, and not a single trade deal has been struck. Not one.
And the reason why they haven't been struck is because lowering the headline tariff number is the easy bit. The 90 days is now going to be dealt.
Wait, you think he's talking about the yips? Oh my god. Mitty, that could be it. Honestly, I hadn't put that together. But yeah, and the yips is actually, it's not just golf. I'm just going to say this now. If I'm not mistaken, the yips technically exist, even though they don't. I mean, it's not a real thing. But the yips, I've heard the yips referred to in all sorts of different sports, baseball or, whatever else. But yeah, if that's what we're talking about, I mean, it's strange. It's very strange. Panikin. The panikins were out there yipping and were queasy, and so I said, actually, it's okay, panikins. It's okay. I know you're panicking, and I will pause the tariffs so that you can get out of the yips, and you can do your thing normal. Stop being so upset about what's going on. You can be more focused on your job of making lots of money. So sorry, all you bondholders.
Really, with the non-tariff barriers, the rules on procurement, who can own what this and that and the other. It's difficult stuff. It's very, very difficult. But I have a question, and I'd like to address it to my dear and good friend, Mr. Jennings. This is it. Today, the president gave a 90-day moratorium. Why did he not last week, when he did his show and tell with his list, say then, this is going to be the tariffs in 90 days. Now send your best people to Washington to negotiate with me over the next 90 days. Instead, he took us over the cliff.
Scott is struggling so hard to beat Smarmy right now. Look at him. He looks sad. Doesn't Scott look much more sad than usual? Is it just me? Am I the only one looking at Scott in a different light? His aura has changed. His aura really has changed. That's a fascinating theory. You're saying that he could have said, this is what we're going to tariff you, now come and negotiate, before putting the tariffs in? Huh.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just
It's
crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
Like multilateral trading agreements? Is that what you mean? Weird. I don't think that's ever happened before in the history of the world.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th
Now,
century.
pulled us back up again, and he's left chaos in his wake.
It is a great question.
I
Scott.
think the answer that you would get from the administration is doing it this way gave him maximum leverage. It showed people that he was serious, and it showed people that this isn't for show, that if you don't deal with us, we are willing to act here. But I think the answer is leverage, simply leverage, and now he's going to be able to deal with all these other countries and continue to isolate the bad actor, which is China.
People that he's serious. I think he's shown people that he's crazy, that he's mercurial. Honestly, if it was Kamala Harris behaving this way, they'd call her hormonal and hysterical, right? Look.
We have to get elected to be.
Wow. I love how Scott actually nodded yes to that and was like, you actually have to get elected. But like he basically agreed there momentarily, physically shaking his head, nodding his head yes. Yeah, if Kamala Harris had gotten elected and done this, I would have called her hormonal. You're right. You're right, Anna. Wow. It's true, though. Psychos like Scott would have been all over that. But now he's sitting here sort of placidly, sadly, trying to, in his best effort, to kind of defend what Donald Trump's doing. Okay. I don't usually respond to people going to bed, but I feel like this deserves a response. Good night, PB. I'm sorry if my previous comments about you going to bed early was taken offense taken. I'm sorry. You're not old. You're bright and beautiful. Stay. You don't change a thing. Okay, you're great. You sleep whenever you want to. Has nothing to do with anything. Okay. Let's go back. Forbes breaking news, 18 hours ago. Secretary Scott Bessent. Let's see what he had to say. Jesus Christ. Chat has been after me all day. What did I do to deserve such great people in chat? Love you all. You're all beautiful and great. God damn it.
And we saw the successful negotiating strategy that President Trump implemented a week ago today. It has brought more than 75 countries forward to negotiate. It took great courage for him to stay the course until this moment. And what we have ended up with here, as I told everyone a week ago, in this very spot, do not retaliate and you will be rewarded. So every country in the world who wants to come and negotiate, we are willing to hear you. We're going to go down to a 10% base.
I can barely hear what Scott is saying. I'll wrap it up for you. Trump was incredibly successful with this negotiating strategy of not negotiating and not getting anything for the tariffs. And that's great and successful. Write that down. That's what success is. That is what success looks like, everyone. We successfully got everyone to come to the negotiating table, and that's great negotiating success. You know, it's not like anybody would have come to the negotiating table if we'd asked them to. What's that? You're saying that they would have? Huh, weird.
I don't want reality.
Columbia, Rican, New York. Another super chat. Got to love our savings gone. And answer to that, more GOP-approved cuts to social programs and tax cuts for the rich. Yes. All great things we can definitely look forward to and not dread in any possible way. Totally great and also fine. 100%. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you. Yeah, Scott Bessent. I feel like, him, Treasury Secretary and Secretary of Commerce, they're really struggling to actually come up with talking points that make Donald Trump look good right now. He's like, people don't get it. Nobody would have ever negotiated with us if we'd asked them to. And that's why this strategy was so good. Now everybody's negotiating and we've achieved nothing. And that's what's so good about this, is we've destroyed the United States economy potentially and have received no benefits from it. Yay! Everybody clap. Please clap. Everybody please clap. Everybody be based. Stop making fun of Donald Trump's horrifyingly incompetent actions. It's rude. I need you to stop immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Okay, back to the great dictator Donald Trump. Forbes breaking news from 17 hours ago. Trump asked the question, how do you think this is all going to be resolved? That's a great question.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Fantastic question. How is this going to be resolved? Because we are still in a financial purgatory right now. 90-day pause with a great deal of uncertainty.
Thank you, Gretchen, very much. Okay,
Great question.
Questions?
Mr. President, where does the TikTok deal stand, given what we've seen, the tariffs
Well,
to
it's moving
China?
along, but obviously I would say right now China's not exactly thrilled about signing it. We have a deal with some very good people, some very rich companies that would do a great job with it, but we're going to have to wait to see what's going to happen with China. So,
Mr. President,
no, it's on the table very much. I think China's going to want to do it, actually.
Mr. President,
Can you explain more of what you believe is the end game with China? Are you waiting for President Xi to blink? How do you think this is all going to be resolved?
Look, for years we've been ripped off and taken advantage of by China and others, in all fairness, but by China, that's the big one.
It's the big one.
And it's just one of those things. We're making $2 billion a day right now in this country. $2 billion a day with tariffs.
And that's
they were
good?
making $2 billion a day.
They were making $2 billion? From what? Now, they were making $2 billion a day, and now we're doing it in a completely different way. And that's very good for Americans who are paying that $2 billion themselves. Thank you, America.
We'll be making more. Now, when you see what happened today, I don't know if it's still there. I looked an hour ago, but we were up like close to 3,000 points. Nobody's ever seen a day like that.
No one's ever seen a day like
that.
that.
It's a record, isn't it?
It's a record. It's a record, right? Yeah, I unpaused the tariffs. I paused the tariffs, and then stock market went up 3,000 points, and completely. Wait, I thought didn't Howard right before this meeting tell us that there was no correlation between the stock market going up and the pausing of the tariffs? I'm confused. Wait, is Donald Trump suggesting that it did? I think we need to get our story straight, guys. Just a piece of advice. Maybe talk about it before we start talking publicly. I don't know. What do I know?
I don't want reality.
Who would have thought we were going to have a record like that?
Who thought that? Not me, the guy posting on Truth Social saying, today is a great day to buy Truth Social. Just an idea. Has zero relevance to this conversation.
The geniuses of the world.
The great geniuses.
Our country is very strong.
All of the great geniuses.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Left a very, very weakened country, both economically, financially, because of all of the tariffs and all of the other companies just raiding us and ripping us off. And also at the border where 21 million people were allowed to come in. Many of those people were criminals.
Okay. Are they?
And
really?
But the people who do this for a living, and some of them are very smart and some of them aren't smart at all. But these guys are very smart, and my group is very smart. My whole group is smart. And you've done so amazing on the border. I read the other day that there were 9 people and hundreds of thousands 2 years ago with Biden, and we had 9. We had it down to 9, and they were let in for medical reasons. They were in bad shape.
Oh my god. The nodding from these two is fucking hilarious. I don't know how many people here have seen Handmaid's Tale, but these two are not only dressed the part right now, with but the fact that they're both nodding simultaneously and in rhythm is just incredible.
And hundreds of thousands 2 years ago with Biden.
Look at them go.
We had
A couple of
nine. We had down to
bobbleheads.
9, and
Look
they
at
were
them,
all
yeah.
let in for medical reasons. They were in bad shape. We let them in for medical reasons, not even for anything else. That's
Oh my god.
Amazing. But that's a big thing. I think it's one of the greatest.
All right, this is supposed to be an answer. It's supposed to be an answer to how this is all going to be resolved. All I've heard about is we've had people invading the border, and China's being very nasty. And none of that sounds like a resolution. It sounds like you're campaigning right now.
Problems that I've never seen anything like it. Open borders. The whole world was emptied out. Prisons from all over the world, from the Congo, in Africa, from
The Congo ripping us off.
Asia, a lot in South America, but it wasn't just South America. Prisons emptied out, and I said it outside with the drivers before, but El Salvador has been amazing. A job that the president.
El Salvador's have been so great. So good. Yeah, the Gulf of Mexico pick in the background. I mean, might as well get that thing framed. He keeps trotting it out so much. We get it, buddy. You think that you renamed the Gulf of Mexico while everybody else... I mean, goddamn it. Whatever. Everyone else continues to call it the Gulf of Mexico. Just get it framed like you got that fake Declaration of Independence framed. I guess that one won't need a fancy curtain for when you feel like violating the Constitution. Wow, but the nasty, nasty Congo is becoming a very, very mean, unfair Congo. Here's one of Donald Trump's plans, though, apparently. I don't know if this is I mean, we definitely didn't get an answer to how this is all going to be resolved. That was the biggest non-answer I've ever heard. A 3-minute-long non-answer to how we're going to resolve this. Not going to do it. Not going to resolve it.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Now let's see what Donald Trump is going to do amidst these tariffs. He's got some new tariff ideas.
Mr. President, can we still expect to see the sectoral tariffs, so the pharmaceuticals, steel? Is that something you're still considering moving forward
Yeah,
with?
well, I will be, because we want them coming back. You know, we realized during COVID that we don't make our drugs and our pharmaceuticals in this country. So I realized that, and it was a big realization. We had to go to China to get drugs. We had to go to other places. I won't even mention the names, but we had to go to other places. We don't make it. And that's because we let them leave. And now if they want to come back, we're going to put tariffs on the pharmaceutical companies, and they're going to all want to come back. They're going to come back. I'm not going to pay them any money like Biden with the chip deal. That chip deal was horrible. They give billions and billions of dollars to chip companies. All they have is money. They have so much money. And they give billions of dollars, and they're just going to keep the money. They're not going to spend it. The only thing that's going to bring them back is you say, we have a barrier. You have to pay 50% or 100% or 200%.
Oh, my God.
And if they have to pay that, they're going to say, we're not going to pay that. We're going to build here. And that's what happened. We're the biggest, most prestigious chip company in the world, spending 2 to 3.
So, yeah, there you go. Donald Trump is essentially suggesting that he might put on sector-specific tariffs on to pharmaceuticals coming into the country. That's great for America, right? I mean, who doesn't want to pay 200% more for their drugs? For, you know, it's fucking insane. This is fucking insane. This is genuinely insane. America, I'm sorry. I mean, I shouldn't be the one apologizing. It's not like I did any of this, but holy shit. We are fucked. We're totally fucked. Columbia Rican with another super chat. Trump's brain is not an old record player on a loop. It's true. It is true. Oh my god. Oh shit, we gotta take another break. Gotta do it. 4 hours in. Although I think for now we're done talking about tariffs, right? Right? Kind of? Well, sort of. Kind of, sort of. We're almost at the Canada half portion. Coverage. Just going to keep thinking of synonyms. Yes, break time. God, I need some food. Stomach feels like a shit. Let's put food in my mouth. All right, break time. Well, I do hope everyone is enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Maybe even hit the bell icon so you get the latest galactic notifications so you don't miss a single episode of this spacecast. While you're at it, I would also like to recommend to you to contribute to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers such as yourself. So many great ways for you to do that. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, Twitch with the bits and the subs, Cash App and PayPal if you'd rather all that money go directly to funding this show. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to become a Galactic Patron on Patreon. Where you can get an avatar on the stream, shoutouts at the end of every single show, secret Discord channel, and much, much more. Alright, chat, that's enough for the space messages. Enjoy this short break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Okay. Well, I'm fairly certain everybody here knows what that sound means. It means, of course, that we're about to get back to the stream. So you better get back to those seats, Space Fams, otherwise you're going to miss the latest galactic content.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right, what is next? Oh, nice. Okay, good. Finally something tolerable. It's been a rough 2 halves so far. Third half's going to start off okay. Let's go to CNN. Because CNN hosted a Bernie Sanders town hall. I mean, boy oh boy, have we come a long way since 2016. It seems like the media is finally waking up to how popular Bernie Sanders is. Here's, CNN from yesterday. Bernie Sanders. Let's see what's going on over here.
Those tariffs are aimed at part, and the president talks about bringing manufacturing jobs to America. The White House talked about iPhones being made here in America. Some economists have said it would cost thousands of extra dollars to buy an iPhone. Is that realistic?
I think I don't know the answer to that. But what I do know is the immediate harm is going to be very significant. And it is going to, I was just in Target the other day buying something, and I looked around there. Virtually all of those products sold in stores like Target are going to see significant increases in prices if Trump gets his way with tariffs. That's going to hurt working people a whole lot.
This is Marge Watchorn, a manager at the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. She's worked with the federal government for 30 years. Thank you for your service. Thanks. Marge is a Democrat from Ellicott City, Maryland. Marge?
Senator, what would you say to federal employees who are concerned about the careless workforce cuts being effectuated by Elon Musk and DOGE?
I want to say 2 things about that. First of all, thank you and your colleagues for your years of service. The vast majority of federal employees are trying their best to do the jobs that have to be done to protect the American people, and I thank you all very much for that. The idea that Mr. Musk goes around and with a chainsaw, I mean, that is his metaphor, a chainsaw, slashing jobs all over the place, telling people based on nothing that they have poor performance records, throwing them out into the street is outrageous. But I want to say something else, above and beyond. And by the way, I was just on the floor a few hours ago. They have decided in their brilliance, and I suspect this is a Musk initiative, to lay off, they have a proposal to lay off 83,000 workers at the Veterans Administration. Got that? So we made a commitment to the men and women who put their lives on the line that we were going to provide them with the best quality health care that we could. And generally speaking, I know in my state, veterans are very proud of the health care they get in White River Junction, Vermont, and that's true in many places in this country. But arbitrarily throwing 83,000 workers in the Veterans Administration, lowering the quality of care for our veterans, delaying the kind of the time in which they're going to get their benefits is a total outrage. I want to add one point to that. I want everybody to think about this. Most people, we have millions of federal employees, most people are not federal employees. And I think many people are saying, wow, that's outrageous. I really feel for these federal employees thrown out on the street. But I want you to think about this. If Musk can do this to federal employees, some of whom are in unions, some of whom work for years, what do you think he's going to be doing when artificial intelligence and robotics comes for your job? Guess what? The job you have today ain't going to be here in 10 or 15 years. And you think Musk and his friends are saying, oh, my goodness, how do we protect
we get more jobs for Americans?
From the explosion in technology that we're seeing.
Yeah, that's what he's worried about.
If this is what they could do to federal employees, think about what they could do to people in the private sector.
Absolutely.
So bottom line there is I am not a Luddite. I think technology has many positive things to say. But we have got to understand that new technology, AI, robotics, has got to work for working people, not just for the billionaires and Mr. Musk.
There's a lot of talk about, from the DOGE team about, or from Elon Musk, about waste, fraud, and abuse and what they're finding. Have you seen much evidence of waste, fraud, and abuse? Because what they put on their wall of receipts, some of the top items, the biggest savings they allege to have implemented, turned out to be mistakes or just lies.
Look, am I going to sit here and tell anybody in America that the United States government doesn't have a bureaucracy and there isn't?
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Yep, there's the head of DOGE saying that he's just going to make a bunch of mistakes, and we should be fine with that, even though he was supposedly the most, we were told over and over again, he's the smartest man on the planet. That's why he's so rich. It's got nothing to do with his station in life when he was growing up. Nothing to do with that.
I'm going to sit here and tell anybody in America that the United States government doesn't have a bureaucracy and there isn't waste. Of course there is. And do we all, you're Republican, conservative, progressive. I was mayor of the city of Berlin. One of the things I'm proud of is we save money. We made the city more efficient. People pay taxes. They want to make sure their money goes to where it's supposed to go. We can do better than we're doing right now.
Is there a contribution Elon Musk could make to the federal government that you would be?
I think his name, I don't think he can do it. But do I think as a nation, as a Congress, as an administration, we got to sit down and say, how do we break through the bureaucracy and make the government more efficient? Yes. But I want to give you one example. And this worries me a whole lot. Trump gets up in his State of the Union, and many of you have heard it. And he says, oh my goodness, millions and millions of senior citizens, 150 years age, 200 years of age. Remember that? Oh, they're all getting Social Security benefits. It's a lie. A total, absolute lie.
Give me a
joke. According
joke.
to the new guy who is going to become the Social Security Administrator, Trump's own appointee, well over 99% of the benefits owed to people on Social Security were earned by the people on Social Security. It's just another lie. So a lot of what they're doing is, am I going to tell you the Veterans Administration is the most efficient organization in the world? No, it's not. But you don't simply, with a chainsaw, if you like, get rid of 83,000 people, then say, oh, it's not going to impact the quality of care that our veterans receive.
The president's
Seriously. Bernie laying it down over here, as usual. As usual. Oh, I just realized I put this next one in the wrong spot. I'm going to save this one for later. Let's put this over here. Yeah, I like it there. I like it like that. Let's go on now. Sorry, Jazz, to go back to being shit. a little Bernie respite, a momentary lapse of terrible, just to go back to. It's a transitional period. It's a great period of transition. Now let's transition back to the House and talk about Speaker Mike Johnson. Yeah, and his little budget reconciliation vote, which has been struggling to get past the House. Shocking. Forbes breaking news. Yesterday. Full gaggle. Speaker Johnson speaks to reporters after delaying GOP budget reconciliation vote.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
So we're having very productive conversations.
So productive we had to delay the vote.
A good subset of the House Republican Conference.
Yeah.
Everybody has the same idea and mission and goal in mind, and that is we want to deliver the one big beautiful bill. And you all know what's entailed in that. We've talked about it many times. This is the procedural step to continue that process. The House and the Senate Republicans are working together as one team.
Oh,
There's
are they?
A mutual commitment that we're going to find real savings in federal spending.
Different
because
than fake
we have
savings?
to do that. We have a stewardship obligation to take care of that responsibility because we're on a trajectory.
It almost felt like a shot fired at Elon Musk. I'm not sure if it was intentional. But real savings, as opposed to fake savings. I assume that's the antonym of real savings. Suggesting almost that DOGE is not saving the government money. Huh. Weird.
That will quite literally bankrupt the country. So in the
that.
reconciliation process, We want to ensure and have commitments amongst ourselves that we're going to find a requisite number of savings while also protecting essential programs.
I see. So you're saying that you haven't been able to come to an agreement on this big, beautiful bill. That's why you paused it. You're saying, and it would look, you'd be embarrassed as speaker if you brought this to the floor for a vote and it didn't pass. That would be awkward.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
We're not going to cut Medicare, Social Security, or Medicaid.
Not gonna do it.
Don't believe the lies
Not
about
gonna
that.
do it. Wouldn't be
Anybody who's an
prudent at
eligible
this
beneficiary
juncture.
will be protected in this process. But there.
What about the fact that the continuing resolution included cuts to Social Security and Medicaid? What about that? Or I guess it wasn't Medicare, but not Social Security, but in fact Medicaid. So did he mention Medicaid just now?
Don't believe the lies about that. Anybody who's an eligible.
Hold on.
We're not going to cut Medicare, Social Security, or Medicaid. Don't believe the lies about that.
Yeah, he did say Medicaid.
Anybody who's an eligible beneficiary will be protected in this process. But there are a lot of other
We might
savings,
change the
fraud, waste,
eligibility.
abuse, and all these other areas that we're identifying and will continue to identify.
Ooh,
So
identification.
the equilibrium point that we're trying to reach, the consensus tonight, is what is the amount of a minimal number of cuts and savings that we can find in the budget that will satisfy everyone to move forward with this nation-shaping piece of legislation. I think this is a very productive conversation. It's a very good one for us to be having. I'm encouraging the dialogue amongst our colleagues as we have been working on this for almost a year.
Yeah, you
We're
have.
right up here at the fine point, and everyone wants to make sure it's the best possible product that we can have, and that's where.
But the House number about what would happen tomorrow morning of getting the votes, or you're going to do this alternative and maybe motion to go to conference?
Well, right now there's a couple of different ideas on how we might change the numbers or how we might amend what the Senate sent over, maybe go to conference. There's a few different ideas on the table. I'm not going to.
Oh no, you're gonna have to edit the Senate's bill? That'll mean they'll have to vote on it again once you guys pass it. Oh boy. How many days has it been since the CR was passed now? Has it been a full month? God, time is doing weird things in my brain. Jeez. Mike Johnson seemingly struggling to get his House members in line for this big, beautiful bill. Oh, jeez. Shocking. Shock of shocks. All right, PBS NewsHour from 19 hours ago. Watch as Johnson vows to try again after GOP holdouts block Trump's big, beautiful bill. All right, I'll do that right now.
American people. This process has required a lot of close consultation between the White House and the Senate. And all of that has been necessary because we want to make sure that we...
Mike Johnson looks like a midget next to John Thune. Look at it.
delivering on our shared goals in the budget reconciliation process.
Our
big, beautiful bill has to reflect all of that. And so it is big, and it involves a lot of areas of policy, and so it requires a lot of close coordination. Our two chambers are directly aligned also on a very important principle, and that is the principle of fiscal responsibility. We are the party that delivers and ensures that. So we have a number of aims here. Our aim is to deliver on our promises in this big, beautiful bill regarding things like border security, restoring peace through strength, and American energy dominance, and regulatory reform to get the economy really humming again. And of course also tax relief, tax reductions. We have to make the tax cuts permanent, and that's all involved and enveloped in this big effort, and all the other promises and priorities we made. Now, it's important to note that at the same time, we also need to achieve the maximum amount of savings for the American people, because that's what fiscal responsibility is. And we even want to start reducing the deficit. So with all that in mind, our first big, beautiful reconciliation package here.
Wait, did they pass the budget resolution in the House today? Someone's saying that. Who said that? Columbia Regan. Today we got the vote. Did they? God damn it. This is what happens when I sleep through the day. Fact is after I don't get done with these streams in the early morning hours, I just start building my that's basically when I'm doing my work. At least a good portion of my work is I'm making the list before I even go to sleep. I go to sleep and I actually watch the videos and try and do research where I find it prudent. Did they pass the? I should look this up. Oh, God. Oh, they did. They did pass it. Son of a bitch. I'm not allowed to say what? Oh, calling Mike Johnson a midget? Okay, he's not an actual little person, though. He's just very short. So I think I can say it to him. Now, if I were talking about someone else who actually was, a little person, then I think that would be wrong. Okay? But I think he's technically tall enough that he doesn't actually count, but he just is really very short. I want to say he's got to be 5'3" or something. Maybe a little taller. Damn it, did they really pass it? That ruins this. Fucking hell. They passed it. Well, I guess the Senate's going to have to go over it again. Damn it. I was gonna gloat. That wasn't my plan. I was planning on gloating this whole time. You ruined it. I mean, I appreciate it, actually, but... son of a bitch. That kills it for me right now. But yeah, they passed it, looks like about 15 hours ago when I was sleeping. That's rough. Okay, well, I guess we'll see what happens in the Senate. I assume that they amended it, at least from what Mike Johnson was saying here. Sounds like they had to make some edits to that very big and beautiful bill, so the Senate's going to have to go back over it and make their own determinations, whatever those might be. All right, well, I guess we'll just move on to Canadian news now, since we just found out that the next video, totally superfluous. To Canada. Let's brush up on our Canadian electoral understanding, I guess. CBC News, 18 hours ago, on how Canadian elections work. All right, let's do it.
You're not electing your prime minister directly, but you are choosing a member of parliament from the multiple candidates that political parties actually present in your particular electoral riding.
Hi, I'm Sean Lyons, and welcome to
I love the music for this.
School. This is our new series where, well, we want to provide you with some information, everything you need to arm yourself when it comes to federal elections, Canadian government, and really pretty much all the info you need to exercise your rights and your power as a citizen. I can't stress enough, this is going to be all about the information. There are no stupid questions here. And to make sure we get it right, I'm not going to ask you to, well, count on me or listen to my answers. We're going to bring in experts who teach this stuff for a living so we can give you all the tools you need out there. Now, how are we going to do this? We took some sample questions from the Canada Citizenship Quiz, and we took them out to the public to ask people what they know and how they would do on this exam. I will tell you, this is not an easy exam either. So a few of us around the office, we took this quiz. We want to make sure you understand that you may know more than you think you know. We took the quiz. I'm not going to speak for anybody else. I'm also not going to give you my final score, but I can tell you as a former poli-sci major and someone who does this for a living, well, let's just say I didn't exactly get a star from the teacher on this one. So we are going to dive in and try to bring you as much information as we can. To do that, I'm joined by some colleagues around the table this morning. Carla Desir from the CBC Montreal newsroom. And Carla, we sent you and our intern Matthew out to the streets to find out what people know, what they don't know they don't know about how the system works here. What'd you find out?
So Matthew and I, the unofficial Gen Z correspondents of CBC Quebec, we went to McGill campus to see some unsuspecting students and asked them what they knew about the Canadian federal election system. What we found, they knew when the election was, thank God. They could name some of the people who were running for PM. They could name some of the heads of the party. Some more technical things like what is a voter information card, or what is an opposition party, or the difference between a majority and a minority government, were things that they did not know, but they were all very forthcoming about the fact that they needed to educate themselves more.
What is a voter information card?
A voter information card?
By the way, if you don't know when Election Day in Canada is, it is April 28th. So we got about a little over 2 weeks until that's official. But there is early voting going on right now, from my understanding. There's actually pre-early advanced, whatever you call it, voting that's been going on already. Yeah, back to this.
Yeah, give us some options.
How many?
This is multiple choice.
What is this? Can we get like a plus or minus
we're
5?
voting
like,
for the House of Commons.
Name two responsibilities of the federal government.
Okay,
Oh boy.
Federal government, make
the
laws.
country.
Make laws, I think, something like that.
Something like
Protecting
that.
the country.
Not really.
National defense.
Federal government.
Can you name two responsibilities of the federal government? I could give you
That face.
options if you'd like.
That face.
Yeah, maybe just give some options. Defense and foreign policy.
What issue is most important for the election for you?
I would say I feel like I still need to educate myself a bit more. A big thing right now definitely would be like our relationship with the US, the trade policies and stuff, and the economy, definitely a lot of social issues, housing, keeping it sustainable, and yeah.
As I said before, I am not going to be the person to answer some of these questions. We're going to bring in experts who know their stuff, in fact, who teach this stuff for a living. One of them
Immediately,
is
if
Ara
not sooner.
Karabagosian. He teaches political science at Vanier College, and he's with me round the table now. I want to start with some basics here. Let's set a baseline. When it comes to civics, what do people really need to know about our electoral political system in order to really be able to cast a vote?
Okay, so basics 101, Canada's electoral system, Westminster, first past the post, single member plurality. These are all names that are thrown around, right? So what does that all mean? Basically, Canada is cut up at the federal level into 343 smaller geographical areas, right? We call those constituencies, electoral ridings. In each electoral riding, the political parties will present one candidate, whichever political party that is. And when you, as a voter, go to your electoral ridings polling station, you are going to cast a ballot to choose one of those candidates, and that person will eventually become your representative, basically your member of parliament, and those 343 constituencies correspond to seats in the House of Commons, where we send our elected representatives to represent us and be our voice. And that's where they do most of their business. And the political party that wins the largest number of seats, the leader of that political party has the prerogative to become the Prime Minister of our country. Therefore, you're not electing your Prime Minister directly, but you are choosing a member of parliament from the multiple candidates that political parties actually present in your particular electoral riding.
Now, when we watched that video of some of the people who chatted with us, did anything jump out at you? Were you surprised by any of the answers and even some of the confusion that was expressed by some of the people we talked to?
I can't say I'm surprised because I, teach for a living and I'm around that age group and younger people. It's more common place than you think to hear those type of responses. So no, I'm not surprised, unfortunately.
Now, I want to point out as well, we want to thank everybody who took part and answered our questions out on the campus of McGill. We appreciate you all. None of this to shame or embarrass anybody. We really want
That's right. Don't be ashamed or embarrassed if you don't know all this stuff. That's what these sorts of things are for. Hopefully that video helped at least slightly educate you on Canadian elections, how it's done, first past the post, all of that, all the constituency stuff, and all that other stuff. Now, some people, in fact, a lot of people have some issues with first past the post, but it is, in fact, the system currently in Canada. I've heard some people in Canada wanting to change that system, not shockingly. The US also uses first past the post in most, not most states, but like I think a bunch of them still. Now, let's go on to British Columbia, which is apparently, at least according to CBC News, shaping up to be a liberal-conservative battleground, which I find to be pretty strange, especially because at least my understanding is that British Columbia is pretty heavily liberal. I guess maybe I could be wrong about that, but this one, the last election resulted in a huge majority for liberals.
Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre is in the northwest corner of BC today, and the CBC's Carolina DeReich is following the story, and she joins us live from Prince Rupert. Carolina, nice to see you. Thank you. So why did Poilievre head to that area today? I understand it's one of the biggest electoral districts in the whole country.
Yes, it is the size of several European countries, in fact. And there's two reasons for his stop here. One is strategic. One is to outline his so-called one-stop shop plan to speed up approvals for natural resource projects. He wants to limit wait times for approvals to 1 year. And this is very significant to a region where there's a lot of hope and concern around the expansion of liquefied natural gas projects and the potential of possibly bringing oil to the coast. So recently, as you'll know, the Conservative leader Poilievre was in Newfoundland. He outlined a series of measures to push the resource sector here in Canada, and that included repealing the oil tanker ban here on the North Coast. And he also has pledged recently that his party would rapidly build pipelines along with dozens of LNG plants here in BC.
And tell us about the Conservative candidate there.
Well, this is the strategic part of it, because the Conservatives want to sweep BC's interior and north, but to do so, they'll have to grab Skeena-Bulkley Valley. It has been an NDP stronghold since it first became a riding in 2004. So they have their star candidate now, the former chief of the Haisla Nation, Ellis Ross. Ross was instrumental.
I think that's almost laughable to suggest that people are going to go from NDP all the way past Liberals and get picked up by Conservatives. I find that very strange to think that would happen. You know, because of course the NDP is definitely to the left of the Liberal Party on basically all, not all, but most issues, I suppose. And I just think it'd be strange, very strange to see an NDP stronghold go for Conservatives. Doesn't make sense to me.
In the establishment of LNG in the Kitimat area, and really he's now a household name in the region. But there is tension here because when he was chief of the Haisla, Ellis Ross was staunchly opposed to the Northern Gateway Enbridge proposal, which would carry oil to the coast. And out of that eventually came that oil tanker ban that I've mentioned a few times, Bill C-48. Now, with Ellis Ross, interestingly, with that tension, if you go back to 2019, when Ellis Ross was then a BC MP for the region, he said in a special Senate committee that he was changing his tune, suggesting the ban was based more on political ideology than actual fact, and saying that this ban unfairly singles out one industry, namely oil and gas.
Oh, God, not oil and gas being unfairly singled out. No.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
I don't know if that's a good enough, big enough issue to shift it, but maybe. I mean, I'm assuming that there's definitely a lot of jobs linked to oil and gas, but I guess we'll have to see what shakes out in BC. Let's now go see what Mark Carney's been up to. The current Prime Minister is looking to be Prime Minister again after this election. So long as Liberals win enough seats, that would be the case. Now, let's, Go here to global news from 3 days ago. Canada election 2025. Carney promises to protect retirees.
David Aiken is traveling with the Liberal campaign. David.
Well, Jeff, you know, the Liberals had planned to announce financial support for seniors some days later in this campaign. But with the markets tanking and people's investment portfolios shrinking, the Liberals moved that up to this morning.
And I'm not going to sugarcoat it. There may be some tough days ahead for Canadians, but I also want to reassure that we are prepared.
The Liberals, if re-elected, say they will boost the guaranteed income supplement by 5% for a year. The Liberals will also reduce the minimum amount that must be withdrawn from registered retirement income funds, or RRIFs, by 25% for the next year.
The benefit here is that seniors won't have to withdraw as much of their hard-earned savings when markets are volatile, as they will continue to be until this trade war is sorted out.
The Conservatives, by contrast, would give seniors an extra 2 years from age 71 to age 73 before requiring that RRSPs be turned into RRIFs.
This 2-year delay will save many seniors from being forced to crystallize losses they're experiencing on the stock market today.
Hold on, I actually don't know what those two things are. I just realized. What is an RRSB and what is a RRIF? I have an idea of what these are. I'm guessing RRSB is some kind of investment account. Oh, it's a savings plan. I see. It's RRSP? Oh, it's RRSP. I see. What is a RRIF? Sorry, everyone. I'm registered retirement income. I guess these two different accounts have different tax benefits. Let's see how that's going to help people, but maybe I'm just missing it.
The former central banker also warns conditions might get worse.
The probability of a recession in the United States has gone up significantly. You see that from independent commentators, and something that we had warned about, and I take no joy in that it becoming more likely. That will have significant effects on the Canadian economy.
Now, one of the unique things about this campaign is the darker it gets for the country economically, the brighter it gets for the Liberals politically. And that's because poll after poll has shown that when Canadians are voting on who's best to deal with Trump, tariffs, and the economy, and that includes a lot of seniors, Mark Carney wins that ballot question. Jeff.
David Aiken in San.
Thank you, David. Well, Liberals and Conservatives proposing different things to help retirees. Let's now go here to global news from yesterday. Talk about foreign influence in Pierre Poilievre's campaign.
Our investigative journalist Stuart Bell broke this story. So Stuart, what have you uncovered?
Well, back in 2013, when India was preparing for elections, an organization was formed in Toronto called the Overseas Friends of BJP Canada. And its purpose was to help bring Narendra Modi and his BJP party to power. Now it turns out that those same friends of Modi have put their support behind a politician closer to home. Elections Canada records show that the founders of the Overseas Friends of BJP have made contributions to Pierre Poilievre's leadership campaign, to the Conservative Party. They've also hosted Mr. Poilievre at events, one in a private home. and they promoted him on social media as Canada's next prime minister.
All right, and since you broke the story this morning, it's made its way to the campaign trail. What's been the reaction so far?
When a reporter asked Mr. Poilievre about this, he said basically that the party's not able to screen all of its donors.
Oh. I received 37,000 separate donations that anybody can make online. We don't have the capacity to do CSIS background checks on every single person who makes those 37,000 donations.
The fact that Pierre Poilievre was so purposely avoiding to learn about the details about the involvement of a country and a government that's involved in allegations of really putting Canadians' lives at risk really shows you that Pierre Poilievre is not someone.
Yeah, it's not just Canadians. I mean, Modi has been putting a whole bunch of people's lives at risk back home. You know, with the ethnic cleansing and things like that. I mean, it might not be as bad as what we're seeing in Gaza, but we've seen quite a lot of nasty sort of Hindu nationalist stuff coming from old Modi.
That puts his country first. He puts his party first.
And all of this has raised questions about who has the ear of the Conservative leader at a really crucial point in Canada-India relations, following Canada's allegations that India has engaged in foreign election interference in Canada and also was behind the assassination of a Sikh leader in BC.
Illegal.
Yep. There we go. Seems like Pierre Poilievre might be getting money from outside sources from the country, linked back to Narendra Modi. All right, how are we doing on time right now? Doing okay. All right, we're gonna transition over to some quick environmental news, very quick. Not a lot today. Unfortunately, perhaps for the Earth, perhaps for us, don't have a lot to talk about right now. I just was more focused on politics today. There's so much goddamn stuff happening with politics. I feel like it's happened in multiple streams where I feel like the environmental half has suffered due to the insanity of the current political environment on the planet. All right, let's start here in Canada. CTV News from 18 hours ago. Carney and Poilievre make promises about oil. Okay, tell us more.
During a campaign stop in Calgary, Liberal leader Mark Carney promised to turn Canada into an energy superpower by speeding up major natural resource project approvals.
My Liberal government will establish a major federal project office with a clear mandate. Issue a decision after a single review on a project within 2 years instead of 5.
Carney says if elected, his government will sign agreements to pre-approve energy projects within 6 months of taking office. Pierre Poilievre is also promising to fast-track energy projects by reducing regulatory burden.
Yeesh.
The federal Conservative leader says he will repeal Bill C-69 and speed up approvals. Both leaders agree on the need to reduce Canada's reliance on U.S. energy. That includes an East Pipeline project. Economist Andrew Leach says shipping Alberta oil east will make that oil more expensive and thus not economical.
Is Alberta willing to accept a discount to world prices that's large enough to pay for that shipment and still make it attractive to Eastern refiners? The answer is probably not.
In a state...
So, I mean, there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of daylight between Mark Carney's and Pierre Poilievre's takes on oil production in Canada. However, there's some slight variance here because, as it was just suggested, Pierre Poilievre would rescind Bill C-69, that is this, which is a number of points here. It seems like 20 different points involved in ensuring proper regulation of the industry. And I think that's probably definitely worse, is just completely deregulating the oil industry. That's probably bad. So, I mean, I would say, Pierre Poilievre's stance on oil is definitely going to affect Canadians in a negative way, and the environment even more so. Okay. Now let's go to this.
Give me a joke.
Yes, I will. Immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Let's go to the White House, see what Donald Trump was saying here about water. The wettest water in terms of H2O, or as I like to call it, splashy fun time.
Because our budget is just about approved, and it's a big budget, and we want to spend the money properly.
Big and beautiful.
Get the best equipment in the world. We rebuilt our military during my first term, rebuilt it entirely, beautiful. And then some was given away to Afghanistan. So
we gave it all to
the
Afghanistan.
Most embarrassing day in the history of our country, I think. But it's still, we have...
Here, have
we
some
to
nukes,
fix it up a
Afghanistan.
little bit, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to do a good job of it, too. Thank you.
Next up, sir, we have a series of executive orders and a memorandum all relating to deregulation, which has obviously been a major priority of your administration.
Has it?
The first of these is an executive order. The Biden administration launched what you've called a war on showers. They had certain regulations that basically killed the water pressure of showers and other water appliances.
Oh, my God.
Go ahead. What are the appliances?
I mean, it's everything, sir.
Sinks and toilets,
dishwashers, toilets, sinks. But the shower heads are a huge
There's no
deal.
water. You don't get water.
Hey, you don't get water.
Ridiculous.
So with this executive order, we're effectively going to be reversing that set of regulations to ensure that Americans have choice in the consumer market. If they want a low-flow shower head, they can buy one. If they want a real deal shower head,
they don't want them. Nobody wants them.
If you buy a new house, you pay a lot of money, and the developers, you're not allowed to do anything more. They put restrictors on. They used to have a restrictor where you could take it out, but now they weld it in. And you take a shower or wash your hands, whatever you do, including dishwashers where no water comes out. But you wash your hands, and in my case, I like to take a nice shower to take care of my beautiful hair. I have to stand under the shower for 15 minutes till it gets wet. It comes out drip, drip, drip.
15 minutes. And stand under the shower for 15 minutes for it to get wet. Wow. Really? I feel like that just might be a you thing, you know? Might not be using the shower correctly. Yeah. What a great administration we have back in the United States. All right, let's talk about this situation, which is affecting people everywhere. Coffee drinkers. As climate change continues to cause unexpected weather patterns, droughts, and other things, coffee crops are under threat. At least that's part of the story. Causing coffee prices to surge. And coffee drinkers everywhere. Be very sad when they go to buy their coffee.
For many, it's an integral part of their daily grind.
Here's one of those.
But this caffeine that's supposed to be a pick-me-up.
Here you go.
In the last year has a price that's also picking up. Felt by every customer.
All right, $12.19.
The price of coffee has gone up more than 100% in the last year, says Lighthouse Roasters CEO Craig Nobley.
It goes through many people's hands in the production of coffee. So when you receive that cup of coffee from your local cafe, It's come from halfway around the world, up a mountain that's sitting at 9,000 feet, and was hand-picked by somebody climbing up and down that mountain.
73% of the world's coffee is grown in just 5 countries: Brazil, Vietnam, Colombia, Indonesia, and Ethiopia. More than a third is produced in Brazil alone, a country rocked by climate extremes in the last few years. Flooding in 2024 to scorching heat this year, Rio de Janeiro hit one.
I wonder if the tariffs are going to help solve this problem. What's that? They can't solve it? Oh, that sounds bad.
111 degrees this last February, its hottest day in more than a decade. University of Washington professor of sustainable finance Philip Bruner says this ruined coffee harvests.
Coffee is actually kind of a Goldilocks crop. It's really sensitive. It can't be too cold or too hot. You need just the right amount of water. So a change in temperature by 2 degrees Fahrenheit, either above or below average seasonal temperatures, can cause a coffee crop to completely collapse.
Because of this, in the last year, the trading price of coffee has nearly doubled, hitting a peak in February of 2025.
It might ebb and flow. If Brazil and Vietnam has a good bumper crop next year, it might drop back down again. But where climate change is going, it looks like this is, going to be a little volatile for quite a while. And
now, there's one aspect of this that I just want to bring up, because we talked about this last year. And like they mentioned, this has been going on for a year. One thing we talked about, I think, it's like last spring. It may have been an entire year since we last talked about this, or since we at least watched the video I'm about to reference. We watched a video, at least one, maybe more, about what coffee producers were doing. Not the roasters, like the people who are literally growing the crops in places like Brazil, Ethiopia, or wherever else. There was sort of a capitalist type situation that was going on with relation to coffee. I mean, of course, the weather was affecting the coffee crops, but because growers knew that it was affecting the coffee crops, they were effectively manipulating the market, holding on to more coffee rather than selling it, just leaving it in warehouses, so that the price would go up artificially. Rather than just selling what they had, they were hoarding coffee and causing prices to go up because there was less coffee available to buy. And so that's definitely contributed to this as well. But the weather is certainly a massive aspect of it, and that's why we are watching this during the environmental half. But there is also a capitalist tinge to this story that has caused this to be even worse. Let's go down to the Bay Area. As firefighters are already warning Californians to prepare for wildfires as the weather begins to warm up. Cron 4 from yesterday. Great. Fire season is here. And it's definitely something to think about.
And as we get into these warmer months, firefighters want to get the message out about wildfire preparedness.
That's right. Crowd 4's Gail Ong joins us live in sunny Marin County with the details there. You see the wildflowers, some insects it looks like.
Truly beautiful.
Gail, spring has sprung.
Spring has sprung. It's been a nice spring day, hasn't it? And, luckily the North Bay and here in Marin County has received some rain in recent weeks, so that's certainly helping with the drought situation. But I have been talking to firefighters, though we are approaching those warmer months, and they want to get the message out there to, if you live in those fire zones, especially to prepare now, if you haven't already.
The safety
immediately,
space, the
if
fire
not
space
sooner.
away from your residence, that kind of thing.
Richard Cole of Mill Valley knows the drill about creating defensible space around his home to make it more fire resistant.
As a homeowner, you just got to do that safety space and take care of business. And it doesn't seem to be a big chore.
And that is exactly what firefighters statewide are urging people to do.
That pre-planning is huge. Your property, going out there and just kind of starting to gauge and size up what may need to be done in your property and start making those lists. If you need to mow, you got back fields, cleaning your gutters, stuff of that sort.
Will Powers with the Santa Rosa Fire Department says the department usually puts that message out to the community as it gets warmer towards peak fire season.
Open those go bags up. Check if you have any expired food in there, check your batteries, make sure your flashlights are working, and just make sure those go bags are replenished.
Back in February, the state's fire marshal released new maps after the disastrous Southern California firestorms. Several cities in the Bay Area are considered to be in that high fire severity zone, including here around the North Bay.
Be prepared. Here in California, we burn year round, but it's always better to just refresh if it's something that you haven't been thinking about lately.
Yeah, and
We need more raking immediately. So one big rake all of California at once. But now you need to, technically true. Gotta get out there and do what you can to prevent your property from, having unnecessary risks on it. Now, that certainly is one aspect of fire prevention, but right now, we've been talking recently about how, certain things, especially air intakes into homes, are a huge portion of what winds up causing houses to burn down. The ventilation up in your attic that is supposed to allow air in and out is a huge source of fire starts inside of homes, as embers will come through that vent. And unfortunately, a lot of the things that you can do to protect your property can be pretty expensive. Oh, God. But people do have to do whatever they can. Get ready for this fire season as it approaches. It really is technically already here, although it's been a pretty cold start to spring in some areas, which I think has caused us to not see as many fires as we might have. Who knows what the rest of the year is going to bring. Speaking of fire,
that's hot.
Let's go. Oh shit, are we already at space news? Wow, that was fast. That's all we got. Wet water, coffee prices, and fire season is upon us. All right, yeah, let's go to some space news. Yesterday we talked about Mount Kilauea, which is erupting. And it's erupting so big, apparently, the lava, which is shooting out of that volcano, can be seen all the way from space. In fact, I think I might be able to see it right now. Here's the Weather Channel.
Hawaii's most active volcano shot lava hundreds of feet into the air Wednesday. Kilauea's eruptions got...
What is happening? What are we doing?
Got so big and so high, the heat emitted was captured by a satellite. The U.S. Geological Survey said the lava fountains were over 600 feet tall. What? While the lava stayed contained within the caldera, or the crater of the volcano. The USGS advised that strong winds could send small fragments of volcanic glass into nearby towns.
Wow. Quite powerful, that volcano. Very warm and dry in the UK. We've been having some very strange weather patterns. Very strange. Middle of the United States and a bunch of places in the United States have been seeing unseasonably cold weather through parts of this spring. I don't think that's going to last for very long, though. All right, let's stick with space news. Talk more about the forests. I should have put these in reverse order. I just realized. I should have totally put these in reverse order. Let's go back to talking about forest fires. Here's Reuters from 21 hours ago. Space probe to assess health of forests from Earth's orbit.
This space probe will soon be sent into orbit to help scientists uncover the health of our world's densest rainforests. Attached to the European Space Agency's Biomass Space Probe is a new radar scanner that will map the carbon content of tropical forests, showing how deforestation and climate change are impacting what some refer to as the Earth's green lung.
Stick dragon with a Hawaiian-based correction. The mountain is called Kilauea, not Mount Kilauea? Okay, I appreciate that. I might remember that, hopefully. I feel like I've always called it that, and I guess I'm just a big dummy.
Uncover the health of our world's densest rainforests. Attached to the European Space Agency's Biomass Space Probe is a new radar scanner that will map the carbon content of tropical forests, showing how deforestation and climate change are impacting what some refer to as the Earth's green lungs.
The forests are under threat. We need these data.
The probe is due to launch into space on April 29th and will orbit the Earth for several years. It will use interferometry technology to collect data on rainforests across Africa, Asia, and South America. Biomass project manager at the European Space Agency, Michael Fehringer, explains.
So what we want to measure is how much of the fossil fuel that is burned and produces CO2, how much of that goes into the forests and stays there and is captured. And we do several maps over the years in order to see the changes. That is the main goal.
The probe's instruments are designed to measure carbon levels accurately, even through dense forest canopies.
We need to get the volume basically of the trees. And with what we do, we have a radar instrument that can penetrate to the ground. We use a technology that is called interferometry, where we can also detect the height of the trees, and all that together helps us to estimate the volume and the weight, basically, of the wood in the forests.
Forests draw in around 9 billion US tons of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere annually. But ongoing deforestation and degradation, especially in tropical regions, means this stored carbon is being released back into the atmosphere. Fehringer says the data biomass collects is crucial to understanding the full impact of these changes on our forests.
Basically daily in the news, the threat of climate change to human mankind. So that all will provide data to combat, to provide information for politicians to take decisions. So it's absolutely timely.
Yeah, I love this link. This end card just popped up at the end of this video with Trump's face on it. I wonder if this politician will take any of this data seriously, huh? Yeah.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I'm sure he'll get right on that. Well, this is an incredibly important and truly amazing technology that from space they're able to measure things like the height of trees and all this other great stuff that is important to determining how the forests on the planet are doing. Truly great things happening in space, not just the spacecast. if I don't say so myself. Oh, God. Shit, my legs here. Oh, stretchy stretch. All right, to the Earth news, people. Oh, God. Not this story. Do we have to do this story first? Oh, no, we don't. I forgot. I left this one in here. And it's not really a story so much as a announcement. It's kind of an announcement. It's a message. A message from Anthony Guterres. From the United Nations, we go.
We have now a special message from the United Nations Secretary General, His Excellency Antonio Guterres.
Thank you for taking part in this model United Nations conference and for believing in the power of global cooperation to solve global problems. Our world needs your engagement and ideas more than ever. We are living through extremely difficult times. Conflicts are raging.
Wait, before he gets all the way through this, I just want to go back here. Oh, whoopsies. You can see
in this model United.
You can see some of the regular folks here at this model UN. No. Bunch of students. Kids. Future leaders of the world. Very great leaders. All probably, I don't know. But yeah, a bunch of young people here participating in a model UN at the UN General Assembly. Getting a personalized message from old Anthony Guterres. Pretty sweet.
And for believing in the power of global cooperation to solve global problems. Our world needs your engagement and ideas more than ever. We are living through extremely difficult times. Conflicts are raging, tensions are rising, and our planet is burning. Humanitarian needs are at record highs, and human rights are under relentless assault. Hate speech, misinformation, and disinformation spread like wildfire on social media. More than ever, we need global solidarity. We need the United Nations. And the United Nations needs you, your energy, creativity, courage, and commitment. Together, I know we have what it takes to solve our shared challenges, to heal divisions, repair relations, and build peace, to extend a helping hand to all those engulfed by war, climate catastrophe, and hunger, to ensure justice and equality for world's women and girls and all marginalized communities, particularly the world's most vulnerable, and to expand opportunities for all, leaving no one behind. We at the United Nations will never give up in our quest for a more peaceful and just world, and I know you won't either. That is why I am fully committed to giving young people a much stronger voice in international affairs. The United Nations is proud to be your ally, and we count on you to be a force for positive change now and in the future.
There you go. Anthony Guterres' message to politics nerds all over the world. We need you more than ever, now and in the future. So don't give up, no matter how tough it seems. We need you. We really do. That's your space message from me. We need you
immediately, if not sooner.
We need you now. Okay. Now, let's go to this one. This one sucks. This one's much worse than that last story. And because the death count down in the Dominican Republic, we talked about this story yesterday. At that time, there was about 100 people who had died after the collapse of a nightclub's roof during a big event. According to the Associated Press from 21 hours ago, that number has now climbed to 184 as officials and aid workers continue to try and find and identify victims in the rubble of this venue. Let's go here real quick. The place is totally destroyed. The whole roof came down. There's no chance. As for the work, I've been working for 36 years, so I'm used to it. What I have seen here reminded me of the Haiti earthquake. The large number of dead, desperate people asking for help. Some people came out, but there are still some missing. My family from Haina found a sister, but she died. She was there with a large group. They are patients who are... Sorry. There are patients who were trapped for hours. Whoopsies. 6, 7, 8 hours under the rubble with multiple fractures, various injuries, bleeding. So for me to say whether they will be out of danger tomorrow, they should have to wait more days and continue to receive the care the different departments are providing. In their favor, the victims are in fact all young, between 30 and 45, which helps a lot of them to resist the injuries from all the objects, rocks, blocks, and cement that fell over them. It's a fucking tragedy. Just horrifying. Just for... Excuse me, Anderson. I need you to stop there. Okay. Woof. So I think that death count may continue to rise in coming days as they uncover people's bodies from the rubble and try to save those who they can. It's truly just horrifying. It is not clear exactly what caused the roof to collapse. One would assume perhaps maintenance, or I'm not going to assume anything. I have no idea. I don't think we've heard a single peep about what caused the collapse. Ay, ay, ay. All right. Now let's go all the way to Greenland, but not really. Let's talk. Let's go back to the Bernie Sanders town hall CNN was hosting yesterday. Bernie Sanders had some comments on Trump's dealing with our allies like Denmark, Greenland, Canada. All right, let's see what's going on here.
This is Grace Copps, a student at Georgetown University. She's a Democrat originally from New York.
Good evening, Senator Sanders. My question is as follows. How can the United States go about repairing our relationship with allies like Canada after the second Trump administration?
Well, I think there's going to have to be acknowledgement that what we stand for as a country is not to be the bully of the world. Again, as I mentioned earlier, the idea that you insult the Prime Minister, that you tell Canada they're going to become our 51st state, that you tell the people in Denmark, oh, by the way, we're taking Greenland away from you. This is outrageous.
Illegal.
And what I would like us to be is a leader of the world based on our democracy as a model, based on our compassion, based on our work to fight climate change and help people all over the world transfer away from fossil fuel to sustainable energy so that we could save the planet. So that's a little bit what I'd like.
Let me just ask you in terms of relationships, if the end result or the results in the next 90 days of these tariffs that the president has put on is lowering of tariffs by other nations against the U.S., will it have been worth it? If this brings them to the negotiating table?
Nothing is worth it. Look, isolation, how is it worth it? What is worth it when you have people that have been our neighbors and allies and friends for almost 200 years in Canada now distrusting the United States, our friends in the UK, throughout Europe distrusting the United States? We are becoming isolated from the rest of the world. So there's very little that I can see that would make it worth that.
But by the way, Grace's question was about what happens after Trump finishes his second term.
But we got a lot of repair work to do.
No, but you know what he said about a third term. Do you think he's serious?
Illegal.
I do. I mean, I think you have somebody whose main function, what he wants is power and wealth for his oligarch friends. So nothing would surprise me about Trump.
I want you to meet Giant Chatterjee.
Okay. Well, yeah, Bernie is right. The fact that Donald Trump continues to threaten our allies, such as Denmark or Greenland or Canada, it's fucking insane.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
And probably illegal.
Illegal.
Certainly if you were to follow through with any of this shit. But yeah, this is the moment we are all living in. A man with aspirations of being a king, threatening whoever he feels like. Alright, let's go to the United Kingdom, where and you might think that this story, based upon the title, is an environmental story, but it really isn't. But Greenpeace UK, activists from Greenpeace UK, have decided to go to the US Embassy and protest in a very, very interesting way. As you can see, these, what do you call them, coolers that they're carrying around all say, "Stop arming Israel." Now, I'm fairly certain this is supposed to mimic blood. I don't think it's actually blood. I actually think it might be beet juice, which would, I mean, it's Greenpeace, right? I'm fairly certain that it's not blood. I could be wrong. But it looks more like beet juice to me. And yes, I have juiced beets before, so I would know what it looks like. But I could be wrong. You know, there's no way to know for sure from here. There it is, Embassy of the United States, covered in blood. Totally amazing imagery. I think this was a great success. Great success. Yeah. We are covered in blood from all of the war crimes that we're funding. Totally true. You're right. You are right, Greenpeace UK. We've been very naughty. Okay, yes. Let's move on to another quick clip in Spain. España. In Madrid, there were protests, and these protests have actually been going on for quite some time, but they get almost no coverage, almost negative coverage in the mainstream media. But there have been protests going on in Spain for like 9, 12 months. I have no idea how long it's been going, but it feels like it's been a long time. They have been protesting the cost of living in Madrid and really all over Spain. Whoopsies, did I just double click that? Oh, you piece of shit. Go back. Come on.
Come on!
That's not what I wanted. Yes. That's it. There we go. Yeah. Okay. Now, apparently, these people were not only protesting the cost of living, but specifically cost of rentals. Unfortunately, I don't speak Spanish, so I don't know what she's saying. Actually, do I have it's AP Archive? So they can't be bothered to give us subtitles. Hold on, though. I think I can get us a subtitle. I think this one had in the information. I can do this. I can. Right. No, don't play the video. Butthole. Yeah, we were talking about how we were talking about this last year on a number of occasions. How Airbnbers, other such capitalist types, have been buying up all the property in beautiful Madrid, a big tourist destination, and then jacking up rent prices, forcing people who actually live in places like Madrid in Spain to, pay extra in rent due to lack of housing. Am I nocturnal? It's kinda. I mean, I am awake for some part of the day, every day, but not a whole. I don't see the whole day. I definitely not as much daylight over here as I should probably be getting. Hold on, I think I've got subtitles for this, so do I? No, these bastards. All that work for nothing. This suck. Oh, actually, no, there is. Oh, okay. I guess this woman who was screaming into the megaphone was saying, lower the prices, go for the rent strike. Yes, ooh, rent strike. Let's go. Let's go. Rent strike. Hell yeah. Oh, there was the... That's what the banner says. Oh, the banner says that. Oh, okay. I get it now. Let's end the business of homes. End the business of homes. Yeah, homes probably shouldn't be a business. Right to a roof at a fair price. Yeah, you should have a right to a roof at a fair price. Everyone should. Well, there you go. People in Spain protesting. The cost of living crisis happening in Spain. Now let's go to Italy. Another Associated Press video. This time I think we have subtitles for sure. King Charles III. He, of course, as yesterday we saw, hanging out in Italy with Giorgia Meloni, along with Camilla. He made a historic speech to the Italian Parliament in Italian, which was kind of impressive, I guess. Didn't know the king spoke Italian. Excuse me, old boy. Let me get in here really quickly. I am enormously honored to have been invited here today, and very grateful to President Sergio Mattarella for his kind invitation for a state visit to Italy. It is very important for the Queen and for myself to return to Italy for our first visit after the coronation. The moment is even more important and special for both of us, given that today is our 20th wedding anniversary. The looks that they gave the Queen just now. David Lammy, look how he's like, hey, great job for being married for 20 years. Great job, Camilla. You're doing so good. So good. So great. I hope I am not ruining the language of Dante. Wow, quite a crowd around the king and queen here. Camilla rocking the all white. Well, there we go. There's your Royals news for today. That will be it for Royals coverage. I mean, we basically ignore the Royals at all costs. Almost always. But randomly I throw in one or two videos when they do slightly diplomatic things rather than just sort of chortling or talking about themselves. Although that felt like he was kind of talking about himself. But it is technically a diplomatic mission, so I'll give him 30 seconds on that. Alright, let's move along. Talking about the EU. This was Trump 3 days ago. I think this was, if I recall correctly, this was in the White House, in the Oval Office during his meeting with Benjamin Netanyahu. And he was asked about the EU's offering of 0-for-0 tariffs on cars and industrial goods. Let's see what he had to say here. Sure, it was totally normal.
Not going to happen.
And on that, Mr. President, you've said, Mr. President, you've said it may take.
Has said that they have offered 0-for-0 tariffs on cars and industrial goods. Is that not enough?
Well, the EU, no, it's not.
Not enough.
The EU has been very tough.
Very nasty.
It was
very nasty, that EU.
To really do damage to the United States.
Was it? Yeah.
That's the reason it was formed. It was formed.
The EU exists only because the United States is so great. And that's why they exist. Just stick it to us. It's very nasty.
How rude. With all of the countries from Europe, I guess most of them, not all of them, but most of them, and they formed together to create a little bit of a monopoly situation, to create a unified force against the United States for trade. So they have.
I love how he's referring to a governmental coalition in Europe as a monopoly. That's a good one. Give me another joke.
Give me a joke.
NATO, which is largely the same countries, and they took advantage of us dollar-wise and militarily. And so,
is it just me, or is Pete Hegseth nodding off during this? Let me watch that again.
and
Looks like he's falling asleep.
Took advantage of us dollar-wise and militarily until I got there. You know, I was able to get $600 billion from NATO, where they paid NATO because most of these nations weren't even paying. We were paying for NATO.
You were paying. They didn't pay anything.
To guard them militarily, and they're screwing us on trade. So that's not a good combination. So now it's really turned around. It's the opposite, and the European Union's been very bad to us.
That's so nasty.
They don't take our cars.
They don't take any of
that.
that.
Sense. They don't take our agricultural product.
I want Italy buy more F-150s. I don't understand why there aren't more Denalis driving around the teeny tiny, very thin streets in Europe, like in Rome. You know, why can't we have big, beautiful trucks on the very narrow roads? Perhaps we can get Monaco to take on more massive trucks. They'll totally fit on the roads. Very normal. That's why they don't buy them.
They don't take anything practically. And yet they send millions of cars in a year. Mercedes-Benz, Volkswagen, BMWs. They're sending millions and millions of cars into the U.S., but we don't have a car that's been sold to the European Union or other places. But let's go.
No, there are no American cars anywhere in all of Europe. I think we all know that's a lie. But, I mean, it is true that they don't buy that many American cars in Europe. But it's not like there's 0 American cars in Europe. That's fucking idiotic. It's fucking stupid. They're very nasty, those Europeans. They won't buy anything from us. Not one thing. Very nasty.
For the European Union, and it's not going to be that way. It's got to be fair and reciprocal. It's got to be fair. It's not fair. We have a deficit with the European Union of $350 billion.
Now, one thing I would like to point out, or talking about the EU and cars, and Donald Trump claiming that there's no American cars in Europe. There's multiple Tesla factories in Europe. We've talked about some of the Tesla factories in Germany. Like, I think it was last year, there were people protesting Tesla factories. But I believe Teslas are technically American cars while they're being built in Europe. But, I mean, you know, it's kind of insane to suggest that there's 0 American cars in Europe.
It's going to disappear fast. And one of the reasons and one of the ways that can disappear easily and quickly is they're going to have to buy our energy from us because they're going
to buy our energy.
They're going to have to buy it from
buy
us.
the energy.
Buy it, we can knock off $350 billion in 1 week. They have to buy and commit to buy a like amount of energy. And we have that. You know, we have more energy than any country in the world. I don't know if you know that.
I don't know if you know
he
that.
knows everything, but
he knows everything, but
one thing
I not know this
we
one.
have more energy than any country in the world. We have more of every kind of energy.
Pete Hegseth struggled to even crack a smile there. Marco looks like he's fallen asleep now, too. J.D. Vance looks like he's in the principal's office right now. They've been having a rough couple of weeks, these guys. They all look quite somber during this meeting.
We have more energy than any country in the world. We have more of every kind of energy, every form of energy, from oil and gas to coal. And people talk about, I call it beautiful, clean coal. As you know, Germany is opening up a coal plant a week. They tried the windmills and it didn't work. They tried all the other solutions and they were ready to go out of business.
They tried the windmills.
Now they're doing a coal plant a week. China is now up to 2 coal plants.
China!
They're opening 2 major coal plants every single week in China, all over China. And then when
So much coal. So great. Everyone's doing it. Why aren't we doing it? So clean and so beautiful. Why do people hate coal so much? It's out of control. This man, it feels like he's still, like every time he talks, it feels like he's still campaigning for something. I guess that 3rd term. Might as well get started early. But yeah, this is an omni shambles. You are right, Vinny. I like that. I like that phrase. Omni shambles. Indeed. Donald Trump's stream of consciousness just being thrust upon all of us. Now, technically, there are still coal plants in places, but they're becoming a thing of the past because the amount of energy produced for the input in terms of cost, let alone the environmental reasons, are making coal plants more and more just useless, right? Wind energy and solar energy have in fact been much more viable just as a business, regardless of, the environmental reason. But the fact is solar energy is getting so good that, it kind of makes coal look like shit. All right. Now, one European automaker, speaking of Germany, is struggling amidst the EU carbon provisions and US tariffs. Volkswagen. Reuters from 20 hours ago. Volkswagen earnings down on EU carbon provisions and US tariffs.
Oh, it never occurred to me. Interesting.
It's just
That's
crazy
something
enough to work.
Yeah.
Volkswagen's first quarter earnings fell far short of market expectations on Thursday, plunging about 40%. Europe's biggest car maker has had to factor in costs for penalties of missing EU carbon emissions targets, in addition to the impacts of US tariffs. VW shares were up over 8% though, as relief swept through the markets after the US administration's announcement of a 90-day pause on tariffs. But a 25% tariff on auto imports remains in place, and VW is heavily exposed. After lobbying from the car sector, the European Commission has proposed to loosen rules that most of the industry is likely to breach this year. The proposal would give VW and the rest of the industry more time to boost sales of low-emission electric vehicles. But it's yet to be approved by the European Parliament. A VW spokesperson declined to provide detail on the costs related to US tariffs. The bulk of the VW brand's US sales is from cars made in Mexico, and its Audi and Porsche brands have no US manufacturing base.
Yeah, these tariffs are threatening Volkswagen's business. You need food and a joint. Oh, that does sound delicious. They sound quite delicious. I have not been able to partake in the second half of that lately, because galactic expenses are keeping me from partaking. Sadly, but surely. Maybe one day I'll be able to afford these things. Can't have nice things, and this is why. All right. Let's talk more about the EU's state of affairs. After Donald Trump paused tariffs, the EU, after having put counter tariffs in place, have decided to now do the same thing.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Here's BBC News from 21 hours ago. EU puts counter tariffs on hold for 90 days after US pauses its higher tariffs for 90 days. Makes sense. It's almost like we should have done some sort of talking before all of these announcements. I don't know. I'm no diplomat, but it didn't seem like a good strategy from the beginning.
The European Union says it's suspending planned tariffs on the US. That's after President Trump said he'd pause additional American tariffs, which came into force yesterday. Well, following the president's change of heart, global stock markets are rallying, although the high levies imposed on China do still remain in place. Well, let's take you live to Germany, where the DAX has seen increases. There have also been gains in London and Paris, and share prices in Asia have also risen. Japan and Taiwan closing more than 9% up. For most nations, a reprieve, although just for 90 days, and that 10% baseline tariff remains in place. But China does remain subject to high tariffs from America. President Trump has now upped the rate to 125%, accusing Beijing of showing a lack of respect by retaliating.
China!
Well, a Chinese foreign ministry spokesman said China didn't want to fight, but didn't fear the US. He said...
I love that. I love that Donald Trump thinks that fighting back is disrespect. Meanwhile, J.D. Vance, if you remember yesterday's stream, I don't think we have this video on the docket today. But anybody remember what J.D. Vance said about China?
I have to have my China.
Nope, that's not what he said. He actually said that something to the effect of that basically all Chinese people were peasants.
How rude.
That seems a little disrespectful. Just gonna point that out.
China wouldn't sit back and allow the rights of Chinese people to be deprived. President Trump's change of heart came just hours after he urged people to be cool as markets fell as those new tariffs took effect. Then came that dramatic change of policy where he said those higher tariffs were being paused because people were getting, as he called it, yippee.
Yes.
Now, as we said, that 10%
right.
baseline tariff
You
does
did
remain
say that.
in place for countries, as do the earlier levies on Canada and Mexico. Well, as we've been reporting, China insists it won't back down in the face of President Trump's increasing tariffs on Chinese goods, which, as we said, now stand at 125%. Let's have a listen to the Foreign Ministry spokesperson, Lin Jian.
Taking necessary countermeasures to oppose the U.S. bullying moves.
Sorry, I forgot that half of this was about China. We're not nearly at the China half right now. And I wanted this here for the EU talk. Where was it again? I'm sorry. I think it was around here?
Now, because we're going to ramp down our production, hoping that things will come good in the future and we can start trading in all with our full force if it can all be worked out. But if you speak to ordinary Chinese people in the street here, they're not really panicking. They're just saying, look, if US products coming in here become more expensive, we'll just switch to Chinese products, whether it be electronic goods, cars, you name it. And so for the Chinese government, it seems they're just going to try and ride this out. I mean, I think most observers would think, given this monumental backdown from Donald Trump, following the chaos created by his tariffs, there's a belief here that there will, at some point, be a deal between Beijing and Washington. And, in the meantime, I think they'll probably just hold firm, wait for an off-ramp to reveal itself, and then take it when it does.
Stephen McDonald in Beijing for us. Well, for more on that, let's speak to Dr. Yu Jia.
Am I losing my mind? What? Yeah, what did I do? Is it BBC's fault? I don't remember what happened to this. I clearly made a huge, tiny mistake.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
All right. Well, just suffice to say that the EU and Ursula von der Leyen have put a pause on those tariffs they had announced like 3 days ago or something like that, before the massive climb down from Donald Trump. All right, let's go now to talk about that coalition of the willing. Mark Rutte and other NATO members, defense ministers, gathered together yesterday. Here's Reuters from 19 hours ago. It's just the live stream. We're just going to kind of hit up a couple parts of this. Actually, hold on. I'm going to speed forward to this one. To some of the statements made. There's the first one. Where is it? I know it's in here somewhere. Okay, only 30 minutes until we get to it. There it is.
Good afternoon, everyone, distinguished media. This is an important meeting today on a coalition of the willing. I believe that we have a clear goal.
I forgot about the fucking audio on this one.
Ukraine unwaveringly, supporting Ukraine through strengths. So the peace through strengths. So it must be just and sustainable, and that's why, of course, we appreciate also the leadership of UK and France gathering us, assembling us.
I totally forgot about this. The audio is terrible. It just keeps cutting out. I don't understand. I do not understand. Reuters doesn't have money for good mics or audio quality? What's happening? Oh shit, Sasha G. Off to bed, but giving us a beautiful little super sticker I don't think I've ever seen. Pear. That cool ass pear with the headband. A little thank you and a bow. That's so cute. Thanks, Sasha. Aww. Much appreciated. Thank you. Thank you. No, you don't. I know you're saying, but you. No, thank you. Okay. All right. Whatever. We'll listen to just this statement and then we'll move it on because I can't stand this audio quality.
Providing also guidelines
Oh
for
my
the
God.
military.
Keep clipping.
Of course, the reassurance force, which is on agenda. It is an important mechanism how we can support Ukraine as well. Of course, some details still must be carved out. Some parameters of the ceasefire or peace agreement also, of course, must be established. Latvia has played an important role. We believe that we must be part of the coalition of the willing, and I would even add coalition of the able. So we've been able supporting Ukraine with 0.25% from our GDP, which goes militarily to Ukraine every year, this year and next year. And last year we've been top 3 in terms of military support. We've been providing equipment. We are leading or co-leading together with UK the drone coalition. We believe all technologies start changing the battlefield. And of course, we are also one of the leading nations in training Ukraine already for years, Ukrainian soldiers, and will be continuously doing so also in different formats. Well, the reassurance force, of course, still must be discussed in details. There are several dimensions to it, but I would not go too much public before we also make some decisions. But at the same time, as I mentioned previously, there are several processes at the same time, in a sense, namely is that...
Okay, that's enough of the coalition of the willing. I just cannot stand the audio. It's killing me. Sorry, chat. Did I do a goal already? Yeah, we did it at the beginning of the stream. We're going to get all the content in, although we have a little bit less than normal. Just partly because I just didn't want to overwhelm myself today. We got to do a week ending stream as well on Friday, which is, not that long from now. 70 likes as well, Jerry. Thank you for reminding me. Let's get us another emotional support character from the GCU here at the Galactic Cantina. A 1. That one, which means we get Scott Bakula. Quantum Leap. Get us to a different timeline, please, Scott. Immediately, if not sooner. Okay. Alrighty. Let's move from the coalition. Oh, wait. Actually, this might be a good time. Yeah, it's the perfect time. Perfect time for us to take a short break. We'll move on to talking the Middle East, some stuff in Africa, and Asia. So we are right on the brink of 6 hours here. Alright, chat. We'll be back with the galactic content after these brief space messages. Well, I do hope everyone has been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button, don't forget to subscribe, maybe even hit that little bell icon as well, so you get the latest galactic notifications, ensuring that you do not miss a single episode of this sweet, sweet spacecast. While you're doing all that with your fingers and thumbs, you might want to also consider using your digits to contribute to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers such as yourself. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support: YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, and memberships. And unfortunately, we've lost some members, as gifted memberships only last a month, and we are still arduously attempting to get ourselves to 18 emotes, but we are still a bit behind. You also have Twitch, of course, bits, subscriptions, on-screen celebrations, Cash App and PayPal. If you'd prefer every single penny that you donate go to the production of this stream, rather than having YouTube or Twitch take a large cut. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to get yourself onto Patreon and become a galactic patron.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Where an unbridled number of space benefits awaits. You could have an avatar on this stream, in fact, if you were a patron. Get a little image somewhere, maybe somebody dancing around, doing a thing that you want to do, that represents you and how you feel. It doesn't have to be you, it could be whatever. Just let me know once you become a patron, and I'll make it happen. There are more benefits, so I'd recommend you go onto the website and find out what those are. Anyway, chat, enjoy this short space break. Grab yourself a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. think everybody here knows what that sound means. Use your galactic alert and get back to your seats, because this spacecast is about to get back on the road.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right, what are we gonna do next? To the Middle East. A lot is still going on. Let's start off here. Global news from 3 days ago. Palestinians in the West Bank and Jerusalem hold a strike as Israel kills journalists in Gaza.
Illegal. Illegal.
Palestinians in Jerusalem and the West Bank held a general strike Monday as Israel continued its campaign in Gaza. Schools and businesses were closed in solidarity with people in Gaza. Today in Hebron is a general strike by all the Arab people in solidarity with Gaza. May God have mercy on our martyrs and release our prisoners. Honestly, all the Arab people in the world should stand together as one. We see sights of children that are unspeakable. We can only say God is sufficient for us, and He is the best disposer of affairs. People today continue, and God willing will continue with the strike because the situation is difficult. Today is a strike for our brothers in Gaza. It is good and not good. Do you think if we hold a strike they will actually stop the siege on Gaza? May God be with them. All the Arab people are supporting Israel while Gaza is being annihilated. And no one cares. You are the weakest people. The general strike came on the same day a Palestinian journalist was killed in an Israeli airstrike in southern Gaza. Israeli authorities did not immediately respond to requests for a comment. At around 3 a.m. at dawn, we woke up on an explosion next to us. We all got to our tents, out of our tents, and saw a strike targeting our journalist colleague's tent. Yep, Israel's still striking tent camps.
Now, the Israeli army is seizing large areas of the Gaza.
Lock these criminals up.
Yes, we should lock those criminals up. You're right, Pam. See, I told you that that sound shot would come in handy in the future. Worth it. Worth it. We should lock them up in The Hague immediately. All right, let's move along. Staying in the same place, BBC News from 22 hours ago. According to them, Israel is seizing vast swaths of land in Gaza, as thousands of people are left displaced.
Illegal.
Now, the Israeli army is seizing large areas of the Gaza Strip, expanding what it describes as buffer zones. That's according to Israel's defense minister, Israel Katz. He posted a video message from inside Gaza at the newly announced Morag corridor, which has split Gaza between the southern cities of Rafah and Khan Yunis. It follows Israeli media reporting that the Israel Defense Forces is planning to seize and keep the entire city of Rafah. It's estimated
Volume
the
low.
land grab this large could consume around 1/5.
Sorry, chat. I just realized the volume is super low. Thankfully, we're only 30 seconds into this clip.
Now, the Israeli army is seizing large areas of the Gaza Strip, expanding what it describes as buffer zones. That's according to Israel's Defense Minister, Israel Katz. He posted a video message from inside Gaza at the newly announced Morag corridor, which has split Gaza between the southern cities of Rafah and Khan Yunis. It follows Israeli media reporting that the Israel Defense Forces is planning to seize and keep the entire city of Rafah. It's estimated a land grab this large could consume around 1/5 of the Gaza Strip. Here's the Defense Minister speaking from Gaza.
The population of Gaza is evacuating from the fighting zones, and large areas are being seized and added to Israel's security zones, leaving Gaza smaller and more isolated. We are working to advance the voluntary immigration plan for Gaza residents in accordance with the U.S. President's vision, which we are working to realize.
Meanwhile, an Israeli airstrike on a residential building east of Gaza City killed at least 29 Palestinians early on Tuesday. Those figures coming from the local hospital. Images reviewed by the BBC confirm children were among those killed in the attack on the neighborhood. The Israeli military said it struck a senior Hamas terrorist whom it did not identify and said it was to minimize civilian harm.
Was it?
The man who lived in that home paused rescue efforts for a moment to give this message to a journalist from Reuters.
I mean, how is it killing one person? Then, I mean, if we even accept that one Hamas member died in this, it's acceptable that 28 other people died. Is it that's the justification Israel wants to use? They're going to keep doing this over and over again. I mean, no one's going to cry foul in the United States. Well, certainly not now. With Donald Trump in office, he does not give a shit about Palestinians. I don't think he's ever spoken to a Palestinian in his life. Day one, no more war.
They have nothing to do with the fighting. They are children. They are innocent. They are women staying at their homes. They have nothing to do with it. Why would they hit them? What does it take to get these people from under the rubble? There are no resources, no tractors, no machines. There is nothing. What do we do?
Christ.
This guy is trapped under the ceiling and we cannot reach him.
Earlier, I spoke to Miriam Larousi, emergency coordinator in Gaza for Doctors Without Borders. Israel says that it has a new strategy in its war against Hamas to divide up Gaza and seize more territory there. There's been military strikes, but what does that mean and look like on the ground?
What it means on the ground is receiving a phone call from a colleague telling you, I have to leave my place right now with all my family because the Israelis are going to target my building, and waiting to receive a phone call back to know if he's alive or not. It's also learning the same day that the whole family of one of your colleagues passed away after an Israeli shelling. It's also what happened exactly yesterday night, a shelling 300 meters away from our clinic in El Mawasi that caused the deaths of dozens of people, and we received about 7 wounded persons, like really badly wounded, and 2 dead people, including a child, 2 years old. This is what we call the reality in Gaza. We're talking about that kind of level of violence. And this is just the last 24 hours. The shelling is day and night. It's all through Gaza. It also means evacuation notice for a large number of population that being forcibly displaced from one minute to the other. How does it reduce? It means taking all your belongings, all your family, and you have to leave to wherever you can, under a tent, and see what's going to happen. Maybe that place will be safer, maybe not. And the Gazans today have been displaced like for 9 out of 10 of them more than 10 times.
Jesus Christ. 90% of people in Gaza have been displaced 10 times. And we're told that we're not allowed to criticize Israel, suggest that they're, committing a genocide and ethnic cleansing, while Donald Trump literally promotes ethnic cleansing. It's insane. We're living in a nonsense universe right now.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
The worst timeline on the planet. Shit is fucking horrible. And now the U.S. government isn't even feigning concern over all the war crimes that are happening. And I really had some problems with Biden over all of this, his response to this, but wow. There are times now where I feel like I am genuinely reminiscing about the good days, the good old days when Anthony Blinken would come out and pretend to care about war crimes, or at least try and obfuscate for the Israel. Now we don't even have. I mean, where is Marco Rubio? I haven't heard Marco Rubio say a fucking thing about any of this. Not one time. He is. I mean, where is he? Where is little Marco?
Don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
Seriously, where is he? Why are we not getting anything from little Marco? What's the deal? You're the the Secretary of State, or Pete Hegseth, Secretary of Defense. There's no more meetings like that we used to have. Journalists in the presser rooms. No more of that. You don't even, I mean, shit. I'll take having journalists dragged out of the fucking room for asking the wrong questions over nothing. Because, that's what was happening back in the Biden administration, and it was horrible, and we were calling it out then. But now we don't even get a single fucking word from the Biden, I'm going to call it the Biden administration, from the Trump administration about it. The only thing that we've been hearing is stuff like, oh, why does anyone even want to live in Gaza? It's very nasty. All the Palestinians, why don't they want to live somewhere else? And that's what we get. We get Benjamin Netanyahu in the fucking White House, a man who is, wanted by the ICJ in the Oval Office. I really feel like I'm losing my mind. No more fronting. Yeah, that's a good point, Jerry. Yeah, certainly no more facade of concern, all wiped away for genuine support of ethnic cleansing. It's fucked. Granted, I wasn't a fan of the facade either. But somehow it was more preferable. Somehow it felt like it was... back then I was like, dude, this is pathetic. Where's the pressure on Israel? But, I don't even have the energy to pretend, or not energy to pretend, but what's the word? Oh, God, I can barely put together a sentence on this one right now. But, it just, the tone shift is just insane. How is it still going on? 17? Are we 17 months now? Let me think. No, I think we're still 16 some odd months. Someone do the math for me. I'm too tired and broken. People, true colors playing in people's heads. Yeah, that's legit. All right, let's go to the TRT world. Talk about Syria. And amidst everything that's been going on in Syria, they are trying, apparently, to decrease, violence between different groups in the country. And apparently the government is rounding up unlicensed weapons throughout Syria right now. hoping to stabilize the country amidst everything that's been going on.
After years of conflict, Syria is trying to round up thousands of unlicensed weapons. Many are being handed over to the state. Authorities say it marks a shift from fragmented rule towards unified control. Security forces are carrying out coordinated operations to curb the influence of armed groups that continue to pose a threat to civil peace.
After the recent escalation in the area, we cooperated with the community leaders and representatives to hand over weapons and wanted criminals. Their cooperation greatly helped us in securing the region. We have also worked on establishing committees from the local communities in rural areas to carry out similar duties. Our next step is to establish checkpoints and increase our presence to ensure security.
Officials say that in just one district in Hama province, over 3,000 light and medium weapons were surrendered last week.
Grenade
At the
launchers.
same time, hundreds of wanted individuals either turned themselves in or were handed over, often through the help of local mediators. Officials are encouraging disarmament, mediating between residents and authorities, and framing the handovers as a first step towards a lasting peace.
Something
We
Syria
have worked on
genuinely
spreading the
needs.
message of security among civilians and raising awareness about the changes that have occurred since the fall of the Assad Syrian regime. We explained how the regime encouraged corruption and the spread of unauthorized weapons within communities.
Illegal.
We told people that these weapons pose a real danger to them. Our main objective is to achieve peace.
Residents say the atmosphere is gradually lifting. Streets once deserted by dusk now see signs of a return.
I gotta say, it is good to see. I mean, it's a tiny show of whatever solidarity, but the fact that multiple religious sects seem to be coming together to try and bring back some form of order in the country. I mean, we still have to remain, what's the word, cautiously optimistic, and also remember the most recent atrocities that were committed by the current government, or at least people loyal to that government in the East. In the West, on the coast, in the Alawite stronghold, where we saw how many people died. I think it was like 150 or something like that. People were killed, and most of which were civilians. And it feels like they're almost just trying to not talk about that now, but it does need to be, at least in our minds, that so far, I don't think there's been quite enough effort to avoid this, but this is at least one step in the right direction. I'll give them that much.
Our main objective is to achieve peace.
Residents say the atmosphere is gradually lifting. Streets once deserted by dusk now see signs of a return to normality. Though tensions haven't entirely vanished, the once dominant presence of armed groups is beginning to fade.
Security has been restored in the city following a period of tension. Now people are returning to the streets and markets, and life is beginning to open up again. We hope that security and peace will remain in our area, because that's what everyone truly wants.
For now, calm is the first sign of progress.
Syria's new leadership is left with a country deeply scarred by 14 years of conflict, an economy in ruins, and a security landscape riddled with chaos. The new government says it is sparing no efforts to restore stability. They also know the road ahead is difficult and rebuilding trust will take time. However, the people here say they are simply exhausted by years of war, and what they long for is a return to normal life.
Yes, indeed. And it would be good to see Syria really lean into the multicultural I don't know about return, but get to some sort of multicultural, multifaceted democratic state. Right now, it's definitely not there yet. And, the police have been, doing some version of like Sharia law to some degree, and that's problematic. It needs to stop. You know, if you want a multicultural democracy, maybe don't include religious ideology into your policing. But we did see evidence of that going on there. And so, I don't know. I want things to be good, which is why I continue to try to remain optimistic, since there's very little else I can do. But, you know, also remaining very skeptical about whether or not that's ever going to come to fruition. Meanwhile, Israel is apparently continuing to seize different aspects of the Syrian land of the country, setting up military bases, apparently, inside of Syria.
Illegal.
Let's go now here to TRT World. Again, 19 hours ago, Israel's incursion into Syria's Kenitra. We are heading to one of the most dangerous parts of Syria, and we'll try to reach the last spot we can get to. I am currently in a village called Jabata al-Khashaba. This is the last point we can reach in Syria's Kenitra province. That is an Israeli outpost. And that's my land, which has been completely destroyed by Israel. Israel banned you from farming your land? Yes, but even if they didn't, the trench they dug is enough to keep me out. On April 25th, 2024, Israeli forces entered our farm in Jabata al-Khashab. Their incursions into Syrian territory during the Assad regime were a common occurrence. In the cold of the night, they'd stop and handcuff people. Maybe half an hour, maybe even two. They'd interrogate them, ask where they're coming from, what they're doing. They take their phones. The day after liberation on December 8th, 2024, Israel was fearful of what had happened in Syria. And they entered most of the villages along the ceasefire line. Sometime later, perhaps a month or two, they started setting up what seemed like permanent bases, 6 or 7 of them. We had livestock we were raising. My son went to the field around 7:15 in the morning and was ambushed by Israeli forces. So a young man went to check on Saddam and saw Israeli soldiers on the land. He called me and said, Israel has taken Saddam. They told me your son isn't charged with anything at all. He called it a precautionary wartime arrest. May God bring him back safe and sound. I went to the governor's office the day after they invaded. I told them the people of Hamadiyah are starving and thirsty. They don't even have water or food. He replied with mockery, I'm not going to bring them anything. Let them die of hunger.
Illegal.
Sooner or later, they'll leave the country. This is the gate of the Kenitra courthouse. The Israeli forces shut it down after raiding, searching and occupying it for about 2.5 months after the start of the incursion. Israel demanded we hand over any weapons that locals had gathered from former regime military sites and garrisons.
المرة الأولى.
Yeah. And the Biden administration didn't do anything about Israel striking Syria. And the Trump administration isn't even saying anything about it. I mean, God. And it's just continuing. Israel is setting up permanent military bases, essentially occupying Syria now. They saw it. They saw an opportunity, a power vacuum, like we were saying when this was all going down last year. And it seems like it's really sort of cemented that occupation in recent months. All right, now let's go south to Yemen. Quickly talk about U.S. strikes, which have been going on there now for months, it would seem, or at least in recent. I guess it's been at least over a month, right? I mean, we've been striking Yemen for a while, but the Trump administration brought it back after I think it was paused for a short period of time.
A U.S. campaign targeting Yemen rebels is growing ever more intense. In the last few days, we saw a strike that killed at least 13 people in Hodeidah on the Red Sea. And we've also seen strikes around Sana'a, the rebel-held capital of Yemen, Sada, which is a stronghold of the Houthi rebels, and other areas. These strikes started about a month ago, and under the administration of U.S. President Donald Trump, Trump has said these strikes will continue as long as the Houthis continue to threaten ships in the Red Sea and surrounding Middle East waterways. For their part, the Houthis say that they're going to continue to stand up against America. They continue to target U.S. MQ-9 Reaper drones and shot one down just the other day as well. They say they've shot down over 20 during the ongoing Yemen war. Now, there aren't any signs that this conflict is going to stop soon. In fact, the U.S. is sending another air.
I wonder how much those. I actually don't know this fact. How much does a Reaper drone cost? $30 million. Jesus fucking Christ. So if you multiply that by 20, that's $600 million in drones if those numbers are accurate.
Carrier to the region and already has one in the Red Sea. And B-2 stealth bombers are stationed at Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean and are believed to have been part of this campaign targeting the Houthis. So from all sides, it looks like this conflict is going to continue, and it remains just as dangerous as ever for civilians.
Yeah, we've been killing all sorts of civilians in Yemen. Obama is more Irish than Biden. Barack Obama. Great Irish lad. All right, let's go on now to talking about Turkey, where those protests are still going on in the midst of the arrest of Erdogan's main rival, İmamoğlu. Protesters taking to the street, thousands of people continue to fight back against this, what seems to be repression from Mr. Erdogan and his government. France 24 English from 23 hours ago in Istanbul.
Now, thousands of people have demonstrated again in Istanbul, this time 3 weeks after the arrest of the city's mayor, Ekrem İmamoğlu, who is also President Recep Tayyip Erdogan's main political opponent, the leader of the opposition CHP party, saying the protests will continue until İmamoğlu is free and that the opposition will fight until the end. His aim to force Erdogan to hold early elections with, of course, İmamoğlu a candidate. Well, we're going to cross then to Istanbul, talk to our reporter Andrew Hillier, who joins us from there. Andy, tell us then first about this demonstration last night. I know you were there, and what you made, if you like, of the passions expressed there by the demonstrators.
Yes, Stuart, this was a big test for the CHP, Turkey's main opposition party. It was their first big rally in Istanbul since March 29th, and the rally they held in Maltepe on the Asian side of the city. There were several thousand people in attendance, very large crowds from what we could see, and it was the first of what has been billed as a series of weekly Wednesday rallies to be held in Istanbul. Now, the choice of holding it in the district of Şişli was very important too. This is a district of Istanbul that, until recently, was run by a CHP mayor who was subsequently arrested and imprisoned in the Silivri prison complex. That is on the outskirts of Istanbul. It's also where Ekrem İmamoğlu is being held. And he was replaced by a government-appointed trustee. Now, in what has become a familiar sight, a familiar feature of these demonstrations, the leader of the CHP, Özgür Özel, addressed crowds. He came out fighting, really. He insisted that the rally wasn't a gathering, but an act of defiance against the ruling authorities. He also read out a letter from Ekrem İmamoğlu. And amongst the crowds, lots of passion, I would say. There was a very large demographic of people, young and old alike, lots of students who had marched from different parts of Istanbul to take part in the rally. And all the people there in attendance telling us that they were determined to continue protesting. Take a listen.
This movement will change everything because everyone wants only democracy, not any violence or any other thing. We only want our democracy back.
We just want to change this party, AKP. We just want to change system to keep our rights again, to get it back.
And it's been 3 weeks now, hasn't it, since Ekrem İmamoğlu was arrested. But on Friday, tomorrow, there are hearings for 2 other cases that actually precede his detention. Tell us more about that.
Yes, that's absolutely right, Stuart. Now, Ekrem İmamoğlu is currently in prison, as I mentioned earlier there, in the Silivri prison complex, pending trial on corruption charges. But Friday, tomorrow, is a significant date in 2 other criminal cases. Indeed, before his arrest 3 weeks ago, he already faced several criminal cases. And the 2 hearings that will take place tomorrow are very significant. Now, the first thing that I should mention is that those hearings have been moved from courthouses in Istanbul to a courthouse inside the prison complex. That may...
Wow, it's almost like they don't want people to see what happens in this trial. They wouldn't want to have it in the place where this guy is the mayor of in Istanbul. Now, people in Turkey are pushing for early elections. I think fearing that Turkey and Erdogan will attempt to put İmamoğlu in prison before they can elect him president. Another France 24 piece. This one's pretty quick.
Answering a call for weekly demonstrations in Istanbul, crowds flooded the streets on Wednesday night. After erupting last month, anti-government protests had dipped in intensity amid celebrations to mark the end of Ramadan, but those whom France 24 spoke to said they were as determined as ever.
This movement will change everything because everyone wants only democracy, not any violence or any other thing.
If the government does not change, then my resolve will not change either. Even if I'm chained, even if I'm put...
This dude's got the Mangione eyebrows going.
Dungeons, even if they put a gun to my head, I will never change.
Damn.
The protests are...
Wow. Even if they put a gun to my head, I'll never change. That's a certain level of determination right there. Holy cow. Yeah, Jokey thinks the same thing. Yeah, he really does. In the brow region, that guy's really got the Luigi look going. Oh God! All right, and Jinx can't jinx me. I gotta be able to do the stream. I can't just sit here and not talk. How am I supposed to do that exactly? Impossible.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Okay, now let's go down south, Africa ways, starting in Kenya. TRT World once again, what are we talking about? Let's go to TRT World. Here from 22 hours ago, pausing of USAID funding, causing HIV-positive orphans in Kenya in peril. This is fucked. This right here is completely fucked.
For nearly 3 decades, Nyumbani Children's Home has cared for HIV-positive orphans, providing education and life-saving antiretroviral medication to 98 children aged 4 to 16. Among them is Evans, a 10-year-old who dreams of becoming a doctor. Without ARVs, his health will deteriorate. Like many here, he already has lost his parents to HIV.
We were thinking of fundraising in different ways, but where do we get? And this is a lot of money, and we need for every day.
Yeah, and it's not just the United States who's been pausing development, like aid to developing countries like USAID. The UK has also paused its, or at least reduced a great deal of its developmental aid. So yeah, I mean, the places to go to fundraise to help save these children's lives, well, those are fewer and fewer. DCAT, thanks to whomever re-upped your gift membership today. Who was it? Kirkenstein's Monster, I think. If I recall correctly, I could be wrong. Don't quote me on that. I'm pretty sure it was Kirkenstein's Monster who gifted 5 galactic subs earlier today, and you were the recipient of one of them. It's a frustrating story.
And right now we are finding it very hard.
Nyumbani has long depended on USAID's ARV program, but with funding frozen, caregivers fear time is running out.
I started imagining us going back to how we used to be, without knowing what their future would be like. You see a child and you wonder about their future. Will they continue their studies? Will they be able to move on in life?
Since 1999, USAID has provided over 16 million to Nyumbani, helping 1.4 million Kenyans.
Think about that. 25 years, it's less than $1 million a year. And yet we're cutting this as if it's somehow affecting us in some negative way. 16 million? What is that? What is that exactly? Per American. I mean, it's a tiny, tiny, tiny, tiny fraction of the US budget. But per human being, in the, what is that, 20 cents? Is that a quarter? It's like 20 cents per person? I'm actually trying to do the math in my head, but I'm struggling right now for some reason. 300 million divided by 16. 18 cents per person in the United States. And that's rounding way down. Wow. And not worth it, huh? Not worth it to save kids from AIDS. Sweet.
Million to Nyumbani, helping 1.4 million Kenyans access HIV treatment. Now, with all programs suspended, 34 million worth of medical supplies sits in Kenyan warehouses, unable to be distributed, leaving organizations like Nyumbani in crisis.
Oh, God. everything that this administration is doing is utterly atrocious. All right, let's go to the country of Gabon, where things are happening. Apparently their first post-Bongo election is going to be taking place soon, this year, I believe. Start here, France 24 English, though, 18 hours ago. Talk about some of Gabon's infrastructure.
Here in Gabon's capital, passengers wait to board the Trans-Gabon Railway. Each year, it transports millions of tons of cargo and hundreds of thousands of people across the country. This man says the Trans-Gabon Railway is the only reliable option for him.
So we're leaving Libreville for Kulamutu by train because we have no choice. The road is no good, it's not safe, there's no organized transport. There used to be planes, but planes don't go there anymore. There are no more airlines, so you have to take the train.
But the railway often suffers from degraded or broken tracks.
In my experience, it's not always easy. Sometimes it's a real pain, because sometimes you have crossings and it could take hours and hours in a station in the middle of nowhere. You're parked there, so it's a real pain, and there are often derailments which, thank God, do not often cause death.
The rail line was originally the brainchild of Omar Bongo, who ruled Gabon for over 4 decades. At the time, it only carried manganese across the country, an element used in steel production and batteries. Gabon's current transitional president, Brice Oligui Nguema, promised to replace 40% of the Trans-Gabon's rails as part of an ambitious modernization program.
It's a technical challenge, particularly when it comes to renewing the track, because what we're doing is changing 2 ingredients, 2 important components of the track, namely the sleepers. They have been changed from wooden sleepers, which rotted relatively quickly, to concrete sleepers, and thicker, heavier rail, which are more resistant to current mineral traffic on the Trans-Gabon Railway.
With the presidential election in sight, Nguema is once again touting his plans to renovate and develop the country's infrastructure. Gabon and its overseas diaspora are gearing up for the vote, set to take place this Saturday. It will be a major test for Nguema and could determine the future of the country's development policies.
All right, let's just go straight into this one. This is Reuters from 18 hours ago discussing... Reuters from 18 hours ago.
Crime, public services and jobs are top of the Gabonese voters' priorities as the Central African country prepares for its first presidential election since a 2023 military coup. Saturday's election comes after military officers, led by Brice Oligui Nguema, seized power, ending the Bongo family's 56-year rule. Nguema is the frontrunner, having secured constitutional amendments allowing him to run, and faces 7 other candidates, including former Prime Minister Alain-Claude Billy-Binze. Whoever wins, Gabonese voters collecting their electoral cards on Wednesday said there are a number of changes they hope to see from the new administration.
Of urgency for Gabonese people are social issues, water, electricity. We talk about it every day. So this is a primary urgency because we don't want to have this anymore, these daily power cuts.
What I want is for the crime in Greater Libreville to decrease. The new president who will be elected should try to put law enforcement at certain intersections to reduce crime in Libreville. There is too much crime in Libreville. You can't go home at any hour and get robbed every time. It's not good.
Despite some economic improvements since the coup, Gabon still faces significant challenges. The Central African oil producer has $3 billion outstanding on international bonds. Political uncertainty and concerns about governance partially curtailed economic growth to 2.4% in 2023, from 3.
Yeah, it's not great. The fact is Gabon already didn't have that big of a gross domestic product as it is. And, this is, a situation that's been caused, a lot of it, by the pillaging of Gabon by, colonialist powers. France is the first one that comes to mind, although they're not technically the only one who's done a little bit of pillaging in this country. But yeah, people are already, struggling. There was that military coup a few years back, and so the stakes of this election are quite high. Hopefully, Gabon's next leader will manage to solve some of the issues here. All right, now let's go to the DRC. Technically, one of these stories could have been multiple. This is something I've been considering to myself, is just not doing the environmental half and just putting all the environmental news in the countries. But one of these stories technically should be an environmental half story. But first, let's go and talk about the what do you call it? Like the political and sort of military, I guess, aspects of what's going on in the Democratic Republic of Congo. As of course, we've been talking about it for quite a while now, especially since the M23 started seizing land in the east. And apparently, Uganda, seeing everything going on in the DRC, I guess taking a little note from the M23 and Rwanda, and like, hey, what, are we not allowed to take some parts of Congo too? And so now people are concerned as Ugandan troops have been moving along the borders in Congo. Let's go here, Reuters from 18 hours ago.
In the bustling markets of Congo's Butembo, men and women with megaphones move through crowds, handing out pamphlets and raising banners warning of imminent danger. The sudden activity was sparked by the unexpected departure of Ugandan military trucks, which was described by officials as a routine troop rotation. But the move has also amplified fears of a security vacuum. The region is grappling with levels of insurgent violence unseen since the turn of the century. Kabambi Kanaga is the campaign's coordinator.
Nous avons tous appris l'intention de l'Ouganda de retirer ses forces.
We have all learned of Uganda's intention to withdraw its military forces from our region. This has prompted us to come together to understand the ins and outs of the situation and grasp the deeper stakes.
Et puis comprendre les enjeux les plus profonds. Et voilà pourquoi nous comprenons.
That is why we understand that the threat is extremely serious. The enemy at our doorstep could take us by surprise in a very unpleasant way. This is why we are calling on the Congolese government to take responsibility.
Le gouvernement congolais à prendre ses responsabilités.
In January, the Rwanda-backed M23 rebel group seized eastern Congo's two largest cities, Goma and Bukavu, in a sweeping offensive that revived fears of a broader regional war. Ugandan troops, deployed under a security deal with Kinshasa, have long helped to contain insurgent groups in Congo's east, in particular the Islamic State-aligned Allied Democratic Forces. It has been blamed for hundreds of civilian deaths in recent years. Butembo residents Somere Tito said they were surprised when they heard that the Ugandan troops wanted to return home.
I guess I misunderstood this story when I watched it previously. I must have not been paying enough attention. I guess I'm a dummy. Why? Why? This is what happens when I don't have enough time to do all of my research. I say things that are wrong.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Okay. Might revisit that one tomorrow once I've gotten a better handle on what the fuck is going on. I misinterpreted what happened here. So forget everything you just heard. Well, maybe don't. Maybe you just remember what they said and not what I said. Alright. Alright, I'm sorry, chat. That's my bad. I can't be perfect. And we discuss, I don't know, 10 trillion topics a day. I'm likely to be wrong about one or two things here and there. Okay, we're staying in DRC, but let's talk about what's been going on with regards to fishermen in DRC as they've been struggling to make a living doing their jobs of fishing. France 24 English from 18 hours ago. DRC fishing on Lake Kivu ground to a halt.
On the shores of Lake Kivu, Roland Murhula returns home after a morning's fishing. The results are bitterly disappointing. For several weeks now, he's been netting very little, catching his lowest number of fish in a decade.
We used to be able to catch 30 kilos of fry easily, but now there's nothing at all. Lately, if I manage to catch even 15 kilos, I think it's a good yield, but it's very rare.
The dire security situation explains the newfound scarcity. Since M23 rebels captured the city of Bukavu, there's been an upsurge of thefts and criminality. Local fishermen used to go out onto the lake at night, but now, when the sun goes down, they stay indoors for fear of being mistaken for thieves.
Almost all the fishermen who are used to working in the Bukavu basin no longer go out at night because they're afraid. A week ago, some fishermen were attacked with machetes because the locals thought they were bandits. They were taken to hospital and are recovering.
I love that vibe. Fishing on your own lake counts as being a bandit. Yeah, fascinating.
The 8,000 fishermen in the area have been affected. On the shores of Lake Kivu, the fishermen's wooden canoes lie grounded and have become a playground for children. Fish was once plentiful in the markets of Bukavu, but it's recently become a rare commodity, and prices have skyrocketed.
We buy fish for $3.50 and we hope to sell it here for $4. But I've been finding it hard to make a living recently. There are no customers. I come to the market and sit there all day, but I know I'm not going to sell anything.
The fishermen of Bukavu are urging the authorities to bolster security on the shores of Lake Kivu. The fishing industry is an economic mainstay for the city.
Jesus Christ. When are things going to get better in the DRC? I'm genuinely asking. It's out of control. The fact is the Congo should be one of the richest countries on the fucking planet. Okay, and yet people are living, I mean, in unbelievable poverty. It's basically, I mean, it's not entirely all the fault of Western powers, but it's like 80-90%. I mean, sure, internal African stuff, corruption within the DRC, sure. But, I mean, so much can be blamed on Western powers who really created this and are still, influencing things in the DRC, still attempting to extract resources from them without giving them fair prices. Same thing for China now, too. They recently got involved. These Chinese nationals have been coming to steal resources from the Congo without permits and things like that. Just an incredibly frustrating situation in the DRC. Is it, like, I don't think it's just me either who's frustrated by it. Are people being censored in the chat right now? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We don't technically have any banned words, but there's like an auto moderation setting that YouTube has. I'm starting to think I need to add more galactic mods so I can turn that off, but we only have 4. I just haven't, rushed to adding more mods. All right, let's go now to Ukraine. Before we go into the rest of talking about Asia, Associated Press first from yesterday. Should probably give you all a content warning for this next one, although most of it's blurred out from what I recall. But this next video shows a genuine war crime.
Illegal.
As apparently this next video we're about to watch shows prisoners who had surrendered, Ukrainian prisoners who had surrendered to Russian troops being executed. So yeah, let's go here.
According to European military officials who have analysed it, this video shows Ukrainian soldiers surrendering to Russian forces last month. The officials say this scene was filmed in southern Ukraine, where the fighting continues even as US President Donald Trump is pushing both sides for a ceasefire. One by one, and at gunpoint, the Ukrainians come out of the destroyed house, some with their arms raised. The European military officials say the Russian soldiers, identifiable with red helmet markings, then direct their prisoners to lie down on the grass. Because the images are so graphic, the Associated Press is blurring what happened next. The Russian soldiers appeared to open fire in cold blood, spraying the prone men with bullets and finishing them off with shots to the head. The AP asked for an independent analyst to also assess this video. Rollo Collins works for the Center for Information Resilience, which specialises in visual investigations. He said the video appears to be one of the clearest examples of extrajudicial killings that his London-based group has seen in over a year from the Ukraine war.
Yeah, and you can clearly see the shots from the guns, even with it being blurred out. And I'm fairly certain I also saw a cloud of blood, which is just disgusting. It's a rough story. But that is a genuine war crime right there. If soldiers surrender, according to the Geneva Conventions, you're supposed to just bring them back to a military prison and await, whatever it might be, a trial or prisoner exchange, whatever it might be, rather than just murdering them. Let's stay in Ukraine for a moment, because apparently 150 Chinese mercenaries have been found to be fighting in this war between Russia and Ukraine. It does seem like Russia's struggling to recruit troops, running out of troops. We already had North Korean soldiers fighting in this. Now it's China. Here's France 24 English from 22 hours ago on this story.
This video, posted by Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky on Tuesday, claims to show a Chinese citizen captured in Ukraine, allegedly fighting for Russia. Ukrainian intelligence services now say they have identifying information for at least 155 Chinese citizens fighting alongside Russian forces in Ukraine. Zelensky has denounced the presence of these foreign fighters and is demanding an explanation from the Chinese government.
The involvement of Chinese citizens in this war is fueling a bigger problem. We need to respond to this as a matter of principle. Strengthening the occupying contingent and talking about peace are mutually exclusive.
Beijing denies that there are significant numbers of Chinese nationals fighting in Ukraine or that the government in any way encouraged its citizens to engage in the conflict, despite the country's strong diplomatic support for Russia throughout the war.
This kind of statement is absolutely groundless. The Chinese position on the Ukraine crisis is clear and unequivocal and has won widespread approval from the international community.
Has it?
The Ukrainian side should correctly view China's efforts and constructive role in...
The international community has, what was it again? Just, they're strongly supporting what China's doing? I mean, you have been funding Russia's war and supplying them with military, forget the troops. I mean, weapons have been going from China to Russia this entire time. I don't remember anybody applauding for that so much.
...for a political resolution.
The Ukrainian president's comments come only weeks after a video appeared on social media allegedly showing Chinese mercenaries in the Donbas region of Ukraine, sparking speculation about Chinese involvement in the war. The video has not been verified independently. Zelensky also said that this level of foreign involvement shows that Russian President Vladimir Putin has no plans for de-escalation.
Yeah, I think we all know that. In the middle of the ceasefire talks that were going on, they seemed to completely stalled at this point. Yeah, they were continuing to bomb Ukraine. They killed like a dozen children. One of the strikes that they did in Zelensky's hometown. You had a bad gummy experience? Huh. Interesting. All right, we are now going to do Asia. Got a few stories here to talk about. We're doing on time. We're doing pretty good. I think we're going to finish just 4 halves today. Even though we're going to be ending at still an insane time because I started 2 hours late. It's my fault. First, though, before we get to China and other countries in Asia, let's start in Pakistan. Talk about... Well, this is technically connected to China, but Pakistan, at least Pakistan's textile sector, sees potential profit in the U.S.-China tariff war. Ooh, money, money, money. How can it go wrong? No way for that to be bad. Okay, Reuters from 20 hours ago.
Pakistan's textile sector is looking for ways it can profit amid the escalating trade war between the US and China.
And there is an opportunity to grab from China. How well we can do that depends on how well we can sit on the table and negotiate.
Fawad Anwar, the chairman of the Pakistan Textile Council, says the sector generates about $17 billion in exports and is the largest employer in the country. Pakistan would have been slapped with a 29% tariff rate before Trump's turnabout on Wednesday. A 10% blanket duty on almost all US imports will remain in effect, the White House said. But Trump hiked the tariff on Chinese imports to 125% after Beijing had slapped 84% tariffs on US imports. It's a tit-for-tat trade dispute between the world's top two economies.
This is a war between the two giants, and everything else is collateral damage. The whole world is a collateral damage.
Experts estimate Pakistan's textile industry could face losses of up to $2 billion in exports if the 29% tariff rate is reinstated after Trump's 90-day pause ends. Anwar is confident of avoiding that and filling the void left by China.
The US retailer or the US consumer or the US suppliers like Pakistan or specific companies, nobody can sustain this big of a percentage increase. So,
yeah. And what is Pakistan going to do to get those tariffs removed? Because, I mean, for now we're in a pause, but for the next 90 days, what is it that Pakistan is going to offer the United States that keeps the reciprocal tariffs from coming back? Who knows? I honestly don't know. I honestly don't know. But I'm, you know, what's the word? I cannot think right now. My brain is just turning to mush. But I mean, sure, is this good potentially for Pakistan? Yeah, at the expense of others. And, you know, it's entirely possible and honestly likely, in my estimation, that, you know, it's very possible that the textile sector gets going, gets booming, and then suddenly those tariffs come back on. And then, you know, are they going to be able to export those textiles to the United States? What was Pakistan? I can't remember. What was Pakistan's tariff number before the pausing of reciprocal tariffs? Oopsies, that's not how you spell tariff. %30. On top of the 10%, so I guess that would make it 40%. All right, now let's go talk about China a little bit more. Here's the Wall Street Journal. The woke Wall Street Journal. Very woke. Those lovers of Wall Street. Here's the Wall Street Journal's breakdown on why we don't have Made in America iPhones.
Apple CEO.
She certainly doesn't seem prepared to be taking apart iPhones. That was a single screw, and she couldn't even keep her hands on it. Jesus Christ. Actually, that's a point that hasn't been made up till now, but, you know, this aspect of Chinese labor being cheap, I hate to say it, but Mr. Apple back there is actually right. And it's something I guess I wasn't thinking about, but we've kind of talked about it a bunch of times. I just wasn't putting the two things together. But yeah, I mean, we talked about how China's middle class has been growing rapidly. And the fact is the average monthly salary in China is now about $4,000 US. So, I mean, there's plenty of, I don't make $4,000 a month. So, I mean, you know, yeah, but it does have a lot more to do with the supply chain, the amount of skilled laborers in this, you know, in this country, as well as their direct access to rare earth minerals and a bunch of other shit. Oh, they'll do that. They'll definitely do that. Yeah, Apple? Yeah, they hate money. Oh my god. Yeah, we can all count on Apple to eating costs for all of us. All of us plebs. They will definitely do that immediately. Yeah, and also there's going to be a huge problem with producing those iPhones in the United States now that China is no longer going to export any rare earth metals to the United States. That's gonna create a big old problem. I don't know if you heard, but they announced this a couple of days ago in the midst of Donald Trump raising more tariffs on them. They're like, oh yeah, you want to raise more tariffs? Here, do you like yttrium? Do you like any of these other rare earth metals you need? Well, that's too bad. Not gonna do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
I have to have my China.
Okay, now let's see what Donald Trump had to say recently when asked about whether or not he would consider talking and or meeting with Xi Jinping. All right, Xi Dada.
Done something that had to be done.
Mr. President, thank you so much. Which countries will be negotiating first? Do you have any criteria? Because, for example, Brazil and the UK, they do not have deficits with the US. They have a surplus. They do not have a surplus. They have deficits with the US. So what is the criteria? And also, would you consider talking or meeting with Xi Jinping?
Oh, sure. He's a friend of mine. I like him. President Xi, I like him. I respect him.
I love how he doesn't even address the fact, like the first part of that question, and how people like Brazil, who we decided to tariff, A, don't have tariffs on our products, and B, have trade surpluses with us rather than trade deficits. Yeah, I might as well just skip over that, Trumpy.
But, they haven't treated our country right, sure.
Very unfair.
On the other countries, we have Japan is here, and South Korea is here, and others are here, and we're trying to see them. It's, from what I hear, it's much more than 75. I said 75 plus. So many. It's everybody wants to make a deal, actually.
Everybody wants to make a deal, actually.
You know, we want to do what's right for our country. We also want to do what's right for the world. The world is important.
The world is important. Oh God, the world is important. That's true. That's true, Trump. It's like the first time he's ever thought that, I think. The world is important, actually. I don't know if you ever heard, but the world, it's not just America out here. It's actually the world. Super important. And sure, yeah, I'd talk to Xi Dada. Winnie the Pooh, Xi Jinping, whatever you want to call him. He's a great guy. We were friends, and now I've been very nasty to him. He's been very nasty to me. And maybe we can talk. I don't know. Okay. Winnie Rose got a gifted little sub while lurking. Yes, indeed. I can't be sure. It might have been. I think it was yesterday that you got the gifted sub. I could have sworn. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. It was either like Rob Skelts or maybe Kirkestein's Monster. Actually, a lot of people have been gifting subs. Not even necessarily those two people. All right, whatever. Let's keep it going. Keep it going with the China. Let's talk finance, specifically treasuries and bonds. Whether or not China might dump all of its U.S. treasuries. Here's Too Long Didn't Read News Global, TLDR, from 22 hours ago. Thank you for not making me read. Eyes are tired.
On so-called Liberation Day, Trump threatened to whack a 34% tariff on all Chinese imports coming into the United States, to go on top of the 20% tariff he imposed a few weeks ago. This was already pretty insane.
Yeah.
But when, in the spirit of reciprocity, China threatened to impose its own 34% tariff on all American imports coming into China, Trump responded by adding yet another 50%. There was some hope that this was a bluff, but on Wednesday morning, Trump went ahead and raised the flat tariff rate on Chinese imports to an astonishing 104%.
This is the worst timeline.
Which means that if you're an American trying to import something from China, you have to pay more in tariff fees than you're actually spending on that product. The CCP have insisted they won't back down, but it's clear that slapping tariffs on American imports isn't going.
I love this fake receipt. Aluminal for all of your steel needs. Shanghai, China.
I have to have my China.
Have insisted they won't back down, but it's clear that slapping tariffs on American imports isn't going to change Trump's mind. So, in this video, we thought we'd take a look at China's nuclear option in this escalating trade war between the world's two biggest economies, namely dumping all its American bonds, whether it could actually happen, and what this would mean for the global economy. Explore which world leaders are winning and which are losing every week with our new podcast, The World Leader Leaderboard. Find it over on the TLDR Podcast YouTube channel or in your favorite podcast app.
All right.
So to understand this story,
okay,
you need a bit of context. As you probably already know, the US runs a massive bilateral trade deficit with China. In other words, the US imports a lot more Chinese stuff than China imports from the US. The US also reliably runs the biggest overall trade deficit in the world, i.e. it imports more than it exports overall, while China reliably runs the biggest overall trade surplus. In many ways, this is the defining feature of today's global trading system. China exports more stuff than it imports, and this surplus is essentially absorbed by the United States, in the form of American consumers buying tons of Chinese-made goods. So how does this keep happening? After all, trade deficits are usually temporary, because importing more than you export eventually puts downwards pressure on your currency, which ultimately forces your trade to balance. Just imagine if, say, Argentina imported more than it exported, as has often been the case. When Argentines import things, this essentially involves selling Argentinian pesos to buy foreign currencies, and then using those foreign currencies to import foreign goods. When foreign countries import from Argentina, they will essentially buy Argentinian pesos with their foreign currency, and then use those pesos to buy Argentinian goods. When Argentina is importing as much as it exports, pesos are being bought and sold in equal amounts.
And I mean, this is something that I feel like Donald Trump just doesn't understand whatsoever. But for the United States to become a massive exporter of goods, we're going to have to devalue our currency. Otherwise, people aren't going to buy it and stuff from us, right? Because the fact is, U.S. currency has been strong for a long, long time, making it easier for Americans to buy goods from other countries. But now, that seems to be shifting drastically.
The pesos' value should hold steady. But when Argentina is importing more than it's exporting, then more pesos are being sold than bought, which should push the value of the peso down, reducing Argentina's imports and increasing its exports until its trade account is balanced and the peso stabilizes again. So how does the US get away with running persistent deficits? Well, this is a hotly debated question in macroeconomics, but at least some of it has to do with how China recycles its dollars. When China exports stuff to the US, it gets lots of US dollars in return. Now, usually this would push up the value of China's currency, the yuan, via exactly the mechanism we just described, and ultimately balance China's trade account. But China likes having a devalued currency because it keeps its exports competitive. Devaluing your currency is way easier than overvaluing it. China just gets its central bank to effectively print more yuan and then use those to buy dollars on exchange markets, strengthening the dollar and therefore weakening the yuan. Nonetheless, this still leaves China with a massive pile of dollars, which China uses to buy US government debt in the form of treasuries. Today, China holds some $800 billion worth of treasuries, making them the largest foreign holder of US government debt after only Japan. While this is less than the $1.3 trillion or so China had in the early 2010s, this figure probably understates the true value of China's treasury holdings, because, partly in reaction to pressure from Chinese nationalists who don't like the idea of China lending to the US, China has recently shifted its treasury holdings off its official books onto state-adjacent entities instead. China has also started buying other forms of US debt, like mortgage-backed securities from Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, which is sort of indirectly US government debt, because both agencies are backed by the federal government. So why is China lending the US government billions of dollars? Well,
while we're talking about mortgage-backed securities, I just want to take a look at something that has been going on in the markets. Because the index, which tracks things like mortgage-backed securities and building, like housing, builders, or whatever you call them, that has been under serious pressure. Here's the HGX, the PHLX housing sector graph. This is today. It was down 3% over the last week. Also, actually, it doesn't show me that. But if you go up here, year to date, last 3 months, it was at 737 here back January 27, and it's now down to 613. If you go back further out, you'll see just what I'm talking about here. There's already been a ton of pressure in that market. China choosing to sell mortgage-backed securities in this moment would be utterly catastrophic for mortgage lenders. Remember what happened in 2008? Well, it's all been going on still. Of course, we're still selling mortgage-backed securities, doing all those CDOs and all that shit. Synthetic CDOs. It's already under a huge amount of pressure. And if China starts selling, it could be, like I said, absolutely fucking catastrophic in that market.
in part because treasuries are the world's reserve debt instrument. There are tons of them floating about, which means they're easy to sell, even in a crisis, and they pay a nice interest rate. But it's also because it strengthened the dollar and allowed the US government to spend more, essentially propping up American demand for Chinese goods, perpetuating America's trade deficit and making America more and more dependent on Chinese manufacturing. This has created a sort of mutual interdependence between America and China, sometimes nicknamed Chimerica. China relies on America to buy its stuff, and America relies on China to fund its debt. In the current trade war, Trump is leveraging China's reliance on...
Maybe we should just become one beautiful country. Stop being so adversarial. I've thought about it, and you know what? Chimerica, it's got a bit of a ring to it. Maybe we should do that.
I have to have my China.
American consumers, which has raised the question, could China leverage America's reliance on Chinese lending? In other words, could China dump its treasuries and other American government debt? Well, there are reasons to be skeptical. For starters, selling dollar-denominated assets would cause an appreciation of the yuan, which would make it even harder for Chinese exporters to sell their stuff abroad, and it's not clear where else China could park their cash. But perhaps more importantly, China dumping its treasuries and other American bonds could cause a full-on market meltdown. China only accounts for a small fraction of the overall treasury market, and in normal times, it might push up American borrowing costs, but the US could probably handle it. However, as you might already know, the US is already almost in debt crisis territory. As we're writing this on Wednesday morning, treasuries are being sold off at record rates as investors flee America, which is pushing yields.
It is pushing yields up, and it is genuinely a worrying situation, which we have been perhaps too focused on around here, but we have talked about it on multiple occasions, and those bonds continue to travel upwards. Not a good vibe for America. And so is U.S. currency. I mean, well, vice versa. It's been going down. And all this is bad. This is bad. You know, I know we've been calling this the dumbest trade war in history. I'm starting to think this is the dumbest trade war in the entire multiverse. Let's go to Taiwan. Chip Titan, Taiwan semiconductor beats forecast, but tariff fears loom. Reuters from 20 hours ago. Yeah, I love that. We tariff Taiwan too. Just tariff anybody, no matter what our relationships are. NBD.
Taiwan chip giant TSMC saw a strong start to the year, but tariff worries are looming. The world's largest contract chip maker on Thursday said first quarter revenue hit $25.6 billion. That was up 42% on the year and just ahead of analyst estimates. TSMC has been one of the big winners from the AI boom. It supplies customers including Apple and US AI chip champion Nvidia. Demand for the new tech has more than offset waning sales of consumer gadgetry, which had boomed during the COVID pandemic. But shares in the firm have plunged since US President Donald Trump announced sweeping global tariffs last week. That included a levy of 32% on goods from Taiwan. Chips were excluded, however, and Trump has since postponed enforcing the tariffs for 90 days. But the on-off nature of policymaking in Washington leaves investors anxious about what the future holds. TSMC shares rose close to 10% on Thursday, in line with wider market gains sparked by the postponement of Trump's tariffs.
Yeah, once again, another business in another country, uncertain about what to do amidst the incredibly volatile Trump White House and trade policy. Shocking. Who could have predicted this? Oh, you're telling me almost all economists who weren't Trump loyalists were predicting this? Oh, no, okay, never mind that. Stupid question. Okay. Yeah. Now let's go to talking about China and Bangladesh's relationship. As apparently they are welcoming Bangladeshi people as India is curtailing visas in the country. TRT World from 20 hours ago. Oh boy, we're getting close to the end of this stream, folks. Very close.
"65-year-old Razia Khatun is in West Bengal for the past 3 months. The elderly Bangladeshi national is undergoing blood cancer treatment in a government hospital in Kolkata. Her son is in Delhi for his follow-up treatment after brain surgery in 2021 at a hospital in the capital city. For the family, India is a preferred destination for quality and affordable medical care.
The cost of medical treatment in India is relatively low, making it more affordable for Bangladeshi patients compared to Dhaka. However, Bangladeshis are currently facing challenges in obtaining Indian visas. Despite this, the Indian High Commission continues to issue visas for serious or critical patients.
Bangladeshi medical tourists throng hospitals in India in large numbers for liver and heart ailments, to eye operations and regular checkups. But since the fall of the Sheikh Hasina government in August 2024, Delhi has drastically reduced the number of medical visas for Bangladeshis. In 2023, India issued some 1.6 million visas to Bangladeshi citizens, including nearly 8,000 medical visas daily.
Daily medical visas for Bangladesh citizens have reduced to around 800 to 1,000. So you can imagine the decline in the issuance from the Indian side. And that has an obvious impact on the inflow of medical tourists from Bangladesh, because
no wonder people are going to China for medical. Jesus Christ. That's like a 1,000 factor down. From 1 million plus down to 1,000? That's insane. That is wild. I guess India doesn't like the fact that Bangladesh didn't like being repressed by their government. Shocking.
Bangladesh citizens have been traditionally relying on medical facilities in Kolkata as well as in Chennai.
India cites reduced staff across missions in Bangladesh following last year's protests behind longer scrutiny time of visa applications. India also has security concerns given shared borders amid political tensions with its neighbor. China, meanwhile, has offered to set up large hospitals in Bangladesh and give more medical visas to its citizens. But
I think they should make this guy official prime minister of Bangladesh. Right now he's just the interim prime minister. I mean, the dude received the Nobel Prize, and certainly seems like he'd be better than Hasina. That's just my estimation of things.
Constraints.
Given the history of this particular medical industry catering to Bangladesh requirements, because of, it has got the language adaptability, it has got cultural adaptability, and then they feel at home, coming to, say, West Bengal, that they will not feel when they go to, say, Chengdu or Shanghai or Bangkok.
Treatment in China and Thailand is more expensive than in India, and traveling to India is much cheaper for Bangladeshis with land routes available. For now, bilateral political tensions have cast a shadow over the medical industry, which has been the backbone of ties between India and Bangladesh.
Yeah, this is an unfortunate situation. Now, I would say that Bangladesh should probably, in this moment, be considering increasing their medical infrastructure in the country, making it affordable for people in their own country so they don't have to cross a border just to get medical treatment. Certainly the last government wasn't all that interested in taking care of the broad majority of its people, which is why this was a thing in the first place. Hopefully that comes to fruition at some point. All right, let's go here. Still talking China, but let's go to the United States and go over this story. Apparently, Meta executives may have been lying. Who? What? Facebook lie? What? Facebook book would not lie. What? They would never do that.
I don't want reality.
Leaders across the globe. She heard their plans for China. She's no ordinary whistleblower, and she comes to tell us not merely about what has happened, but also what is coming. Now, it is our practice, Ms. Wynne-Williams, and the Judiciary Committee and its subcommittees to swear in our witnesses before they testify. So if you would, let me invite you to rise, raise your right hand, and we'll get started. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you very much. We'd love to hear your opening statement. Take as long as you need.
Chairman Hawley, Ranking Member Durbin, and distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Sarah Wynne-Williams, and I served as the Director of Global Public Policy at Facebook, now Meta, for nearly 7 years, starting in 2011. Throughout those 7 years, I saw Meta executives repeatedly undermine U.S. national security and betray American values. They did these things in secret to win favor with Beijing and build an $18 billion business in China. We are engaged in a high-stakes AI arms race against China. And during my time at Meta, company executives lied about what they were doing with the Chinese Communist Party to employees, shareholders, Congress, and the American public. I sit before this committee today to set the record straight about these illegal and dangerous activities. Meta's dishonesty started with the betrayal of core American values.
What are those exactly?
Mark Zuckerberg pledged himself a free speech champion. Yet I witnessed Meta work hand in glove with the Chinese Communist Party to construct and test custom-built censorship tools that...
I gotta say, it's a little weird that she keeps saying CCP over and over. Whenever people say Chinese Communist Party too much, I start to become a little skeptical of what they're saying. But I'm actually, I'm sort of on the fence with this one, because the fact is, this Meta has been lying about all sorts of shit. I mean, the first time we really sort of broke that one open, at least not we, but I mean, it's like whatever society, was during the Cambridge Analytica situation. And so, you know, I don't know. I don't know about all this, but I wouldn't be shocked to hear that Mark Zuckerberg had taken direction from China to censor its content. You know, because the fact is Facebook has done just an immense amount of work around the globe trying to get their app onto every single cell phone in the world. So that they can harvest your every single, whatever, how many people, 8 billion people's data all on their servers, and have control over information in every country.
Silenced and censored their critics. When Beijing demanded that Facebook delete the account of a prominent Chinese dissident living on American soil, they did it, and then lied to Congress when asked about the incident in a Senate hearing. The willingness to censor was not the only troubling thing I witnessed. I watched as executives decided to provide the Chinese Communist Party with access to Meta user data.
Too many times.
Including that of Americans. Meta does not dispute these facts. They can't. I have the documents. As recently as this Monday, they claim that they do not operate their services in China. Another lie. In fact, they began offering products and services in China as early as 2014. That hasn't stopped. Their own SEC filings from last year show that China is now Meta's second biggest market. Meanwhile, Meta's AI model, Llama, has contributed significantly to Chinese advances in AI technologies like DeepSeek. Facebook's secret mission to get into China was called Project Aldrin and was restricted to need-to-know staff. There was no bridge too far. Meta built a physical pipeline connecting the United States and China. Meta executives ignored warnings that this would provide backdoor access to the Chinese Communist Party, allowing them to intercept the personal data and private messages of American citizens.
I haven't done any research on this one, and I feel like I do need to do that. And this woman just said Chinese Communist Party 5 times in about a minute and I guess 2 minutes or so. That's too many times.
That's too much, man!
I wouldn't be shocked to hear that Facebook did something unethical. I wouldn't be shocked at all. The fact that Josh Hawley seems to be the one who has brought her to the Congress to speak also gives me pause. I'm going to try and look into this one a little bit more, see if I can't flush out what the hell happened here with all of that. I mean, Mark Zuckerberg sees only one thing. That is money.
Zuckerbucks.
This is McCarthyism, but fuck Meta. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing about this video, which is why I'm just pausing it now, because I'm like, you know what? This is one of the ones that I didn't even have time to watch on my own before all of this. Like I said, my preparations today were somewhat lax. I watched as many of the videos as I could of the ones that I felt I didn't have a grasp on. This one I added in even later, and that's on me. What felt mean? What did you do, Bad Lefty? You're being mean. Don't be mean. All right, 2 more videos left. Okay. No, yeah, I wonder if any of this is true or not. I mean, this is just based upon one woman's testimony. There's no... We didn't see the documents. She's just talking about the documents. So I'm going to try and find those documents that she supposedly got. I wonder if she's released them or if she's just talking about them. All right. Let's go on now here to Japan. Trump has had some stuff to say about Japan. One of our biggest allies. They hold the most U.S. bonds in their treasury outside of the United States. And recently, I think, when did we first talk about this? It was like a few months back, I think, we talked about, I think it was during the Biden administration, where there was discussion of the potential for Nippon Steel to buy U.S. steel. Nippon Steel being a Japan-based company. They were looking to expand and merge. I think you all know my feelings about mergers and acquisitions, but Donald Trump has a particular reason to say things about this potential merger, just because he thinks everything should be in America.
Donald Trump said Wednesday he does not want to see US steel falling into Japanese hands. Though he didn't quite say as much, the US president appeared to oppose Nippon Steel's $14 billion bid for its American rival.
And we love Japan, but U.S. Steel is a very special company. We don't want it to go to Japan or any other place.
Earlier in the week, Trump had ordered a national security panel to take a fresh look at the deal. He asked the group to determine whether fresh action was needed, raising hopes in some observers that the move could actually get a green light. However, his latest comments sent US Steel shares tumbling in after-hours trade. The stock dropped as much as 14% before recovering some ground. Nippon Steel shares gained strongly on Thursday though, rising along with other exporters after Trump postponed most of his new trade tariffs. Neither company responded to requests for comment on the latest news, and White House officials wouldn't elaborate on Trump's comments. First announced in December 2023, the takeover plan almost immediately ran into opposition. Previous President Joe Biden eventually blocked it on national security grounds. Trump also opposed it while running for the White House. But since taking office, he has sent mixed messages on whether his administration will ultimately block the deal.
Yeah. I think that, if I recall correctly, there was already efforts to block that deal. There's already efforts to block that deal under the Biden administration by the FTC. I highly doubt Donald Trump's new FTC chair, Andrew Ferguson, is going to want this one for different reasons, though. I mean, Lena Khan was blocking it, I think, for just... if I recall correctly, I believe Lena Khan was blocking this because she felt that it was not good. I think, generally speaking, Lena Khan just, like me, kind of hates mergers and acquisitions and thinks they cut down on competition, they cut down on Americans' freedom. They only increase prices usually, and consolidation of these sorts of things just leads to monopolistic shit. Huazhong Grand Canyon Bridge in China. Google it, 3 years to build. Actually, I think I'm familiar with that massive mega project. Oh, gotta stretch. Okay, that was... Oh shit, I forgot to give you... Wow, I'm so sorry, chat. You deserve one of these. That was the second last story of the night. We are about to end it in New Zealand, where the vote on the Waitangi Treaty happened in New Zealand Parliament. Here was the view during this vote. nzherald.co.nz from a day ago. That's right, I said Z for some of our British chatters or UK peoples around here. You heard it.
This bill hasn't been stopped. This bill has been absolutely annihilated. Mr. Speaker, Aotearoa New Zealand made it clear to our country that it does not support this bill. We are not divided, but united, with the 90% of our country's submissions saying no.
We will continue to fight on for the truth that all Kiwis are equal. Ake, ake, ake. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So let's finally consign this grubby little bill to the scrap heap of history, where it can take its place alongside the other darker acts of this House that have also been consigned to our history.
I am so pleased that the people came and spoke. We are proud to stand here today to oppose the Treaty Principles Bill. Toi tu te tiriti.
They may have deep pockets, but we have the people power and we will not be quiet, and this is a valuable lesson to leave our tiriti alone.
National has consistently said we'll not support it into law, fundamentally because we regard the bill, which seeks to impose a particular interpretation of the Treaty of Waitangi by simple majority and referendum, is a crude way to handle a very sensitive topic.
If New Zealand First believed this bill had merit, we would have supported it. We do not. Mr. Speaker, New Zealand First does not commend this bill to the House.
Wherever you are, there you are, David Seymour. You're a disgrace to this House, and when it comes to the Treaty of Waitangi, you will and always be a liar. Kia ora, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, shots fired.
The ayes are 11. The noes are 112. The motion is lost.
Here we go. I mean, that is one of the most resolute and clear votes I think I've heard of in a while. 10-1 vote in the New Zealand Parliament against this amendment of the Waitangi Treaty, the treaty that was signed between essentially the colonialists and native New Zealand people. And honestly, this is, I think, we've been talking about this potential for this amendment to the treaty for months now, and I think this was exactly the resolution we were hoping to see, that people would vote against this insanity. Choki, leaving with a super chat, a super sticker. Thank you, Choki. Giving me some coffee? Thank you. I appreciate that. I need some caffeine to keep me going. But we are finally done. Also, before we move on, though, I do want to say something because I've noticed this happening. Midi saying China and India will take over. The markets seem to think that you're right. I've noticed this. There's something of a divergence happening out there. While a lot of stock markets are still continuing to go down right now in Asia and Europe, China and India's markets are holding strong, suggesting that investors think that they are going to be the ones to see the most benefit somehow from this trade war. May very well be right about that. So we'll have to watch and see how this all plays out. Okay, well, that was the last story of the night. Don't worry, we will still have the Galactic after stream for those of you still looking to hang out. Well, looks like we got through another stream, chat. It was quite long and also arduous, but thankfully, we got through it. The support of each other. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. These are your galactic patrons. Uh-oh, my face is covered. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Medi, Afroponics, Normal by Nature, Inner Planet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Geo Dragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoab, Nadia, Choki, Skelts, Tracy Eva, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Impeccable Living, McGoggles, Lovely Pariah, Mish, and Becky. That's right. All these wonderful people here that you see before you have helped contribute to the production of this stream, which you just got done enjoying, with hopefully both your eyes and ears. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. What to listen to today? No, I'm gonna go with this one. Let's go with this playlist. Wow. Soul Life upset that I started late and ended early? Is it bullshit? It's an 8-hour stream. Who am I? Hassan? It's crazy. Who else streams this long? Alright, chat. Enjoy this super secret late night after hours galactic chill stream. Also, responding to another chat, Jerry, yes, I saw the message you sent. I even put it up on the board for a second. The carryover emotional support character is already marked down. You will get a free one on the weekending report tonight.
Zero Megastar just cheered 400 bits. Morning.
Oh my god, good morning to you, Zero Megastar. Megastar, good to see you. Morning to you, Corgo, indeed. I love those corgi emotes. I appreciate you. Keeping us alive over there on Twitch. Some days it seems completely solo. That deserve a little applause. I gotta make the Twitch window bigger on the screen. You can barely see it. Somewhere else. Where's it? Actually, just make it bigger on top. Just too small.